Bathed in luxury, fame, and wealth, 40-year-old Jason has achieved everything one could only dream of. Looking in the mirror, he realized that perhaps everyone would like to return to their past and change the future. But seeing himself in the mirror's reflection, looking 20 years younger, the protagonist was overcome with a quiet horror. Returning to the poorest times, Jason grabbed his head with his hands and began desperately convincing himself that what was happening was unreal. He was now 18 years old, and this year an epiphany was supposed to descend upon him, opening all the roads in this world for the hero. With the power gained, it will be possible to earn big money with the support of the martial arts union. When the hero was 20, he accepted an impossible mission, as a result of which a demon pierced his meridians, leaving him disabled. Then, the union immediately got rid of him, because without the ability to use his abilities, Jason was no better than an ordinary person. A month later, using the compensation money, the hero bought a house, and having found his house slated for demolition, earned his first big money. Having acquired a taste for the business, he began to travel the world, earning money by demolishing houses, after which he founded a number of real estate associations. In less than 10 years, Jason had gained control of a third of the entire continent of kings. In the following years, gates to other worlds began to open, and this crisis brought many opportunities, especially for business. As a result of the war with the gods, fewer and fewer places in the world were suitable for habitation. But the main character's business miraculously survived. The shortage of land led to a surge in property prices, and that year Jason sold all the land he owned. All this led to the fact that by the age of 40, the main character took first place among the richest people in the whole world. After half his life in poverty, he had reached the pinnacle of life, and now he was back to the beginning, which made Jason furious. Also, looking at the bracelet hanging on his wrist, the main character did not understand how this thing stayed with him. Last night, Emperor Mark, who was the strongest man in the world, came to the hero, wanting to sell him this bracelet. Marcus was a martial arts genius, and also led armies in many battles against monsters from other dimensions. First of all, 40-year-old Jason wanted to know how much the fighter planned to get for this thing. After looking closely at the protagonist, Marcus estimated the trinket's value at 10 trillion. There was an awkward pause in the air for a second, after which Jason turned and began to walk away. Taken aback by such a reaction, Marcus looked at the protagonist's back in shock, after which he made a sharp dash towards him. Enveloping him in his energy, the Emperor moved, standing directly in front of Jason's face. The hero didn't even bat an eyelid, and then Marcus abruptly grabbed his hand, placing the bracelet in his palm. Looking him intently in the eyes, the strongest warrior in the world was confident that they would be able to come to an agreement. Hearing that this artifact could restore meridians, Jason became truly interested. However, even in this case, the protagonist was willing to buy it for no more than 100 million. Realizing that this was the final decision, the Emperor agreed to sell the bracelet for the proposed price. Afterwards, they celebrated Jason's departure from the property together with a huge party. A little later, a crowd of young girls came to the main character, a little sad that their boss was retiring. Jason was surprised that so many sisters had gathered at once, but now his attention was completely focused on the bracelet he had purchased. Marcus didn't know how exactly to use this heavenly class artifact, which confused the protagonist a little. Hoping it wouldn't explode, Jason put the bracelet on and began running the fingers of his other hand over the symbols printed on it. At that moment, the artifact began to flicker with a purple glow, which puzzled the hero a little. Suddenly, streams of energy began to emerge from the bracelet, enveloping the body of the stunned Jason. The girls didn't understand what was happening and looked at their boss with genuine interest. A huge pillar of light pierced the roof of the house they were in, and after that, Jason found himself in the past. And now, he screamed in rage, realizing that Emperor Marcus had apparently deceived him. At that moment, the apartment door swung open with a kick, and a young man walked in on the hero, hugging a girl and holding a sword at the ready. It was the son of the owner of the house, named Alfred, who came to demand rent from the hero. He's a loser who thinks he's a big shot because he's related to a badass swordsman who often raises the rent for no reason. Last time, Alfred was targeted by bandits for his ancestral equipment and ended up being cut into pieces. Seeing that the hero had not even moved at his arrival, he began to wave his sword, admiring the girl with his masculinity. Jason didn't understand why he was afraid of him in the past, because this fool hadn't even received enlightenment. Then he decided to take the equipment from this cannon fodder, which infuriated Alfred. He swung his sword at the protagonist, but Jason instantly appeared right in front of him, launching a powerful fist at his opponent. The loser's shocked companion only managed to see a fountain of blood coming out of the nose of Alfred flying past her. When it hit the wall, It shook the entire house, causing people on the street to think that an earthquake had begun. Jason was glad to see that he at least retained his fighting skills from his past life. Now he decided it would be a good idea to check how well his meridians had recovered. Hearing his words, the girl quietly muttered something, having lost the ability to move and speak from fear. Having taken the sword and armor from the prostrate enemy, the protagonist went into the city, and 10 minutes later felt an incredible sense of nostalgia. By this time, gates to other worlds began to open, and beasts appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the poor town. Jason felt like his body was very weak, which was not surprising since he was constantly underfed. Tormented by hunger, the protagonist suddenly heard a rumble and cries for help behind him. A flock of giant, toothy chickens chased several girls, who fled in terror. Meanwhile, in the hero's former rented apartment, the investigation into Alfred's murder was already in full swing. The soldiers were fixing his body and looking for various clues that would point to the killer. Mr. Fitzgerald, who led the investigation, was shocked that the criminals simply left without doing anything to the girl. She cried bitterly because he only cast a cold glance at her and, unlike Alfred, he did not need her. Meanwhile, one of the operatives managed to find information about the suspect. He turned out to be 18-year-old Jason, whose mother died at the age of 2, and whose father disappeared the same year, leaving the boy growing up alone in the slums. Arriving in the area at 16, the hero rented a house, worked 5 jobs, and barely made ends meet. He had no criminal record, no martial arts history, and no entry in the martial arts registry. Fitzgerald was shocked that, without any martial arts training, he had killed the big guy with one blow. Suddenly, a guard burst into the house, shouting that dozens of demonic monsters were attacking civilians. Fitzgerald's first order was to spread the word and unite with other fighting alliances to request assistance. In addition, there were reports that martial artists were present at the scene. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat next to the sword stuck in one of the demons, breathing heavily and catching his breath. The rescued girls stood watching as Jason killed his opponents one by one. However, he managed to do this with difficulty due to his poorly trained body, which is why the hero was already starting to feel dizzy. But the monsters continued to advance, furiously flapping their wings and clicking their toothy beaks. As they approached Jason, they suddenly accelerated, making a lightning-fast leap towards the enemy. Gathering his strength, the protagonist jumped onto one of the monsters, dodging the attack and preparing to counterattack. Having smashed the mutant chicken into his fellows with his jump, the protagonist quickly soared into the sky. One of the monsters jumped up, ending up right behind him, intending to devour the hero in the air. But with a quick turn in the air, Jason swung his sword, cutting off his head. After which, like a meteorite, the main character began to fall on the monsters, swinging his blade again. Taking one of his opponents by surprise, Jason made a lightning-fast strike with his blade and cut his body in half. Having defeated all the monsters, the protagonist noticed another flock of mutant chickens heading towards the city. However, seeing dozens of dead brothers, they froze in place for a moment, looking at the hero with fear. Jason was shocked by the incredible number of monsters, which seemed to have no end in sight. Continuing the fight, the hero realized that his strength and endurance were an order of magnitude weaker than before returning to the past. Luckily, Alfred's family armor did its job quite well, and even had self-cleaning capabilities. Besides, the sword was also interesting, as it could fly 800 miles in a day and probably had hidden powers. Whirling in a frantic swordsman's dance, Jason cut through his helpless opponents like a chainsaw. Suddenly, the main character had an idea, and deciding to test it, he made his way through the monsters to the large gates. Behind them, he saw a continuous stream of giant chickens crawling out of a spatial rift. The first priority was to destroy this portal, and Jason prepared to attack. But suddenly, right above his head, rockets whistled, heading into the spatial hole. The monsters watched with interest as the unknown lights flew into the place from which they came. One of them decided to catch an unidentified flying object in order to study it properly. But suddenly, the rocket exploded in his hand, stunning the nearby monsters. The explosion latched onto other missiles, causing a chain reaction and completely destroying the portal. At this time, the city guards surrounded the battlefield, actively searching for wounded people and capturing the remaining survivors, the monsters. Other people were happy to see them, and the main character was happy to finally get some proper rest. He didn't understand why they were so late, and in the meantime, Fitzgerald also arrived to them. He was infinitely grateful to the young hero for all the lives he had saved, looking at him with admiration. Suddenly, the commander saw something that left him in shock and complete confusion. Fitzgerald admired Jason's suit, wondering where he managed to buy it. Besides, he was eager to know the hero's name and which martial arts union he belonged to. Upon learning Jason's name and that he was still on his own, Fitzgerald fell into a stupor. and one of the soldiers began to recall a recent incident. Seeing their puzzled, distrustful looks, Jason thought they had misheard him. So he started shouting, confirming that he was a newbie who had only just woken up that day and had not yet joined any union. Fitzgerald's eyes widened at the hero, and the soldier standing next to him suddenly became wary. It suddenly dawned on the fighter that in front of him was the same killer Jason they had talked about before the attack. But the commander abruptly covered his mouth, not allowing him to scream, and continued to admire the incredible power immediately after his epiphany. In this regard, he wanted to take the main character's contact information in order to report to his superiors and give him a reward for bravery. But Fitzgerald thought this wasn't enough and decided to give Jason another $1,000 as a bonus. After these words, the main character suddenly pulled out several dozen business cards from his pocket and threw them into the air. Seeing the commander's frightened face, Jason understood that at this very time, newcomers with insight were very valuable people. He knew that over the next 2 years, martial artists would gradually replace the military and defenders. And now, the largest trade unions are offering large rewards for tips from newcomers who have seen the light. This is especially true for newcomers who have great potential, like Jason. So everyone rushed to pick up business cards. Only the newly enlightened can do what would take an ordinary martial artist 2 or 3 years to train to do. And if someone wants to get such a person, they will have to pay a lot of money, which is what Jason was going to take advantage of. Hearing that he was going to earn money and seeing the hero take up his sword again, Fitzgerald was greatly puzzled. Suddenly, Jason jumped onto the sword, stood on it with his feet and flew into the sky to the surprised looks of the people. The commander saw for the first time how a newly enlightened martial arts master was able to immediately fly on a sword. At that moment, after carefully examining the business cards, people realized that they contained the number and photograph of a prostitute. Hearing puzzled exclamations behind him, the main character did not immediately understand what was going on. But realizing that he had given them the wrong business cards, Jason frantically began to throw away the correct ones, flapping his arms like a dove's wings. As he watched the hero fly away, Fitzgerald suddenly heard someone start calling the Yellow Union. At the same moment, another person called the Green Union helpline, wanting to report the find. One by one, people began calling various unions, under Fitzgerald's bewildered gaze. A little more, and he would definitely miss his opportunity, so he and his soldiers also began to actively call. Without waiting for the operator's response, he immediately began shouting that he knew the coordinates of the young master who had regained his sight. Flying over the city, Jason only had time to throw out his business cards, and the people who called were already counting the payment for the tip. At this point, the main character's phone was already ringing off the hook with job offers, but suddenly he ran out of money in his account. While adding money to his phone balance at the kiosk, his stomach let out a deafening roar like a hungry hippopotamus, frightening the employee. The kiosk worker thought that the main character was currently looking for work, when suddenly, someone's scream was heard off to the side. While Jason was looking around, the employee decided to offer him a job opportunity. However, the main character turned around abruptly and headed towards one of the richest clubs in the city. 2 muscular big guys guarding the entrance immediately stopped him, wondering what this guy was doing there. After all, only famous VIPs have fun in this prestigious place. At this time, a man appeared behind the hero, who decided that the young man had already become a VIP person. It was a representative of the Blue Union, who had already paid the entrance fee for the young gentleman. However, these words seemed quite loud to the girl who rode up after him. For the Yellow Union representative, this fee was a mere trifle, and she wanted to treat the hero to some truly delicious food. The thugs guarding the entrance were completely confused, unable to understand why representatives of 2 trade unions were here at once. But suddenly they saw in the distance many more cars that were rapidly approaching the club. 9 major trade unions sent their people here at once, completely throwing the security guards into a stupor. Entering the club with them and sitting down at a large table, Jason immediately began studying the restaurant menu. He looked at each dish with all his attention, deciding what tasty things he would eat and what he would not. Having finally chosen his meal, the protagonist prepared to listen to the trade union's proposals. The Blue Union representative was sure that since he arrived first, Jason should join them. However, the girls from the Yellow Union had already fallen in love with the main character and wanted to take him for themselves. But the rest of the union members were not going to give in and began to argue furiously, insulting each other. Listening to their conversations, Jason devoured one plate after another with relish, realizing that there were only 7 of the 9 representatives here. The Black Trade Union, which belonged to Emperor Marcus, did not send its member, which seemed strange to the hero. At that moment, Layla, a member of the White Union, sat down next to him, hoping that they could get along in the future. She was the 7th richest person in the world and the daughter of a white union president, as well as an influential and professional lady. The others began to curse loudly at her and at each other, while simultaneously trying to bribe the hero with flattery and temptations. In fact, a union is elected once and for life, so Jason decided to start a selection process. First of all, he wanted the blue union representative to leave his place first. The member of this union was stunned, believing that the protagonist was joking, since their organization was a combination of large clans. But Jason knew that in reality, they were a rabble of people, clean-looking on the outside, but with their own pitfalls on the inside. As he left the room to the laughter of the others, the indignant representative decided that his alliance would make Jason regret his decision. Now it was possible to listen to everyone else, and the protagonist hoped that they would show sincerity to him. Layla decided that their white union could pay him $3 million to join. Usually, even genius-level visionaries receive a maximum of $1 million at the start, so everyone was shocked by such an offer. Jason remembered how in his past life he signed his contract for a mere $200,000, thinking that they clearly lacked a push now. At that moment, the entrance doors of the hall began to slowly open, letting in the unexpected guests. They were members of a black trade union, and they offered the protagonist $5 million to join their union. The other representatives were not happy with their appearance, since the black union was supported by the state, and there was nothing for others to gain here. Layla was surprised that the leader, who was the emperor's sister, came personally to recruit. Suddenly, something flew out from the main character's direction and rushed towards the unexpected guests. 2 fighters accompanying the leader saw a projectile flying towards her at the last moment. After repelling the attack, they suddenly realized that it was an ordinary toothpick, which left everyone amazed. The other union representatives looked around in bewilderment, not understanding what had just happened. However, the president of the Black Union was already looking at the attacker, burning him with a furious gaze. Smiling sweetly, Jason froze in a throwing pose, blaming the incident on an accidentally shaky hand. This sent the head's 2 pumped-up guards into a rage, and they rushed at the insolent man. These were 2 famous fighters who used long chains in combat, at the end of which was a giant horn, gold and silver. The 2 professional warriors attacked the newcomer with full force, their horns spinning at a deadly speed towards him. The other union members were horrified, because now he definitely wouldn't survive. But Jason easily changed the trajectory of the horns and deflected them, using chopsticks as a weapon. The thugs were shocked, their eyes wide open at the young boy, unable to understand how he had parried their blow with such ease. However, if the opponent had been anyone else, Jason might have had a hard time dealing with them. But these 2 were not a threat. Since the hero was able to withstand their explosive, rotating gyro blades, the warriors decided to fight in earnest. After all, in their opinion, he deserved to be torn to pieces, so they took a fighting stance. They decided to use their famous drill strike, which crushes everyone and leaves the enemy in mincemeat. Now, the union members became even more frightened, realizing that even a high-ranking master would have a hard time repelling this attack. But to everyone's surprise, the leader decided she had had enough and ordered her soldiers to stop. Obediently submitting to the mistress, the thugs stopped their attack, when suddenly a shell flew into their foreheads. Seeing that these were Chinese chopsticks, they immediately guessed who was behind this and went into a real frenzy. Meanwhile, Jason, with his face twisted into a malicious grimace, was demonstratively indignant that his hand had suddenly trembled again. The fighters, overcome by such audacity, could no longer contain themselves, and, combining their efforts, created a drilling tornado. Attacking simultaneously, they intended to wipe this scoundrel, who thought who knows what of himself, off the face of the earth. Seeing them flying towards him, spinning at supersonic speed, Jason began to swing the wooden board. Seizing the moment, he swung his weapon with all his might, counter-attacking the enemy. A wooden stick, at great speed, rushed straight into the faces of the stunned fighters. Like a baseball game, the hero hit them hard, and they rolled across the floor of the banquet hall like balls. Everyone stood in shock and watched as the 2 professionals found themselves back at their mistress's feet after the newcomer's blow. Coming to their senses, they looked at the protagonist in horror, realizing that he was moving as if he was well acquainted with their attacks. Jason stood with his back straight and proud, looking at them with interest, waiting to see what would happen next. Deciding that this time he was just lucky, the thugs decided to go for a second approach, attacking the enemy. Suddenly, Layla stepped forward, realizing they had to stop before it was too late. The hero was a newcomer whom she had taken a liking to, and she certainly could not allow the fighters to take his life. After all, she had been watching Jason from the very beginning, trying to figure out if he was worthy of their union. Then, casting a cold glance at the protagonist and turning sharply, the head of the Black Union decided to leave. Suffering from wounded pride, the thugs rebelled, because this guy was just lucky, and they could easily defeat him now. After this, the president of the Black Union became curious whether they really decided to challenge her words. Then the fighters suddenly fell silent, trembling before the power of their mistress. Kneeling before her, they asked for forgiveness and obediently followed her. Other union representatives, seeing their submissiveness, appreciated the formal atmosphere in their organization. However, Jason did not want to let them go so easily, deciding to pass the information on to Emperor Marcus through the president. By showing his bracelet, he wanted her brother to prepare the money and wait for Jason to return for the 7-day refund. Raising her head and taking a deep breath, the president, without stopping, decided to clarify his name. She decided to remember this boy, realizing that he was not as simple as he might seem. The guards cast one last menacing glance at the protagonist, after which they followed the lady. After they left, there was an awkward pause in the air and all eyes turned to Jason. Layla decided to suggest that he find a quiet place to talk about signing the contract. But without giving her the floor, the young master suddenly became curious whether anyone would offer more than 5 million. It suddenly dawned on everyone that he hadn't signed a contract with anyone, and one of the representatives offered $6 million. Realizing that this newcomer could take on 2 Black Union enforcers, the stakes quickly skyrocketed to $10 million. Having begun urgently consulting with the presidents of their unions, the price tag quickly exceeded $15 million. Looking at Jason, Layla was amazed at his appetite, realizing that he would not simply agree to persuasion. Then she took a desperate step, offering him $30 million and 1% of the union's shares. After this, everyone suddenly fell silent, realizing what they had heard, that the newcomer would only sign the contract and immediately become a shareholder. Taking a deep breath, Layla wondered if she could discuss the details of the contract with the protagonist now. Suddenly, Jason changed his mood, deciding to start a conversation as soon as possible, because they would soon become members of one big family. Meanwhile, returning to the Black Union, the thugs were constantly discussing the fact that Jason was acquainted with the young boss. Taking off her mask, the president no longer knew who her brother Marcus had brought more problems to. Looking thoughtfully out the carriage window, she decided to find out everything about this newcomer as quickly as possible. At this time, sitting in a separate room, the main character told Layla a little about his life. Her eyes expressed extreme distrust of his words, and she wanted to know how true they were. Layla suddenly approached Jason, causing the protagonist to become confused. Despite his seemingly absurd words about insight, she did not sense any lie from him. She looked into his background and realized that Jason did not have any outstanding talent in martial arts. And although there were already those who had seen the light and instantly became masters, he was still different from them. And it was as if Jason had been in private practice for years, which was unimaginable. Layla wanted an explanation, but the hero believed that they didn't know each other well enough to talk about it. He didn't know whether he should even mention that these guys, the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, were the guards at his eastern gate. In a past life, one evening, Emperor Marcus wanted to borrow $2 billion from the main character. It was necessary to purchase a large quantity of siege supplies from the dwarves to repel the invasion of monsters from other worlds. However, he already owed the main character $500 million, and Jason wanted to get the debt back first. As payment, Marcus decided to give him his people, those thugs, after first demonstrating their abilities. So Jason knew all their weaknesses, and now, continuing the conversation, he wanted to make some small amendments to the contract. Layla was surprised by the sudden request, but decided that if the changes were minor, she would comply. First of all, he wanted to work 3 days a week instead of 6, and always leave work on time, as well as negotiate his overtime. They should be paid 5 times, and he also wanted to have the right to refuse participation in any long-term mission. Travel expenses must be fully reimbursed, and 20% of the proceeds must go directly into the protagonist's pocket. The percentage could increase to 50 if the mission was difficult, and Jason also wanted a share in the local leadership. Layla was furious at all this absurdity, not understanding how he dared to make such exaggerated demands. But the main character only smiled, because in case of refusal, he would be forced to turn to another union. She had already thought that he had come specifically to start a quarrel, because no trade union would ever agree to such conditions. Jason put on a serious face and thought that if the union had enough power, then no conditions would be too scary. Seeing his incredible self-confidence, Layla was beside herself with the hero's impudent behavior. But putting on a sweet face and taking his hand, she really hoped that he would still join the White Union. Deciding to play a trick, she looked him straight in the eyes with a languid gaze, believing that they could rely on each other. Jason understood that this was her best feminine move. After all, it wasn't for nothing that she was called a socialite. And if the main character didn't know about her scandalous future, then this woman would probably already be leading him by the nose. Pretending to be swayed by her caresses, the hero looked embarrassed and decided to give in a little in his wishes. So, for her sake, he will simply keep the condition of 3 working days a week, realizing that no one else has such favorable conditions. Then, Layla decided to prepare a new contract, and knowing that it would take a lot of time, Jason hurried away. Seeing how he stood on his sword and flew away into the distance, the girl continued to follow him with the waves of her hand for some time. Thinking about his condition, Layla had the unpleasant impression that the main character was leading her around by the nose. Meanwhile, Minister Berkeley received news of a demonic monster invasion that occurred in the slums this morning. Berkeley was the head of the King's Continent's Department of Emergency Management. It was determined that these monsters did not come from the barren lands in the south, but simply appeared out of nowhere. This fact greatly puzzled the minister, who carefully studied the documents he received. He also watched with interest the main character's battle with these monsters, watching a video on the internet. He wondered if any new fighters had come to register recently. It turned out that no, although many students from sections and random internships came to the exam. Berkeley sighed and dismissed the speaker, when suddenly a registration center employee entered his office. It turned out that the testing machine was faulty, and it might be necessary to stop registering new masters. The minister leaned back in his chair, sighing resignedly, since this device had already broken down several times this month. After some time, one of the fighters who came for the test was preparing to deliver his crushing blow to the target. Gaining speed, he slammed his foot into the power meter, intending to destroy it. Seeing that he had only scored 10 points, the boy thought that perhaps the machine was faulty, since yesterday he had scored 50. However, nothing could be done, and the caretaker wanted to ask the minister to limit the number of daily tests. At that moment, Jason approached her, wanting to get the martial artist registration form. Realizing that he was a newbie, the girl felt sorry for him, because just starting out, he had already hastily decided to conduct a test. After waiting for him to fill out the form and taking it for review, her gaze suddenly stopped on the main character's name. Suddenly, the girl screamed with delight, realizing that in front of her was the same Jason who saved the city from the invasion of mutant chickens. This morning, she had already seen the recording of his fight, considering the hero an outstanding talent. It had been a long time since a true master had been born, and the supervisor decided to personally show him how the test was structured. Masters are divided into 2 types. Some are only physically developed, while others have attributes. There is also a classification by level. Attributes are divided into metal, wood, fire, water, and earth, but there are also unique features. Jason scratched his head and decided that he was probably just physically developed, which upset the girl a little. She led the hero into a testing facility, where he had to harness his inner energy to create a powerful surge of power. But first, it was necessary to make sure that Jason did not have any artifacts that enhanced explosive power. To do this, before starting the test, you had to completely remove your clothes. However, without thinking twice, Jason immediately stripped naked on the spot, leaving the girl in a stupor because there was a locker room nearby. She closed her eyes and waited for him to get dressed before leading him further to the test car. The device was connected to a gate of pure energy, unlike otherworldly gates, which are connected to an unknown world. It was necessary to choose a level for assessing combat qualities, and the main character decided to set the lowest level. However, the girl warned him, because the higher the level, the more energy can be obtained from the gate. But Jason knew that a high level could summon a high-ranking monster, which is why many geniuses died in their past lives. That time, the main character barely made it past the passing grade, and he really wanted to know what would happen this time. The concentration of the mind and immersion in the energy made Jason feel something he had not experienced in a long time. His beginning was enveloped in golden energy, and all the candidates came running to this spectacle. Suddenly, right behind the protagonist, his energy materialized into a giant warrior. Some of those present had heard that there was a certain heavenly fist, but this skill was considered lost. Jason remembered how, in a past life, Marcus wanted to sell him recordings of this technique. It was an ancient technique, and although it was of low rank, its advantage was that it consumed little energy. And even though the main character had no energy at all back then due to the meridian injury, he still decided to try to study it. A huge, explosive beam of light fell from the sky onto the registration center building, creating a small earthquake. The employee who came to the minister thought that it was a lightning strike, and that it would now rain. Berkeley felt a strange energy floating in the air, shaking every cell of his body. Suddenly he realized that it was the aura of heaven and earth, causing the minister to become confused. At this moment, The main character was also in a stupor, staring at the screen showing that his hit had scored 60 points. And although it was a passing grade, Jason knew he was at a loss, because even with his normal shot he would have scored higher. Now it was necessary to enter the life force liquid, which would transport the hero to the space where he could receive his gift. High-level gifts require notification to a higher authority, a medical team, and also to the funeral service. However, since Jason chose the lowest level, his gift will be completely safe, and they will be able to watch the hero through a monitor. Unlike the main character, everyone else looked at him with admiration, envying his gift of heaven and earth. But Jason didn't care anymore and just wanted to get his martial arts license back. After passing through a special chamber, the main character found himself inside a large glass flask filled with life force liquid. He wondered how many people had swum in it before him, because the water gave off a terrible stench. Everyone stood in silent anticipation, staring intently at the hero, when suddenly the water flashed with a blinding flash of light. Jason felt his body begin to disappear and rematerialize. In an instant, he was transported to a space that looked like an endless desert, where the sky had an abstract shape. Seeing him through the monitor, the other fighters rejoiced, watching his actions with admiration. In his past life, Jason had already been to this place once, but now his feelings were different, which left the hero in a stupor. The caretaker and the fighters did not hear Jason, having only the ability to keep an eye on him and, if necessary, pull him out. The main character remembered how, before the time travel, when he found himself here, a beam of light simply entered him, after which he woke up in reality. Seeing the energy ball starting to form in the sky, Jason wanted the beam to hit him as soon as possible, as there was still a lot to do. However, the protagonist noticed at the last moment that something was wrong and barely managed to jump back, amazed by the size of the huge beam of energy. As the energy began to dissipate, Jason was stunned with horror, not understanding what was happening. Enormous fangs, the size of blades, were arranged in rows inside a huge mouth that emitted the stench of 1,000 corpses. A huge monster, with the paws and head of a dragon, covered in indestructible scales, looked furiously at the main character. In the huge holographic monitor hovering in this space, the puzzled faces of the fighters were visible, looking at the hero in surprise. Seeing how he waved his arms in fear and started shouting something, everyone thought that he was simply greeting them. Running away from the monster as fast as he could, the protagonist tried to shout to the people behind the monitor, not understanding why they weren't doing anything. But the fighters thought he truly deserved the title of master, seeing the kind of somersaults he could perform. Jason's terrifying scream turned into a desperate howl, because he was clearly no match for this monster, but why then wasn't he released? But the caretaker and the others thought that he liked to run, and waited impatiently for the energy to descend upon the hero. Suddenly, a terrible thought pierced Jason's head, making every cell of his body tremble. Judging by their reaction to what was happening, one could conclude that they did not see this monster. An hour later, the monitor ran out of power, and the connection with the main character was completely lost, but he still did not appear. Berkeley, who arrived at that moment, wanted to know why there was such a commotion. Tears streamed from the caretaker's eyes, from a complete lack of understanding of what was happening. Upon hearing that a certain mechanic had been gone for about an hour, Berkeley was shocked, and the workers who came with him discovered a breakdown in the machine. They couldn't understand why the unit's level was switched to the highest. The girl was horrified because she herself had set the lowest level, but now it didn't matter. It turned out that the test machine was unstable and could produce false results, and in addition, there was insufficient energy. Even at lower levels, the test required special preparation, so now everyone was almost certain that Jason was already dead. The caretaker, completely defeated, lowered her head and burst into tears because it was she who sent him there. At this point, the technicians managed to connect the power and start the monitor, which eased the tension a little. For a while, there was only ripples on the screen and everyone looked at it with interest, wanting to know what was happening in space. When they managed to see Jason, the caretaker covered her face with her hands, and the other fighters were confused. The protagonist lay in a pool of his own blood, missing both arms and a leg, and everything around him was covered with traces of a furious battle. Looking at the monster lying beneath him, which was completely unconscious and also bleeding, the hero wanted to kill this creature. Seeing that the guy was alive, Berkeley couldn't believe his eyes, frozen in place in shock. After wiping away her tears and also noticing Jason's body movements, the caretaker fell into a stupor. But immediately coming to her senses, she rushed to the capsule with the liquid, intending to get the main character out of there as quickly as possible. Suddenly she saw the glass flask crack, causing the girl to freeze in place. A few drops of life force water fell on her surprised face, after which the cracks continued to grow. Suddenly the capsule burst and Jason fell out, stunning the caretaker with his sudden appearance. A few seconds before, having finally killed the monster, the protagonist felt himself being enveloped in stinking water again. He was shocked that he was still alive, because in addition to the lost limbs, his entire body was covered with numerous holes. Realizing that he had left the space, Jason was very surprised that he had been transported back into this flask. To his horror, the protagonist noticed another identical monster, which was heading towards him at full speed, as if swimming from afar. Jason closed his eyes and prepared to die, waiting in silence for a while. But nothing happened. Opening his eyes, he saw that the monster had taken the form of energy and was beginning to inhabit his body. After some time, the protagonist again felt his severed limbs. However, he still could not see them. Deciding to check their presence, Jason sharply hit himself in the face with an invisible hand, breaking his nose. Now he already knew that no one saw the high-ranking monster because of a special skill, the stealth attribute. However, the high-ranking energy of the monster entered his body, but the hero's current state would not be able to accept such power. Trying unsuccessfully to stop the constant flow of energy, Jason felt his body being pushed to its limits. At that moment, the flask began to crack, after which it burst with a roar, spitting out the main character. Everyone present was taken aback by his appearance, and Berkeley was completely confused. Falling right on top of the girl, Jason lay sprawled on the floor with her, recovering from what he had experienced. Consciousness was a little clouded, and for the first few seconds, the main character couldn't even open his eyes. But as soon as he felt that his hands were in place, he immediately jumped up in surprise. He discovered with great relief and surprise that his leg was also back in place. Looking at him with an astonished gaze, the caretaker understood that upon returning from space, the body was completely restored. But Jason immediately became furious, because he could have died there. So now he had to be compensated for moral damages. Hearing that he was demanding the main thing, Berkeley approached him, and upon seeing him, Jason immediately fell silent. The hero found out that they were already working on his compensation, and now he needed to go to the minister's office. Berkeley was high on the list of people the protagonist didn't want to see, so Jason had to come up with something. Deciding not to make a fuss, the protagonist hurried to pick up the certificate, citing that he was in a hurry. However, before issuing the certificate, Berkeley wanted to find out what exactly happened to the hero in space. After all, although he passed the test at the lowest level, the machine was faulty, and the actual level turned out to be much higher. But Jason skillfully veered off topic, not wanting to talk to this man and agreeing to a low rank. The protagonist understood perfectly well that now was not the time to get involved with this guy, so he decided to leave as quickly as possible. So now, the first thing he was going to do was pick up his armor and weapons, which were also being tested for rank. The certificate was supposed to take several days to be completed, but in the meantime, after issuing the hero a temporary document and returning his equipment, he was released. The minister, along with his workers, remained near the broken capsule, intending to dispose of it. Having learned the results of the research on the protagonist's equipment, the workers hastened to report this to Berkeley. The sword and armor were almost at maximum rank, and when checking the bracelet, the car completely exploded. Upon hearing about the exploded car, the minister immediately decided to temporarily close all the doors. A little later, having bought some supplies for the trip and flying among the clouds, Jason had the feeling that he was being targeted. Therefore, it was necessary to urgently move on to the next money-making scheme. Hearing his name being called from below, the main character began to shake his head vigorously. He flew to the edge of the barren lands, where ordinary people were forbidden to enter, so the guards immediately reacted to the flying hero. He walked towards them, and at that moment the guards realized that if this turned out to be an illegal martial arts master, they would definitely be finished. To their relief, Jason showed them his temporary certificate, intending to enter the Badlands. Since entry there is prohibited without special permission, the protagonist pretended that he was on a mission, and the team was already waiting for him there. Having learned that he was a member of a trade union, the guards decided to clarify this issue with his superiors. In addition, seeing a huge bag behind Jason, they wanted to examine its contents. In such things, it is best to rely on your connections, so the hero handed them a business card indicating that he was a member of a white trade union. He had an urgent task, and if they wanted to find out something, they could call Layla directly. To make it easier to conduct their affairs, trade unions constantly supply the government with contributions, and especially the white trade union, whose president was on the list of the richest people in the world. So, hearing Layla's name, and seeing that Jason was a member of a white union, the guards decided not to take any chances and let him through. Shouts began to be heard throughout the giant wall that the door needed to be opened. Upon receiving the order, several giant elephant-like creatures began to simultaneously turn the huge shaft. Along with them, several dozen workers also began to unwind the shafts, raising the enormous gates. Walking down the corridor, accompanied by the guards' farewell cries, Jason watched the workers carefully. They, together with the huge animals, turned the shaft with all their might, barely holding the mechanism in place. The protagonist looked at their inhuman labor with a look of complete disdain. The workers' faces showed that they were about to faint. The protagonist knew that these gate pushers were the poorest of the poor on the entire continent. In order to survive and feed their families, these people took on the task of holding the gates to the continent. The greatest group of people who defended the entire continent was actually a bunch of stupid people. Who would have thought that for the sake of themselves and a piece of bread for their families, these fools would one day become victims of a monster attack? They will be the first cannon fodder when the barrier is destroyed, causing the monsters to come in a giant wave. On that day, the barren lands and the continent of kings will become one world, filled with chaos and destruction. However, the main character didn't care about all this, and, taking a deep breath, he went into the open portal. Working hard to make money in large quantities, even at the expense of his enemies, was Jason's goal. Finding himself in the barren lands, he was ready to conquer this place and confidently set out on his journey. Having turned off the portal and closed the gates, the exhausted workers began to rub their backs, exhausted from fatigue. Unexpectedly, they saw dry rations and wads of money scattered everywhere, looking at the find in bewilderment. At this time, the protagonist discovered a hole in his bag, furiously realizing that he had lost his supplies. Thinking about the jerk from the grocery store where the hero was shopping, Jason decided to make him pay tenfold. At that moment, he heard something behind him fall to the ground with a crash, causing the hero to jump in place. It turned out to be a pair of high-ranking dragons intending to devour the main character. Jason was in shock, his eyes wide open at these monsters, and trying to figure out what he needed to do to save himself. But the answer came to him itself, in the form of a giant worm that jumped out from under the ground next to the main character. Having instantly devoured one dragon, a second worm suddenly appeared, having devoured another, and they both glared at Jason. At that very second, a huge dinosaur appeared behind the hero, completely confusing him. Using his newfound stealth ability, Jason became invisible and hid from the monsters. While fleeing, the main character did not understand why they all climbed out, because he had just entered here. 5 years ago, the otherworldly gate first appeared on the continent of kings and stood for a whole year. They were connected to an alien world of demonic monsters with a very low level of intelligence. During that year, the monsters that came devastated and destroyed a fifth of the entire continent. After the gate disappeared, the ruler gathered the strongest people of the time to destroy the monsters. However, the monsters' ability to reproduce and adapt far exceeded human imagination. In the end, the continent's greatest minds came up with a not-so-smart plan to neutralize the monsters. They created an illusory barrier, relying on the low intelligence of the monsters, and lured them into it, calling the place the Barren Lands. But in the near future, monsters will still be able to recognize the illusion, penetrating beyond the barrier. And even a huge wall cannot stop demonic monsters that have the ability to fly and flock together. As far as Jason could remember, the first catastrophe that nearly destroyed humanity had happened right here. However, later a man appeared who saved the situation by taking command of the army. It was the most powerful man on Earth, Emperor Marcus, and in this unusual time, a second otherworldly gate appeared. Thus, in the Barren Lands, a gate appeared connecting with another, highly developed world, the magical continent. It was a mysterious fantasy world of sword and magic that held many dangers and treasures. During those years, the Barren Land was completely transformed, becoming the most prosperous place on the continent. And of course, land prices in this central area connecting two worlds have risen drastically. Jason intended to get this area for himself before all this happened, and the land on which he stood right now was especially valuable, because it was here that the second gate would appear. While the main character was dreaming of becoming one of the 10 richest people, the shadow of the rock hid a monster who decided to hunt the boy. Waiting for the moment to attack, the monster periodically glanced at Jason, looking for a convenient opportunity. Suddenly, the main character disappeared on the spot, leaving the hungry monitor in complete confusion. At that very moment, the hero's blade pierced the body of the crazed monster, pinning it to the ground. Jason knew that before he could become rich, he would have to overcome some difficulties. The ability to hide obtained from the monster of heaven and earth was very convenient, but the effect wore off quite quickly. Suddenly, the main character heard cries for help in a language unusual for this place. It was the language of the magical continent, the portal to which would open much later. A little to the side of Jason, a group of thugs were chasing a little girl who spoke that language. The bandits were shocked by her endurance, barely keeping up with her. They didn't care what country she was from, because any foreign girls were very expensive. Suddenly, she tripped over a rock and fell head over heels to the ground, glaring furiously at her pursuers. Jason watched from the cliff as they called the baby to them, pretending to want to take her to a place where there was a lot of good food. After carefully examining their clothes, the protagonist saw their tattoos, and realized that these were the people of the Red Wolf. They did anything that brought in money, whether it was murder, robbery, kidnapping, or human trafficking. This is a very large and influential criminal organization, among whose members there are even martial arts masters. However, right now, Jason was more interested in this little girl who came from the magical continent. Unexpectedly, she decided to fight back against the scoundrels, preparing to use a spell. Jumping sharply into the air, she instantly found herself in front of the attackers, confusing them. At that moment, her body began to be covered in magical matter and transformed. Having stunned the bandits, she transformed from a little girl into a young lady, looking menacingly at her opponents. The Red Wolf's people did not understand what was happening and simply stared at the heroine, mesmerized. As she began to cast the spell, she assumed a fighting stance, gathering large streams of magical energy around herself. With a sharp release of a magical wave, the girl used the Red Lotus explosion spell. The thugs still stood rooted to the spot, unable to move from surprise. The only effect of her spell was that she returned to her child form, after which there was an awkward pause. Putting on a proud look, as if this was the intention, the heroine cast a furious glance at her enemies. Expecting something more from this unprecedented power, the bandits remained in a stupor for some time, thinking that she was a martial artist who could produce fireworks and become a beauty. They were delighted. Seeing how excited they were about the upcoming sale of this girl, Jason decided to take action. At that moment, one of the thugs started calling his boss, wanting to please him with a valuable find. Landing right behind him, the protagonist grabbed his sword, intending to attack the enemy. With a sharp jerk, he flew headlong towards the bewildered bandit. Having cut off his head and thrown everyone else into confusion, Jason furiously attacked his opponents. Having approached, the protagonist cut through the enemy's weapon and body with one blow of his sword. After which, having walked between all the opponents, he headed towards the girl, leaving behind a mountain of corpses. The last enemy was behind the heroine, and Jason struck him with a lightning-fast swing of his sword. The little girl watched him in surprise and was shocked, not understanding who he was and why he was helping her. However, she was still infinitely grateful for her salvation, looking at the main character with admiration. Suddenly, the blade of his sword rushed towards the girl, poking her in the face and throwing the heroine into a stupor. Because in fact, Jason knew that she was the greatest witch, named Lorenzia. In the protagonist's memory, there were 6 catastrophes on the continent that could have destroyed the entire world. One day, 8 years later, a witch with macaroni hair appeared in the sky above the continent's capital. For the first time, she made Jason experience a feeling of hopelessness that he hated. He could only watch helplessly as she burned the city before his eyes, when suddenly she noticed the hero. Without a second's hesitation, the witch unleashed a huge fiery blast at him, emitting terrifying heat. Jason had already said goodbye to life, but suddenly the fire dissipated without reaching its target. A dark, energetic sphere absorbed all of her flames, neutralizing the witch's attack. For his magnificent appearance, Marcus wanted to receive no less than 20 million from the main character. Jason was completely confused, his eyes widening at his savior. And at that moment, the fear and helplessness of the protagonist was replaced by furious rage and a desire to destroy the enemy. Marcus had to fly from the other side of the world, but it looked like he was still too late. But when he heard that Jason was ready to pay him $1 billion for the head of this scoundrel, the Emperor was amazed. Losing his temper, tears flowed from the hero's eyes, and his gaze, clouded with rage, was directed at the witch. Marcus agreed to the deal, hoping that Jason would not give in to hatred. Furthermore, the Emperor wanted the protagonist to try to stay alive, at least until payment was made. The fire, started by a witch, burned for 3 days and 3 nights, destroying approximately half of the capital. Hundreds of thousands of military soldiers and martial artists died in this battle against the Fire Witch. And although, through joint efforts, victory was achieved, it took years to restore the city to its original state. Moreover, at the time, Jason owned most of the buildings that burned in the fire. And seeing all this hell in real life, the main character was absolutely sure that the end of the world had come. He knew for sure that the culprit of all this was she, the woman with macaroni hair. No matter how many years pass and no matter what happens, Jason will never forget her face. The witch's evil grin, which remained on her face even after death, was clearly imprinted in his mind. And now, glaring furiously at the girl, Jason was 100% sure that this was the same fire witch Lorenzia. The only thing that confused the main character was why she turned out to be a child, apparently about 2 years old. Besides, it was completely unclear what exactly the witch was planning now. To his surprise, she suddenly wanted to become the hero's servant, in gratitude for saving her life. Lorenzia was willing to do his laundry, cook for him, and even scrub Jason's back in the bathroom. She could also change her age and size, demonstrating this ability to the hero by turning into a young girl. Besides all this, she could also burn the corpses of those killed by Jason, who had now become her paladin. Now she saw the main character as a partner, and hoped with all her heart that he would help her. Now her only goal was to leave this world, and when she told Jason about it, she saw complete disdain in his eyes. Confused by his silent and cold gaze, Lorenzia suddenly realized that he didn't seem to understand her words either. She began to scream in her own language in a rage, wondering why these primitive creatures still did not know the magical language. Having calmly listened to her complaints, the protagonist decided to ask in her native dialect whether she had said enough. Looking at her surprised face, Jason found it hard to believe that in front of him was the same witch who had destroyed half of the capital. Hearing her language from his lips, the girl froze, staring at the main character in bewilderment, when suddenly her gaze changed dramatically. Now, seeing that gaze, emitting a sinister aura, as if the devil himself was looking into the soul, Jason was convinced that it was Lorenzia. To her surprise, the protagonist turned around abruptly, letting the witch go her separate ways, as he didn't care about the children. Without asking twice, the little girl turned around and began to run away at great speed. Jason thought that the crazy witch, capable of destroying half the capital, was just trying to throw dust in the eyes with her innocent appearance. The future reward for Lorenzia's head was astronomical, and now the protagonist knew exactly where it was. When he returned to the Union, he planned to keep her under surveillance for several years, and then, at the right moment, capture her. Having run a decent distance, the girl suddenly stopped and began to listen intently. Turning back to the place where her meeting with Jason had taken place, she suddenly heard the loud howl of a demonic wolf, somewhere in the distance. Having caught this monster, the main character decided to make shashlik out of it, singing a joyful song around the fire. Having impaled the wolf meat on a makeshift skewer, Jason placed it over the fire, turning it and seasoning it with aromatic spices. Using an ancient recipe, he began to coat the meat with honey, while Lorenzia watched him closely from behind a rock. Her gaze was firm and she hid in the shadow of the rocks, thinking up a plan of action. Suddenly she felt the hot breath of a huge wolf enveloping her back, preparing to attack the witch. At that very moment, a sword appeared nearby, pinning the monster to the ground, leaving Lorenzia confused. Slowly turning her head, she saw the figure of the protagonist towering over the fresh corpse of a wolf, causing her hair to stand on end. Jason looked at the girl with a cold gaze and wanted her to get out of here at any second. At that very moment, with a sharp jerk, Lorenzia began to run away again at incredible speed. Having looked after her and made sure that she had disappeared into the distance, the protagonist hurried back to cooking, because there was twice as much meat. After cooking both wolves, Jason decided to let them sit for 30 seconds to allow the fat to penetrate deep into the meat. Returning behind the rock, Lorenzia watched as the protagonist soaked one wolf in fat and another in meat. At that moment, another wolf also decided to hunt, sneaking up on the unsuspecting baby. Noticing his presence at the last moment, the girl again heard the blade of the sword pierce the monster's flesh. Slowly raising her head, she saw Jason's puzzled face above her, having saved her life again. His desire remained the same, for her to leave this area immediately. But this time, before he could even finish speaking, Lorenzia had already started running as fast as she could. After a while, she again watched as the hero juggled 3 wolf carcasses over the fire, and at that time, another predator approached her. This time, she wasn't even surprised to realize that she was in danger again. But Jason came to the rescue at the last moment. The protagonist was already starting to get annoyed by her periodic returns, which was written on the pulsating veins on his face. After a little more time, the hero's dinner already consisted of 16 wolves, and Lorenzia was tired of counting the kilometers covered. After half an hour, the stubborn witch quietly crept up to the rock, and another beast quietly crept behind her. Suddenly she stopped abruptly, began to listen and realized that she was being followed again. But this time, it turned out to be a harmless cat, and instead of killing it, Jason grabbed Lorenzia by the scruff of the neck, deciding that he had had enough. If this continues, all the wolves in these lands will die out, so Jason wanted to know the reason for her return. The hero even had the thought that the witch wanted to die at his hands. but the little girl only bit her lip, as if trying to say something. Crying from her weakness and helplessness, she admitted with tears in her eyes that she was very hungry. Realizing that she wouldn't leave him alone, Jason glared at her for a few seconds before agreeing to feed her. Sitting by the fire, the hungry witch began to devour the roasted carcass of the wolf whole, like a bun with jam. First of all, Jason wanted to get her to talk and find out how many people came with her. Unexpectedly, the piece of wolf meat landed in the wrong place, and the witch choked badly, starting to cough loudly. Deciding that she should not die prematurely, the protagonist patted the baby on the back, bringing her back to her senses. It turned out that she was still a student at the School of Magic, and recently, while practicing on the fire platform, clots of energy appeared in front of her. They formed a kind of formation, and Lorenzia became curious about what was inside it. But as soon as she crossed the energy boundary, the spell disappeared, and the heroine found herself in a strange cave. In front of her was a crowd of uncomfortable-looking slaves who looked at the guest with interest. The not very friendly man, when he saw the girl, screamed and tried to grab her, but Lorenzia managed to escape. After running a long way, she finally found herself on this earth, exhausted from fatigue. Out of the corner of her eye, the heroine saw a man giving orders to the bandits, and a snake wrapped around his neck. Having realized what kind of person he was, the protagonist also discovered that Lorenzia came into this world alone. As Jason continued his evening dinner, he wondered what the heroine's plans were next. Lorenzia was sure that the protagonist must have a way to return her to his world. However, if Jason understood everything correctly, then she would not be able to return. After these words, the little girl's face was filled with hopeless horror, and her eyes were filled with despair. But quickly pulling herself together, Lorenzia was confident that if she studied magic diligently, she would definitely find a way to return home. Having decided to follow the hero, Jason demanded payment for the escort, because every life costs money. The little girl understood that she had no money, but there was another way out, and there were no other options left. Having transformed into a girl, she offered her body as payment for the protagonist's lovemaking. Jason was taken aback by such a proposal, not understanding what was going on in her head, and immediately refused. However, she really had no money, and, apart from herself, Lorenzia had nothing else to offer the hero. Looking at her with genuine sympathy, Jason was surprised at how pathetic she turned out to be. Therefore, he came up with another plan, and after some time, the Red Wolf bandits recruited into their camp, seeing many remaining wolves. There was not a soul around, and the thugs decided that the scoundrels had run away, but they left behind a nice present. It turned out to be Lorenzia, tied to a post, and the leader of the gang hastened to inform the master about the find. The man with the snake around his neck was happy with this news, realizing that even though a reward had been appointed for him, the trade unions had to take him into account. It was the master of the 14th Red Wolf Hall, named Han, who was happily looking at the captured victim. The little girl, tied to the table, had tears streaming from her eyes and a muffled scream was coming from her taped mouth. The bandits took dozens of people with them, and monsters inhabited the entire land, so Khan understood that the killer of his people would not escape. The master wondered how the little girl felt, realizing that she had simply been abandoned to her fate. He partly understood her feelings, because he himself had experienced something similar. So many years ago, the harsh reality of this world had shaken his childish mind. As they followed him, the thugs whispered to each other, unsure whether to tell Khan that she didn't understand human language. Moreover, having found several kebabs in the hero's camp, they still recalled with pleasure their incredible taste. And now, pursuing the fugitives, the bandits even thought they could still smell the meat. When suddenly, from behind the rocks, a shashlik actually flew out. Looking at him, one of the bandits thought he was seeing things and pointed him out to everyone else. However, his partners were more confused by the huge flock of monsters running after the fragrant delicacy. Khan was confused, not understanding how they ended up here, because the area of activity of these monsters was very far away. At that moment, the shashlik reached its target, landing gently in the arms of the stunned thug. At that moment, his nose and the noses of the people standing nearby were pierced by the magnificent aroma of a fried crust, incredibly juicy meat. Following the shashlik, the bandits were overtaken by an army of hungry monsters, who began to furiously attack the gang. Then Khan gave the order to stop panicking, and for everyone to start shooting with a crossbow, aiming at the eyes of their opponents. The bandits grouped together, formed rows, and launched a barrage of projectiles at the monsters. Most of the monsters lost their sight and began to scream in pain, going on a rampage. Some of them fell to the ground, and the thugs immediately received orders to pierce their heads. At that moment, the main character rushed past the bandits, striking several opponents with his sword. Not understanding what had just happened, Hans suddenly jumped to the side, dodging the monster's attack. He was furious that these monsters dared to cause trouble on his territory. Writhing around his neck, the snake suddenly jumped onto the monster's paw, biting him, after which he immediately fell to the ground dead. His subordinates were amazed by the strength of the snake, which could kill anyone in a second with its venom. Suddenly, a hole shaped like a sword blade appeared in the body of the bandit who was holding Lorenzia. Having approached him using stealth, Jason began to gradually materialize behind the defeated enemy. Without hesitation, the main character immediately flew towards Khan, who, along with his snake, looked at him in bewilderment. A moment before the blow, the enemy realized where Jason's sword was aimed, after which he sharply pulled back the snake. But it was already too late, and the snake's head flew before the eyes of the frightened Khan. Jason was quite glad that the $6 million reward for the bastard's head was now his. In front of the astonished bandits, the main character began to photograph Khan's corpse as proof of his murder. Lorenzia could now confidently consider that she had paid for her dinner in full. Taking the snake's head for himself, Jason decided to pay off the rest of the baby's debt later. But today, an extra dinner awaits her, after which the heroes hasten to escape, leaving the bandits to be eaten by the monsters. Having found a place among the rocks, Jason and Lorenzia set up a new camp there, and the protagonist began to cook soup. The little girl was uneasy about the situation around her, but Jason was calm, because he had created a barrier of 5 elements that hid their presence. But it turned out that the real reason for Lorenzia's wariness was the hero's tonic soup, in which the remains of monsters were floating. The ingredients in it, especially the head of a poisonous snake, belong to monsters that will become extinct in the future. Besides, every martial artist dreams of food like this, so this was an opportunity they couldn't pass up. An hour later, writhing on the ground, Lorenzia thought they might have food poisoning. Having transformed into a girl, she was exhausted from the intense heat, trying with difficulty to even out her breathing. The protagonist did not expect that there would be so much energy from the sky and earth, which caused such heat. Feeling his muscles growing in size, Jason knew he just needed to be patient for a little while. First of all, to facilitate the process of strengthening, it was necessary to monitor your internal breathing. However, the heat became stronger, and the girl could hardly stand it. Holding back her movements, the hero understood that if she continued to writhe like this, she would definitely go crazy. In a past life, before humans discovered this way to quickly absorb the energy of heaven and earth, this place was destroyed by monsters. Suddenly, Lorenzia wrapped her legs around Jason, and he remembered that in her world, energy absorption was not possible either. The protagonist understood that if her convulsions continued, it could end fatally. Jason touched her face and jerked his hand away, thinking that she might catch fire. However, the hero couldn't let her die until he received the bounty on her head, so he decided to teach her a special technique. Having started to explain the essence of the technique to her, in order to facilitate the process, Jason barely managed to dodge the column of flame coming from her mouth. The next morning, the protagonist lay on the ground, glad that he had managed to cope. He was able to double his strength, however. His physical body was not yet strong compared to Lorenzia. By creating a giant ball of fire, the heroine felt that her abilities had increased tenfold. With a sharp wave of her arms, she sent the ball flying into the nearby rocks, shattering them into pieces. Jason wasn't too happy about it, because at this rate, the Red Wolf's people would be able to find them. Having returned to her child form, the witch looked at the protagonist's map, not understanding what the circles drawn in different places meant. These turned out to be places of treasure, for the barren land was full of possibilities. All sorts of alien creatures, plants, and minerals, as well as unclaimed treasures and valuables lived here. Having decided to take Lorenzia on a treasure hunt, Jason was confident that, with or without money, she would definitely return home by the new year. Suddenly, the hero received a call on his cell phone, which irritated him greatly, as he was currently very busy. To his surprise, it turned out to be Layla, who was sure that he would contact her first. Then the main character became interested in how the work on the contract was progressing, and whether everything was ready yet. Hearing her displeasure that he didn't even say hello, Jason decided to hang up. But he suddenly changed his mind when he heard that Layla had discussed the contract with the president, and there were no problems. However, the hero had to pass a test by fighting a martial arts master from a white union to prove his professional suitability. Then Jason wanted to know what they would do if he failed the test. Would they just kick him out? It turned out that in this case, they would not object to only some changes in the contract. The protagonist realized that they simply wanted to lower the price and agreed to take the test, with a small condition. When Layla heard that if he won, he would double his signing bonus, she was confused. Watching the masters destroy the training ground in a frantic fight, she found the hero's request quite funny. The treasure hunt was postponed for a while, and after finishing the conversation, Jason and Lorenzia went to the White Union. Returning to the city, the girl was hungry, and the heroes found a pastry shop on one of the streets. Having bought all the sweets in it, Jason loaded them onto himself, placing the little girl on top, and began to gobble them up together with her. The little girl was curious about where exactly they were going, but all she heard in response was that they were going to earn money. As she approached the White Union building, Lorenzia hoped that she would soon be able to taste some more roasted wolves. After passing the security post and finding themselves inside the headquarters, the heroes headed to the elevators to go up to the 10th floor. At the top, Layla was already waiting for them, accompanied by a sullen martial arts master with long blue hair. On her way to her, Lorenzia learned from Jason that this was the very girl who would give them money. The little girl looked coldly at her new acquaintance, and she really didn't like her overly convex forms. But the main character was confident that after training, Lorenzia would be in no worse shape. Meanwhile, Layla became curious about the cute child who was accompanying the young master. Jason introduced the heroine as a half-sister whom he could sell to Layla for cheap. The girl was stunned by this statement, digesting the information she had heard. But it was just a joke, and while chewing the candy, the main character intended to move on directly to the test. However, before they begin, the president of the White Union would like to speak with Jason personally. The protagonist was well aware that the leader was the 7th richest man on the continent, named Marshall. But beyond that, the president was the first martial arts genius to see the light. Entering his office, where the marshal had just finished sweeping the floor, a short old man with a shaking, thin body appeared before the heroes. Delighted by the appearance of the guests, he hastened to shake hands with the dear new recruit. With a practically toothless smile, he was very happy to see Jason, because he had already heard so much about him. The protagonist, in turn, was also glad that he met Master Marshall at the dawn of his life. The president was shocked that such a young guy could already defeat 2 guardians of the Black Union. In addition, he already knew that Jason had put forward new demands for the contract and wanted to receive double payment if he won. Seeing the joy in the old man's eyes, the protagonist also smiled heartily, hoping that he would agree to his request. However, it depended on whether Jason was worth the price, and after that, the good-natured grandfather's gaze was replaced by the gaze of death itself. Amazed by the strength of his aura, the protagonist wondered if the old man wanted to test him. After this, the president suddenly rose into the air, releasing a pulse of terrifying energy from himself. Considering the terms of the contract and the fact that the hero wanted to double them, the old man was furious, thinking that the boy simply wanted to profit from others. A blast of Marshall's energy crushed Jason's body, who considered the old man a real monster. In a past life, pressure of such force would have scared the protagonist to death, but not this time. Knowing many techniques to counter such waves, Jason simply straightened up and smiled at Marshall. Noticing this, the president fell into a stupor, staring at the protagonist in bewilderment. Layla was also surprised, because she very rarely saw such interest in her father's gaze. Unexpectedly, Marshall decided that Layla would need to renegotiate the contract with the young master, as he was not satisfied with the previous one. The girl was stunned by the master's sudden proposal and was confused. The old man decided to raise the stakes and offer the hero to pass 3 tests for $300 million. Upon hearing the amount, Jason was stunned, considering the president a very interesting person, and agreed to the offer. If he wins once, he can sign a contract. If twice, he will receive a 4-fold bonus, and for 3 victories, $300 million. The master accompanying Layla thought that perhaps her father really was starting to age in mind. After all, he was over 100 years old. However, the girl knew for sure that the president's opinion could be trusted unquestioningly. Having given the order to rewrite the contract, Layla decided to accompany the protagonist to the testing site. Following her, Jason discovered that the White Union had many different programs and techniques to empower the masters. The heroes passed by giant flasks of true energy liquid, amazed that they could even obtain such a rarity. Observing the surroundings and the high-level equipment, Jason was no longer surprised by the rapid growth of this union. Standing on the other side of the glass walls, the union foreman looked in surprise at the newcomer, about whom they had already heard a lot. Having also noticed a little girl with him, the masters thought that he was probably using some kind of paired technique. After passing through the corridor, the heroes entered a giant arena, which also served as a testing ground. Numerous spells were installed around the perimeter to protect against various damages. In addition, one of the spells allowed the environment to change to different locations, testing the adaptability of the masters. Jason noted that a great many people came to view his test, but Layla didn't think this was anything surprising, since such testing for a newbie was a great rarity. The masters looked at the hero with interest, being aware of his conditions and the fact that he had decided to double them. The captain of the 3rd White Union team, named Alex, looked down on the arrogant newcomer. Standing aside from him were the girls from the Union, who were impressed by Jason's beauty. Alex knew that there had been scammers before who weren't afraid of death, but in the end they were still killed and thrown away. At this time, Layla showed the protagonist combat suits that could withstand a certain amount of lethal damage. However, Jason found changing clothes too much of a hassle and decided to stay as he was, wondering who his opponent would be. At that very second, the protagonist's opponent approached him, accompanied by the marshal. It was a member of the 1st White Union team, named Rick, who wanted to punish the insolent man for his pride. Jason stared at him in confusion, firmly convinced that his opponent's face looked familiar. He remembered that this Rick was currently a very talented newcomer, who would become an outstanding master in the future. The enemy was a little disappointed to see the hero, as he had expected to meet someone more powerful since he dared to ask for such conditions. Rick was sure that the arrogant boy wouldn't be able to break his finger even with both hands. To this, the main character put his hands out, wanting to test the theory, and if he could do it, he would call Rick a puppy. The master was furious at such impudence, but the marshal calmed him down, as there was no time for arguments now. Humiliated, Rick decided to punish the insolent man in a duel, and Layla had a hard time suppressing a laugh. Master Marshal would have been very grateful to Jason if he hadn't provoked the fighters too much. Taking a deep breath and smiling, the protagonist simply spread his hands, realizing that he hadn't started this. Seeing the fighters enter the arena, Alex and his team began to watch Jason closely. To keep things fair, the protagonist was allowed to use his own weapon or a Union weapon of the same class. Rick's weapon was a composite fighting flail, with which he intended to drive Jason into deep despair. Having not received an answer from the protagonist, Layla suddenly saw him take out a sword. She had already watched videos of his fights, and knew that this sword was a high-quality weapon. Suddenly, Jason handed the sword to Lorenzia to wait for him on the side. Completely confused by his actions, the girl did not understand what kind of weapon he wanted. However, as Jason raised his hands and began to flex his fingers, he was sure that his fists would be enough. The marshal watched him with interest, and the smile never left the old man's face. After all, the main character reminded the president of himself when he was young and in the prime of his life. Before the battle began, the spell changed the location to a random one, and the heroes found themselves in a dense forest. Alex's team members were curious to see how long the newcomer could last in this fight. The captain had already seen that video of his battle, and understood that his sword was a high-level artifact. So now, seeing how the hero had abandoned him, Alex was amazed at his arrogance. Rick's strength was among the top 3 recruits, and he was also capable of killing dozens of low-level monsters. From all this, the captain came to a conclusion in which he was absolutely sure that this battle would end very quickly. Rick grabbed his flail and began to rush around at great speed, distracting the hero. Jason was puzzled by his actions, because he was absolutely sure that the enemy would immediately launch a frontal attack. But instead, the master began jumping in different directions at supersonic speed, showering Jason with insults. He intended to break all his bones, forcing the protagonist to beg for mercy on his knees. His movements became faster until he became blurry, practically invisible. The masters watching the fight from the stands were dizzy from such speed. Alex knew that the more Rick moved, the faster he became, thanks to his wind attribute. To defeat him, he needed to make a move before Master Rick accelerated, but it was too late now. There was no more intrigue in this boring fight, so, to the grins of his men, he decided to leave the stands. They were impressed by their captain's insight and looked after him with admiration. But this was not surprising, because with such speed, even experienced craftsmen would have had a hard time coping, not to mention a beginner. Suddenly, Rick decided to attack, and at that moment something happened that shocked everyone. With one blow of his fist, Jason smashed his opponent's head into the ground, leaving a large crater underneath. Losing consciousness from the pain, Rick wondered how this guy was able to counterattack him at such speed. But the main character only smiled, impatiently awaiting the next opponent. Layla was shocked by this turn of events, and Master Marshal's eyes sparkled even brighter. After the fight, the medical team, led by Layla, immediately went to the loser. Returning to the stands, Jason saw Captain Alex's figure at the other end of the corridor, who was just about to leave. Suddenly the captain heard the loud cry of the marshal, joyfully calling him to him. Turning to the president, he suddenly saw medical workers carrying the injured man. Master Marshal decided that the 3rd team captain would be the next opponent. Confused, Alex didn't understand why he should fight Rick. But suddenly his gaze fell on the stretcher. Seeing the defeated master on them, he was shocked and felt goosebumps run down his body. At that moment, seeing the main character, Layla decided to find out if he was injured. But Jason just chuckled, because it was only his fist that hurt, since he had overdone it a bit. As the hero looked at the approaching opponent, Marshall unexpectedly thanked him for that fight. Before the impact, most of the energy was instantly dissipated. Otherwise, Rick would have died from such a blow to the head. But Jason pretended that he was hitting with full force, and if the enemy had attacked immediately, it would have been difficult for the hero to win. Looking at him carefully, Master Marshall realized that the protagonist's martial art was called the Heavenly Fist style. Jason was shocked by the old man's insight and looked at him in horror. The Marshal had already been fortunate enough to see this blow in his youth, and he never thought that he would see it again in his lifetime. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist laughed, because this Heavenly Fist was in one patriotic opera, which made the old man laugh. At that moment, Layla was watching them, when suddenly Alex approached her, happy about the long-awaited meeting. The girl hoped that the captain of the third team would hold back in a test match with a newcomer. However, in Alex's opinion, this was just a $60 million recruit, so he didn't need to go all out. The commander proudly noted that in the end he himself signed a contract for $80 million, having passed the same test for newcomers. Hearing his opinion that Jason's contract was worth $60 million, Layla was a little surprised. As Alex approached the hero, tension was palpable in the air, and Marshall hastened to introduce the opponents to each other. Smiling and extending his hand to the newcomer, Alex was happy to welcome Jason and hoped to see him on his team after the test. But the main character was not interested in this, and did not react in any way, leaving the commander confused. At that moment, a strong thirst for blood broke through the mask of goodwill on Alex's face. It was the murderous intent that had been locked onto Jason since he appeared. Having heard the accusation directed at him, Alex really did not want to let the hero go alive, and now he became furious. However, he immediately put on a good-natured face again, deciding that the $60 million newcomer was overestimating himself. After all, before him was the older generation, which signed a contract for $80 million. Realizing that excessive insolence could backfire on Jason, Alex, confident in his strength, went to the arena. Suddenly, the commander heard Layla remind the hero that for winning this battle, he would receive $120 million. Taken aback, he suddenly heard again that for winning the third fight, Jason would receive $300 million. Alex stumbled in surprise, falling on all fours and looked at Jason in horror, not believing what he heard. The spectators were stunned by the commander's appearance in the arena, as it was just a rookie test. This time, the main character decided to use his own weapon in battle again. He knew very well that a martial artist who could become a commander was 1 in a million. At this point, Layla decided to clarify whether Alex would use a weapon or prefer to fight with his fists. But suddenly the commander shouted loudly, calling for a large sword and a large shield. At that moment, 2 members of his team jumped out of the stands and rushed into the arena. Landing in front of their commander, they looked menacingly at the enemy, a grin twisted on their faces. Jason looked at them in bewilderment, not understanding what these 2 were doing here, since they were about to have a duel. Suddenly, the bodies of all 3 masters began to transform and change their appearance. When they completed the transformation, Jason's eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. Alex transformed into a giant humanoid wolf, growing in size and covered in indestructible armor. One of his team members became a huge shield covered in cracked glass, with his face in the center. Another member of his team became a giant living sword that was wrapped in a powerful, crushing aura. Taking them in his hands, the armored wolf Alex decided to use them as his weapon in this battle. The protagonist screamed in rage, as using 2 martial artists in battle was a gross deception. However, this shield and sword were Alex's main weapons, and if he uses them in this form, it is no longer considered cheating. Hearing these words from Marshall, Jason looked at him in bewilderment, unable to dispute what was said in any way. The commander was confident that controlling 2 masters of transformation at once was already a sign of strength, and that he had no equal anywhere. Layla knew that a martial artist using another martial artist as a weapon could create a powerful energy pressure, but Alex used 2 masters, doubling the pressure, which was the commander's unique ability. But Jason still considered it a deception, and in a rage began to call for Lorenzia to come to him. In his anger, he forgot himself and began shouting at her in human language, so she did not react at all. Then he shouted in a language she understood, and she immediately rushed to the hero's aid, sword at the ready. The spectators thought it was normal that he didn't dare fight with his bare hands, since his opponent was the commander. However, what they saw next left everyone watching completely confused. Even the marshal gaped in surprise, staring at the main character in bewilderment. Layla and Alex also watched what he was doing, not understanding what was going on in Jason's head. In one hand, the hero took his sword, pointing the blade to the side and preparing to attack. In his other hand, he held by the scruff of the neck a little girl who accompanied him all the time. Lorenzia also did not understand what he had in mind, and Jason furiously shouted to his opponent that he was ready to begin the fight. The protagonist thought that since the commander could use other masters, then he could take advantage of it too. By lifting the girl to his head and whispering in her ear, Jason made it clear that she could roast and eat this wolf. At that moment, a loud roar of laughter pierced the air, coming from Alex's direction. The commander thought that if they wanted to die together, then he had nothing against it. Just in case, Jason decided to check with the president if he could use the baby. The only condition was to hold the weapon in your hand, since it cannot attack on its own. But otherwise there were no problems. Once everyone had come to an agreement, the duel began, and the heroes were transported to a random location, which this time turned out to be a desert. Making a lightning-fast dash and furiously rushing towards the enemy, the armored wolf Alex hoped that he would not blame him for his death. Then, placing Lorenzia in front of him, the protagonist fearlessly rushed into the attack. Knowing she was just a child, viewers were shocked by Jason's incredible cruelty. The heroes clashed in a furious battle, exchanging hundreds of blows every minute. Layla couldn't believe that the hero and his half-sister worked so well together, not inferior to Commander Alex's trio. Alex and the others had a wealth of combat experience, and their lives had been on the line more than once to achieve such perfect compatibility. Looking at the main character, Marshall was amazed at how truly ruthless a person he was. Every move he made was precise, with the goal of inflicting fatal damage on the enemy. The Marshal saw that Jason was truly willing to sacrifice his life, and was surprised at how great his resentment and hatred were. At that moment, Alex attacked the hero with a sword, but the protagonist put the baby out, forcing the enemy to deflect his blow. Regrouping, Jason swung his sword sharply, intending to deliver a powerful stabbing blow. But the blade of his sword hit the shield that the commander was using to cover himself, leaving a deep cut on it. After that, Alex counterattacked the enemy with a lightning-fast sword, but Jason managed to dodge, dashing back. The armored wolf made a sharp lunge, attacking the enemy, but the protagonist again skillfully covered himself with Lorenzia. Alex was furious that this bastard was actually using people as a shield, but when Jason struck his shield with his sword in response, it was like a bastard talking. Continuing the fight, the hero thought that Alex's name was familiar to him, as if he had heard it somewhere in a past life. After the otherworldly gates opened, many craftsmen were killed or maimed, but this guy was fired from the Union in disgrace. The reason was that on the way to his mission, he visited a brothel. Later, even more bad habits of this pervert came to light. This includes drawing obscene photographs of women from his union, and even little girls. So now, the protagonist watched ironically as Alex stopped his furious attacks when he put the girl out. The battle dragged on, and the master, who was a shield in the hands of the armored wolf, understood that the time for his transformation was running out. The swordmaster also understood this and screamed in rage, because it was necessary to finally chop down this little one, and then cut down the insolent fellow. But the commander considered this nonsense, because if they were to kill an innocent child now, how could they then call themselves noble masters? Hearing these words, the shield in his hand began to shed tears, realizing that they really couldn't harm her. Sword also cried, realizing his mistake and considering it a great honor to follow such a commander. The protagonist was confused, not understanding why Alex had not said such words before. At that moment, holding his shield in front of his opponent, the commander made a lightning-fast dash. Leaving the shield in front of Jason, he abruptly moved behind the hero, swinging his sword to attack. At that very moment, the sword in his hand transformed into a master, taking the protagonist by surprise and snatching Lorenzia from his hands. Taking advantage of Jason's confusion, the armored wolf swung his fist at his opponent at high speed. While the master who grabbed the girl flew away, the main character received a crushing blow to his body. The energy pulse caused by the attack sent the hero flying and slamming him into the wall of the stands. Layla was shocked by the force of the attack, and Marshall calmly watched what would happen next. Grabbing the shield, Alex raised it victoriously, astonishing the audience with its magnificence. Using the abilities of the transformed martial artist, he managed to take his opponent hostage. Looking at the hole that had formed in the wall, Alex wondered if this blow had been enough for him. The protagonist remained on his feet, his head down, catching his breath from the sudden attack. The master, who was a sword, was very glad that the child was in perfect order. However, Alex ordered him not to move, because the weapon could not move on its own until the fight was over. At that moment, Jason had an idea, and without wasting any time, he rushed furiously towards his opponent. He dealt a crushing blow with his sword to the armored wolf, but the enemy was able to cover himself with his shield. The hero didn't understand Did they really think that stealing a child in broad daylight was legal? Taking numerous blows on himself, the Shield Master understood that he would not last long. Then, the armored wolf Alex gave the order to the Master to take away the main character's weapon. At that moment, Jason was flying towards the enemy again, swinging his sword and aiming at the shield. But unexpectedly, the enemy threw a shield at him, which transformed into a master and snatched the sword from his hands. Not wanting to miss the moment, Alex rushed towards the disarmed enemy, swinging his clawed paw for an attack. He aimed a crushing fist of incredible power at the hero, but Jason was able to block the blow. However, the main character flew to the side, in the direction of the shield master who stole the sword. Having reached his goal, he used the master's face as a support, pushing off from it with his foot. With a sharp jerk, Jason headed towards the other master, who was currently holding Lorenzia. The enemy, unable to move, could only watch helplessly as the protagonist caught up with him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jason, with all his might, launched his knee into the enemy's nose on the fly. At that moment, an armored wolf appeared right above him, coming to the aid of its guns. He clasped his hands and sent a meteor-like strike straight at the protagonist, but Jason was able to dodge it. In addition, the hero redirected the enemy's attack at the helpless master, who took the full brunt of Alex's blow. Enraged by such meanness, Alex kicked Jason away, stomping a little more on the master who was screaming in pain. Layla was confused by what was happening, and Marshall was delighted with the protagonist's actions. After all, his greatest strength was not in the physical weapon he held in his hand. But using the rules of combat, he tactfully directed his blows at Alex's weapons, which were highly mobile combat masters. It was a brilliant tactic, and now the protagonist once again found himself next to the helpless master. Jason suddenly appeared above him and began to shower the master with a hail of deadly blows from his fists. He understood that this might be very mean of him, but the hero really liked it. The commander screamed in horror, rushing with lightning speed to help his shield. Throwing Jason aside, he wanted to find out if everything was okay with the master, but the hero had already moved on to the next one. Seeing the main character rapidly approaching him, the swordmaster understood that he could not withstand it. Enraged by his actions, Alex wanted the masters to pull themselves together, and with their combined efforts, cut him down. At that moment, the master's sword, who had been lying motionless until then, threw the girl away and began to transform. Turning into a sword, he headed straight for his opponent, spinning to cut him into pieces. The audience did not understand what was happening, looking at the actions of Alex's trio in bewilderment. Layla was also completely confused, and Marshall became serious and looked intently at the commander. Jason dodged the blade, and then the weapon headed towards its owner. Getting ready to catch the sword, Alex decided to block the enemy's movements first. To do this, he threw a huge shield at him, but Jason was able to easily dodge it. But suddenly, the shield turned into living shackles that wrapped around the main character, shackling him. Realizing that he had nowhere to go now, Alex made a sharp dash and was already swinging his sword to attack. But Jason was calm, because since the weapon attacked on its own, it was a violation and an automatic loss. The spectators were amazed, wondering how the commander, fighting at full strength, managed to lose. Alex began to hear ridicule directed at him from everywhere, so eventually, 3 masters had to attack one newcomer at the same time. Jason knew that if he completed the attack, he would be condemned. But suddenly he heard the whisper of the sword, asking the commander to act. Thinking that only the grave could straighten out a hunchback, the protagonist gave the order to Lorenzia to begin the attack. The audience was shocked, not understanding what this little girl could do to such a big guy. But at that moment, something happened that left even Marshall completely confused. Transforming into a young girl, she rose into the air and created a giant ball of fire. Seeing her unleashing colossal firepower on the enemy, people thought she had 2 attributes. Alex was so taken aback that he didn't even have time to understand anything, and took on the incredible power of Lorenzia's crushing, explosive attack. A powerful blast wave passed through the stands, hitting the main character among others. Looking at the aftermath of the explosion in amazement, Layla hoped that Alex would survive after this. While Jason was indignant that she had also hurt him, the Shield Master rushed to help his commander. Maddened by anger and shameful defeat, Alex went berserk and wanted to personally finish off the main character. Using his sword, he moved in sharply and attacked Jason with a powerful lunge for underestimating them. At that very second, his blow stopped, and Lorenzia looked at the main character in bewilderment. Layla froze in place and gaped in surprise at what was happening. All the spectators froze from the suddenness of the moment and looked at the arena in shock. The armored wolf's furious gaze was replaced by the look of a cowardly little dog. The blade of his sword hit his opponent's index finger, causing it to crack. It was Marshall who was enraged by Alex's vile intentions to kill Jason. Wanting to cool his ardor, the president snapped his finger and threw the commander several dozen meters to the side. The shockwave caused by his click was significantly stronger than the one from Lorenzia's attack. She walked across the entire territory of the Union, enveloping everyone in terrifying energy, and rushed into the sky with lightning speed. Having crashed into the wall, Alex was completely defeated, instantly incapacitated. He immediately lost consciousness, causing his transformation to dissipate, and his battered appearance to be revealed to everyone. The Marshal was very surprised by this battle, truly impressed by the strength of the protagonist. The next fight was for $300 million, and the president was wondering if Jason wanted to take a break. But it depended on who the next opponent would be. However, now the hero wanted a one-on-one duel. The president smiled mysteriously, making Jason even more curious about who his opponent would be now. Unexpectedly, the Marshal took off his cloak, revealing his aged, shaking torso, and decided to be his next opponent. Moreover, he agreed that the third captain had played dirty, and therefore, the Marshal intended to punish him appropriately. The spectators looked at the competitors in bewilderment, not believing that the newcomer's opponent would actually be the president. But Marshall was already eager to begin Jason's $300 million test. Hearing about $300 million, the protagonist's eyes lit up, but suddenly he felt a small hand pulling at his cape. Lorenzia looked at him with horror, not understanding whether he was really going to fight again. He was more or less injured during the battle and had used up enough energy, so he decided that she was worried about him. For the future witch killer, this was somehow strange, and Jason thought that maybe she really would become different. However, the hungry girl was only perplexed. Where was the roast wolf that she had been promised? Seeing him throw the heroine aside, Marshall was extremely puzzled. But having perked up, the old man suddenly turned into a giant mountain of muscles, radiating a murderous aura. It had been a long time since he had met such an opponent, and now he was very nervous. But Jason decided to abstain. Hearing the refusal to fight, the president looked at the protagonist in confusion. Layla, who was standing nearby, was also confused, staring at her father. But Jason was fed up with their bullying. First 3 against 1, now the fight against the president of the White Union. If they don't give him a $120 million payday now, he'll immediately go to another union. Then the Marshal decided to offer him to hold out for 5 minutes, but the hero's whole body was already aching. Returning to his old age, the president made a lightning-fast dash towards Jason, refusing to give up. He decided to give him another $100 million if the hero could stay on his feet in 3 minutes. However, Jason only had 1 life. Wanting to put an end to this public disgrace as quickly as possible, Layla grabbed her father and forcibly dragged him away from the main character. 10 minutes later, Jason arrived at the president's office with Lorenzia, who was greedily devouring fried wolf legs. A prepared contract with the hero for the sum of $120 million was already lying on the table. Marshall offered a sincere apology to Jason for his behavior in the training arena. Amid the baby's chomping sounds, the main character pretended that he no longer remembered what exactly had happened. It was time to start signing the contract, after which the main character would become the official combat master of the White Union. Layla didn't know which team Jason would want to join, but the first one was the best of them all. However, remembering how one of the teams had recently almost cut him in half, the hero did not want to join anything. And although Layla thought it was an accident, other teams had strict discipline and a complete absence of infighting. But they were exactly what Jason needed, believing that competition was an opportunity for development. Then the president and his daughter were confused, not understanding what he meant. Deciding to drop a hint from afar, Jason reminded them that their union was currently in dire need of captains. Thinking that he was aiming for Alex's place, Marshall understood that even though the commander had fought unfairly, this was not a reason to fire him. At this point, Jason laughed, because they had misunderstood him, and he did not mean replacing the captain. Instead, the protagonist proposed creating a new, 7th team of the White Union. This idea didn't seem very good to them, because a team would need more people, and it wouldn't be possible to create one with just one person. But Jason already had Lorenzia, who could also join the union, on the same terms as he. But even so, Marshall understood that creating new teams required a labor-intensive process, and could not simply be done. Suddenly, a man from the union burst into the president's office, bringing terrible news. On the eastern side, there were monsters of a new, previously unseen kind, devastating everything around. In addition, there was a video recording of the battle with these monsters, which Marshall and Layla immediately began to watch. Large green bubbles with faces swallowed up helpless guards and terrified the people around them. The official gave a reward of $1 billion. But now, all the captains of the White Union were on missions, and the third commander was incapacitated. So, pointing his finger at Jason, the president immediately gave the order to the captain of the 7th team to begin carrying out the mission. The protagonist was taken aback by the unexpected task of suddenly receiving the task of maintaining peace on the continent and destroying new monsters. Martial arts experts from other unions were already present at the scene, so the actual situation was not as dire. In the event of danger, the White Union immediately mobilizes other team members to provide support. Layla took the protagonist and the baby on a car ride to the White Union. There were weapons of all classes and otherworldly items obtained during the completion of quests. Besides the usual swords and spears, there were also specific weapons and other equipment. If Captain Jason needs something special, he can ask the blacksmiths, and they will make it in a few days. To date, this was the most advanced technology on the continent, and Layla understood that the hero might be shocked. Jason's face betrayed his complete indifference to what he saw, squeezing out a surprised exclamation. He understood that the girl would be truly shocked if she saw the technology of trade unions in 10 years. Deciding to provide him with transport, Layla offered him a battle carriage created by their best engineers. Having looked skeptically at this creation, the main character pointed to another vehicle standing nearby. Looking in that direction, the girl saw a plane from another dimension, found in one of the opened, otherworldly gates. However, engineers were still working on its design and use, so it was not yet available. But Jason was already heading towards him, wanting the location coordinates and mission details sent to his phone. The engineers watched in shock as the young master approached the plane, not understanding what he was planning. Having climbed inside and given the order to open all the doors, Jason activated the mechanism of the unit. The engineers were completely baffled, shocked that this guy could handle this thing. Seeing the plane rising, the workers hurried to open all the doors and hatches. Once outside, the plane flew at supersonic speed to the scene of the incident. Layla was stunned that he had simply taken off and flown away, while the engineers had hoped that he would return with the plane. Having received the coordinates on his cell phone, the main character was already at the battle site within 5 minutes. The city guards sealed the monsters inside a giant barrier, which only 5 martial artists entered. One of their guards wanted to come in and help, but it was a stupid idea, because even if the masters failed, they certainly would not survive. Suddenly, they saw an object appear in the sky, rapidly approaching them. A huge plane of an unknown model began to land right in the center of the place where they were standing. Unfortunately for Jason, the plane was so retarded that it couldn't even fly through the barrier. Upon going outside, the first thing the protagonist did was show the guards his Union Captain ID. The soldiers were glad to see him, even though they understood that 5 masters had already entered the barrier. Ms. Layla had already informed them of Jason's arrival, and they had prepared a communicator for him to contact her. Putting on the earpiece, the protagonist suddenly heard Layla's voice, who wanted to know if he had reached his destination. She was in the operations room, closely monitoring the situation on the battlefield. The hero needed to stay in touch, and as soon as he entered the barrier, she would contact the administration to receive a video link. As soon as Jason was inside, she urgently wanted to know what the situation was like there. At that moment, someone's legs flew past the main character, slightly confusing him. Martial arts masters flew around, covered in greenish slime, screaming in terror. The monsters didn't care at all what they attacked, and they died from one blow. And the foul-smelling liquid they secreted instantly enveloped the bodies of the masters. The captains of the Blue and Green Unions watched in horror, as attempts to capture the monsters failed one after another. The captain of the Red Union understood that if he couldn't catch them alive, he would have to bring back samples of the dead monsters. Layla hoped that the protagonist would be able to obtain living samples no matter what. As promised, overtime pay is tripled and cash only, in case of a successful capture. Finding the nearest martial artist, Jason decided to borrow one of her catch bags. However, the girl remarked with disdain that by not coming here without bags, this martial arts master had only shown himself to be an amateur. As she spoke, one of the monsters attacked her from behind, enveloping her in its liquid mass. Not missing the opportunity, Jason grabbed the bag she dropped to catch the monsters. Lorenzia wanted to simply burn these evil bubbles, but the protagonist intended to collect the reward for their capture. Besides, setting such a monster on fire would only make it stink even worse, so another method was needed. At that moment, one of the bubbles attacked Jason from behind, but the hero turned sharply, putting his hand on it. Using a special fighting style, he began to spin his opponent's body in the air. He understood that in fact these creatures were very weak, but the trade unions just didn't know about them yet. With the help of simple combat techniques, you can shake off excess liquid from them, and the body will be exposed. At that very second, another monster suddenly appeared from the otherworldly gate. The other captains began to notice that while they were repelling the attack of the new monster, Jason was calmly capturing new monsters. At that moment, 3 bubbles simultaneously pounced on the captain of the Blue Union, intending to devour him. But with a lightning-fast movement of his katana, he instantly cut them into small pieces. He also began to watch how the main character easily neutralized the monsters, putting them in a bag. Then, having dealt with the newly arrived monsters, the captains rushed towards the hero. Just at this time, Jason also finished collecting trophies and intended to return to his union. However, the captain of the Green Union called out to the hero, wanting him to stay a little longer. After all the captains really wanted to talk to him a little, looking enviously at his bag. At that moment, realizing that everything was being recorded on video camera, Jason pretended to be afraid of being robbed. The commanders immediately started coughing, not understanding why he was being so straightforward, since it was very embarrassing for them. The captain of the Green Union found him quite funny, thinking that he was probably a newcomer to the White Union. But the main character continued to scream furiously, because they probably just wanted to make fun of the newcomer. Then, the captain of the Red Union decided to calm him down, because everyone had suffered losses, but no one except him had the necessary samples. As a rule, any union participating in a battle is entitled to a share of the spoils, but Jason continued to argue that big guys would always bully little guys, because ultimately everyone does evil. His words gave the captains an inexplicable, deep feeling of shame, as if they had done something wrong. Having grabbed the bag, the main character realized that he simply had no other choice. Scattering the samples at his feet, he began to bargain with the captains, asking for $500,000 for one sample. Now was the perfect time to decide to buy, as such a chance rarely comes along, and the price wasn't too high. Taken aback by the surprise, the commanders immediately began buying up samples in bulk. At this moment, Layla was completely confused, not understanding what Jason was planning. After all, the potential of the monsters was still unknown, so how could he simply take them and sell them for money? But suddenly she discovered that, according to the hero, these creatures are only needed for cooking and adding a special flavor. He knew this supposedly because they lived in the juices of his hometown, which left Layla stunned. Suddenly the girl heard strange interference and tried to figure out what was going on. It turned out that at that moment, a giant monster appeared next to them, landing on the otherworldly gate. The huge slug opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the gate whole. All the masters, including the captains, were shocked by what they saw, staring at the monster in confusion. The only one who was glad to see him was the main character, who looked at the monster in fascination. It was a huge snail that secreted mucus that could corrode any matter. The slime turned out to be so caustic that even the masters, who had turned into living walls, could not withstand its pressure. Then the captain of the Red Union began to loudly call for a certain Brian, looking around in search of him. From among the masters emerged a huge youth, his body resembling an indestructible rock, entwined with weapons and armor. As he walked towards the commander, amidst insults from the other Union members, he felt very sorry for keeping them waiting. The captain ordered him to drop everything and stand in the monster's way, turning into a human shield. After kicking the young man, the captain only heard him apologize sadly for his worthlessness. Approaching the other masters who had become walls, he began to build an incredibly strong barrier. The walls of the other masters could not withstand the onslaught of slime and collapsed, allowing the caustic liquid to envelop their bodies. Realizing it was useless, everyone except Brian started running for their lives. Seeing Brian continue to build the wall, Lorenzia wondered what he was doing. As it turns out, these martial artists are called human shields, but in simpler terms, they are master builders with the attribute of earth. After using their ability, their bodies become bound to the constructed object, so they are often left on the battlefield. The durability of the constructed object is linked to the strength of their attribute, so the hero didn't understand what these low-level craftsmen were hoping for. However, the big guy who was fighting off the slime had an attribute color that Jason had only seen on 2 masters in his past life. One of them became a great hero, whose fame spread across all dimensions, and the other, apparently, was now in front of them, preparing to accept his tragic fate. Other masters understood that the living walls could not cope with this liquid, and something had to be done. Then, the captain of the Red Union decided to retreat beyond the barrier to wait for reinforcements there. At this point, Layla finally received a video image of what was happening and sent the second captain to help. She wanted Jason to go with the others to wait for support, but to her surprise, the protagonist rushed towards the barrier wall. Seeing him peel off the barrier seals, the girl was completely confused. These were protective seals, without which no one would be able to leave the barrier. But the hero pretended not to know this. Due to Jason's actions, the barrier became very unstable, and now the masters were drawing to be stuck inside it. Then the decision was made for everyone to flee immediately, leaving human shields to cover the retreat. However, now even Brian began to give up his position and desperately called his comrades for help. But no one came. Moreover, the captain of the Red Union considered him an idiot who should have found a way himself. Jason was furious that he was abandoning his comrade and yet calling himself captain. However, the commander of the Red Union only grinned and hastened to dive into the barrier. However, when his body was halfway outside the circle, the protagonist did not miss the opportunity to break another seal. At that moment, behind the barrier, members of the Red Union joyfully greeted the surviving captain. He too was happy to leave this hell, when suddenly his subordinates looked at his leg in horror. Part of the captain's leg remained on the other side of the barrier, which left everyone confused. Meanwhile, a satisfied Jason gave the order to Lorenzia to prepare for the attack. At this time, a flying video camera with Layla's voice ordered the main character to immediately retreat behind the barrier. Seeing the little girl use fire, Layla was stunned, because others had already tried this method and it had no effect. However, Jason knew for sure that the witch's fire was no comparison to the fire of other people. With difficulty pulling Brian's carcass out of the foul-smelling liquid, the hero understood that as long as there was fire, the snail's slime would be excellent fuel. Having finally pulled the poor guy out of the river of slime, Jason swung, intending to throw him into the monster's mouth. Meanwhile, Lorenzia continued to attack the monster from behind with giant fireballs. Throwing the big guy inside, the protagonist ordered him to use the shield to protect himself. Obediently strengthening his body, he shattered all the teeth of the stunned snail in an instant. At that moment, the captain of the Red Union screamed from the pain his leg was experiencing, engulfed in fire and slime. His comrades could hardly restrain the captain's convulsions, helplessly watching his suffering. The other captains watched in horror as his leg began to slowly burn away, causing him excruciating pain. At that moment, all of Layla's surveillance screens turned off and began to ripple. All filming equipment on site was destroyed, and the protective seals were burned in an inexplicable fire. Now, the area beyond the barrier has acquired the status of an unknown space. The girl realized with horror that Jason and his sister were left there alone with this monster. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, everything was ablaze with a furious flame that engulfed the snail's entire body. Lorenzia continued to send out powerful streams of fire one after another, attacking the monster. While with Brian in the armor he created, the fat man's drool fell on the protagonist's face. The witch needed to shelter the heroes from the flames and find a hole under the snail's tail. Jason knew that this monster's skin was very tough, and at its current level, Lorenzia wouldn't be able to burn it to death. The only way was to attack from the inside, and the hero prayed that his partner would quickly find the snail's anus. Sweating from the heat, Jason ordered Brian to roll his armor into the monster's ass. But to the protagonist's horror, it turned out that the big guy couldn't control his armor or move around in it. Jason then wondered if Lorenzia could control flames and create a fire-free zone. However, the witch could only create fires, but not extinguish them, which infuriated the hero. As he began to draw his sword, he ordered Brian to immediately remove his armor. Finding himself in the middle of the flames, the protagonist swung his sword sharply, cutting through the fire. The impact created a powerful explosive wave that dispersed the flames and opened the way for the heroes to the snail's butt. Without wasting a second, the heroes rushed along the time corridor, along the wall of fire. Having successfully reached the hole, they immediately dove into the giant monster's open anus. Feeling a strange sensation, the snail reflexively closed the hole, sealing the heroes inside. Using a small flame as a torch, Lorenzia illuminated the monster's large intestine. Now it was no longer a mystery where those green bubbles came from, because they appeared directly from the walls of the snail's intestines. Suddenly, Brian saw evil monsters to the side, rushing towards the uninvited guests. It turned out to be intestinal bacteria that went berserk when they saw foreign bodies there. While attacking the bacteria, the hero realized that this snail was a high-ranking monster with low intelligence, which had very hard skin. In addition, there was a demonic core hidden inside it, which, if eaten, could significantly increase the level of one's heavenly and earthly energy. It would have been possible to kill the snail right now, but this would have led to the destruction of the core, so it had to be found first. Emerging from the caustic slime, the big guy was shocked by his recognition of the main character, admiring him. However, Jason also knew that Brian was using his armor incorrectly, and if he wants to learn, he can join the main character's team when they get out of here. Extending his hand to the big man, Jason was glad that the cheapest version of the strongest mobile fortress was almost in his hands. Grabbing the protagonist's hand, Brian agreed to his proposal. Continuing her journey through the intestines, Lorenzia began to wail furiously from hunger, but did not want to eat the green bubbles. And although Jason understood that they were actually very nutritious and healthy, she still flatly refused to eat them. The little girl wondered when they would get out of here so she could eat properly. Remembering the anatomy of a snail, Jason estimated the approximate route and travel time through its digestive system. Hunger was tearing Lorenzia apart, and she was ready to leave for a short while to eat, and then return here again. However, the hero knew that due to the removal of the seals, the barrier became an unknown space, and now no one could restore it. Realizing that in the near future she would only see green bubbles, the girl became furious, thinking that it would be better to die of hunger. Brian didn't understand what language they were speaking, but he wondered if they could still leave the barrier. Then, putting on an important air, the main character grinned joyfully, as he had been prepared for this in advance. He pulled a two-way teleportation amulet out of his pocket and waved it in front of Lorenzia's nose. The hero indicated the teleportation point outside, long before his arrival, and even today's amulet masters will not be able to replicate such an amulet. At that moment, the witch, driven mad by hunger, burned the precious amulet right in the hero's hands. Now Jason was furious, wanting to feed her green bubbles to her fill. After all, one such amulet could have been sold for tens of thousands of dollars, but now it has turned to ashes. At that moment, Brian saw a strange light to the side, calling his new friends. It turned out to be an otherworldly gate, right inside the intestines of a giant snail. Everyone was shocked by this discovery, not understanding how they could have ended up there. Deciding that this was her chance to return to her magical world, Lorenzia quickly rushed towards the gate. Before the heroes could understand anything, they only saw her disappear into a glowing clot of energy. The big guy was shocked, because last time, several alliances united and also passed through the gate, but they were immediately devoured by monsters. Jason knew that fortunately this gate was not natural, seeing the many seals in front of him. Suddenly, Lorenzia's hand appeared from the gate and began waving vigorously at the heroes, urging them to enter. Even the main character was taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events, staring at the hand in fascination. At that moment, the girl's head also appeared from the portal, wanting them to quickly enter after her. Without thinking twice, the protagonist kicked her back, which puzzled Brian a little. After this, the main character resolutely followed her through the gate. The big guy followed him in, and all the heroes were shocked at where they ended up. These were those very barren lands, and the main character became curious. Had the snail really escaped from here? Besides, who's bored enough to want to use a portal to connect the continent and the Badlands? And most importantly, this method of creating artificial gates was extremely interesting for its time. At that moment, the heroes heard strange sounds and saw a squad of monsters moving along the gorge. They were short, green men, dressed in iron armor and holding guns at the ready. These guys were weak individually, but they always moved in close-knit groups and lived in tribes. What was most irritating was their huge number, because in one tribe there could be hundreds or thousands of them. Suddenly, Lorenzia began to twitch strangely, looking around the place and remembering that she had already been here. Not far from here was a secret lair of red wolves, from which she escaped. Comparing the information he had received about the red wolves and the artificial gates, Jason began to suspect something. Meanwhile, furious cries could be heard from the lair, indicating that the area beyond the barrier had become an unknown space. The Red Wolf member was furious with the Red Union, which couldn't even defend the gate and yet dared to send its man. Holding the envoy by the throat, the master of the 11th Red Wolf Hall named Barak, in a rage, wanted to strangle him. However, no one expected the arrival of a newcomer from the White Union who destroyed the protective seals. Moreover, this snail escaped from here, and it was the Red Wolves who were responsible for it. But Barak did not want to listen to anything, and ordered the messenger to return and report to his superiors that they were obliged to get them out of these lands. The messenger ran away in horror, followed by the master's furious gaze. Using stealth, Jason stood nearby and saw everything, marveling at the Red Wolves' advanced gate-making technology. Moreover, he did not know that the Red Trade Union had connections with the Red Wolves, which was quite curious. The protagonist knew who exactly had sent the man from the Red Trade Union, and was already imagining how he would give him a good beating. At that moment, the bandits brought one of the little green men into the lair, which puzzled Jason a little. Barak grabbed him in a rage, because they were the ones who let the monster escape, which also devoured the artificial gates created in the city. He intended to kill their patriarch, but to his surprise, he was already dead, and the little men were no longer going to serve them. The protagonist was shocked to realize that the Red Wolves had created a portal leading from the barren lands straight to the city, and the gate was swallowed by the escaped snail, so now the other end is connected to its stomach. Since the green-eyed, bug-eyed man had inherited the patriarch's experience, Barak decided that he would be the one to replace him. Throwing it to the ground at Jason's feet, he decided that now this monster would obey him again. After all, the master still needed their help in the barren lands. Suddenly, the green bug-eyed man soared into the air, leaving him and those around him completely confused. Before anyone could figure anything out, Jason, invisible due to his stealth, rushed off towards the exit. He saved the little man for a reason, and if the monster refuses his offer, he will become the hero's hostage for several years. After he returns to his people, the little man will need to ask the warriors to deal with the pursuers. But the monster did not want to become a slave, tearfully floundering in Jason's arms. Suddenly, in the inner pocket of the hero's cape, he saw a bracelet sticking out, a gift from Marcus in a past life. The puzzled little man stared mysteriously at the bracelet, completely stupefied. Running up to the place where his friends were supposed to hide, the main character began shouting that they needed to leave immediately. Brian found himself trapped in a giant boulder of his own making, but Lorenzia was nowhere to be found. The main character was confused, not understanding where she could have disappeared to so suddenly. Meanwhile, the little girl stood in front of the place where the portal from which she came out had once opened. Raising her hand to the stone, she sadly thought, "Is it really true that there is no way back?" After feeling a little sad, she suddenly saw a small crowd of people in shackles slowly approaching her. One of them, with a bandaged eye, suddenly pointed his finger to the side, wanting to warn her. Barak stood on that side, instantly appearing behind the heroine, rejoicing at her return. Then Lorenzia turned sharply, intending to hit the enemy with a firestorm. But the spell didn't work, and Barak sent the girl flying with a powerful kick. He decided to be sarcastic, asking if she really couldn't use her martial art. This cave contained a special power that could disable the powers of martial artists. Otherwise, if so many awakened masters had gathered here, chaos would certainly have begun. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the headquarters of the White Trade Union was tense to the limit. Marshall wanted to know how Layla's command over Team 7 was going. However, she had no way to contact Captain Jason, and all the barrier seals had disappeared, as had the entire area. It's good that all the people were evacuated before the monsters invaded, except for the 7th team. But the old man believed that the protagonist was not one of those who could simply die, at least not before receiving the signing bonus. At that moment, the man who had sent the messenger to Barak, who also hoped that Jason would return alive, came to them. It was the president of the Red Trade Union, named Gerard, who came in the company of his subordinates. The marshal became interested in what he had done to deserve this visit. Maybe he could help Gerard? However, the head of the Red Union was furious, as his nephew lost his leg when the new captain broke the protective seals. And now the president was wondering if the old man could give a reasonable explanation for this. But unfortunately, the captain of the 7th team had not yet returned, so Marshall suggested waiting for him a little. But Gerard only grinned, because the border was destroyed, and the main character himself had probably already been eaten by the monster. The White Union violated the border, which led to the failure of the mission and caused incalculable damage. Gerard hoped that the $20 billion compensation would not undermine Marshall's ranking among the richest people. In addition, the Red Union received information about a secret lair of red wolves in the Badlands. Gerard intended to take care of the matter personally, and hoped that the White Union would not interfere this time. As he left the president and Layla completely confused by the information they had received. The girl understood that if her father did not make it into the top 10 richest in the next ranking, it could harm the entire White Union. However, Marshall was most interested in information about the secret lair where Gerard wanted to go alone. At this time, near the lair, the protagonist became furious, not understanding why Lorenzia decided to go inside. Brian felt very sorry, because he couldn't understand a single word she said, but he remembered them. Having started repeating the girl's words, it turned out that she had gone to the gate through which she had come here. She just went to check and hoped that the big guy wouldn't be too bored. Jason was impressed by his pronunciation, thinking that this guy must have been an excellent student. But the hero also understood that the probability of unstable gates appearing in the same place was negligible. Having thrown the green bug-eyed one to Brian, the main character rushed to the rescue of his little girl. Using stealth, Jason ran into the lair without any problems, right in front of the surprised big guy. The bandits standing nearby overheard their conversation and decided to inform the others. But suddenly they saw giant green bug-eyed creatures heading furiously towards them. These were berserkers, against whom only heavy weapons were effective, and the bandits hastened to hide from them. At this time, an army of green men along with berserkers descended on the camp of the Red Wolf people, attacking the enemies. Brian wrapped himself in the giant boulder again, taking his captive with him. The green monster wanted to break free, but could not overcome the crushing embrace of the big guy. However, the captive man had a suspicion that the young master would be in danger inside the cave. Brian had absolutely no idea what they were talking about, but the monster knew for sure that magical abilities did not work inside the cave. In the Goggle-eyed tribe, successive patriarchs pass on their memories to the next patriarch. In the very first memory, it is said that the Time Bracelet can only be activated by his descendants. And so, the bracelet appeared, and the captive monster wanted to go and confirm that the young master was the one. However, judging by the expression on Brian's face, the hero did not understand anything the little man said. Then, the bug-eyed one continued to rage, demanding to be released immediately. At this moment, Jason was examining the interior of the lair, while simultaneously twisting the neck of one of the guards. Due to the blocking of the martial artist's abilities, he could no longer use his invisibility. As he moved further and cleared the area of enemies, he realized that in his past life, he had never even heard of this place. Suddenly, the hero heard shouts from the depths of the cave that if they wanted to blame someone, then let them blame the trade unions. News about the new enlightened martial artist will be sent to the Red Union as soon as possible. The Union uses this to provide the Red Wolves with information about orphans whose abilities are just beginning to emerge. After that, they are kidnapped and brought here, where the orphans hone their skills, only to be sold on the black market. It's only because Barack only knows basic martial arts that he was sent to this hole. And he knew that in the future, these children would have to defend themselves from soldiers, other masters, and various monsters. Later, they will be sold as research material, after which they may become monsters to take revenge on the Union. While Barack was saying all this, Lorenzia saw the familiar silhouette of the main character in the distance. Hearing footsteps, Barack turned around in a rage, not understanding who had risked disturbing him. Jason walked at a calm pace, sincerely hoping that the baby would be safe and sound. Seeing that the protagonist had come alone, Barack laughed, realizing that he had now led himself into a trap. However, Jason hastened to check with Lorenzia whether this guy had hit her. She merely nodded in response, her tears streaming down her face, which sent the protagonist into a rage. The bandit glared at him, his furious gaze burning into his eyes, hoping Jason had heard his words. The protagonist wasn't interested in his nonsense, but the fact that the scoundrel touched his property was a different matter. Now, Jason intended to collect payment from him in full, including his miserable life. The brute simply burst out laughing in response, deciding to clarify whether he had understood the main character's words correctly. The Red Wolf obtained half of the prisoner's sight through blackmail. For example, one of the girls helped an old man cross a river, and he turned out to be a member of the Red Wolves. Having told about her, the thug forcefully threw the girl at the main character, proceeding to tell about the others. Another girl was a noodle shop worker, and after sending someone to blackmail her family, it was discovered that her parents had died. After that, he threw the captive on top of Jason, continuing to talk about the others. Barack considered it a matter of pride that the Red Wolves were second in the world of extortion. The hero decided to clarify that they had gone to all this trouble only to blackmail the prisoners and then sell them. Coming from Jason's mouth, it made the big guy immediately feel like a fool. As much as he loved to chat, the protagonist was tired of listening to so much useless chatter. Then, wanting to impress him, Barack added about the dozens of caves inside the lair, where everything from treasures to weapons and armor was stored. Seeing that the main character was not at all afraid of his words, Barack wanted to demonstrate everything to him. The first thing he showed was a warehouse that contained otherworldly weapons comparable to the continent's military department. Add to this the number of the Bug-eyed tribe and the Red Vodka bandits can roam freely across the barren lands. Then, Jason fully realized that they were truly like kings on Earth here. Now that he knew all the secrets, Barack wondered if the protagonist was ready to go to hell. But Jason wanted to know a little more, and looked at the big guy with interest. Then Barack told him about the relationship between the bandits and the Red Trade Unions, and revealed all of Gerard's secret intentions. The president of the Red Trade Union wanted to become the first in the ranking of the richest people, using bandits to do this. It was a mystery to Barack how he would get the money out of here without a portal, but the hero knew he would do it with the help of the bandits' corpses. Also, the brute decided to tell Jason the main secret of the Red Wolves, which was the artificial gate. They obtained this gate during a mission for the Red Union in the other world. It's a shame that this gate was eaten by a snail, but there are craftsmen who can already create a similar portal. The main character became curious. Do they really want to open the gates to other worlds by force? And although it was a higher level of secrecy, Barack still decided to tell Jason this before finishing him off. 15 minutes later, the Bug-eyed tribe captured the bandit camp, completely clearing it out. Having tied up Brian, the little man decided to deal with him once he confirmed his suspicions about the young master. At this moment, he was informed that the young master was in the Hall Master's room, where any abilities were blocked. Meanwhile, the brute finished his long story and his flock was tormented by a strong thirst. Gladly receiving a bottle of water from Jason, he was glad that he was able to give away the secrets that had been pent up inside him for so long. The protagonist was infinitely grateful to him for all the information, and Barak felt like he wanted to sing. However, the bandit's mission was completed, and now Jason wanted to settle the score for the abuse of the little girl. Barak was stunned by the hero's words and stared at him in bewilderment. At that moment, one of the bandits came running, shouting that all the water had been poisoned with drugs that would force people to confess to everything. Several other members of the Red Wolf have already told all their dirty secrets to their daughters-in-law. After hearing the unexpected news, Barak became confused and looked thoughtfully at the water in his hand. Jason added powder from the burnt talisman of truth to it in order to find out all their secrets. It was his personal development, and he was pleased with its successful testing. Barak was horrified that Jason had drugged them through ordinary water. Then, exposing his pumped-up torso, the bandit wanted to reveal another secret. Why was he the one assigned to guard this place? Barak was the strongest in mixed martial arts and a 3-time black market champion. The main character was surprised, because he thought that the bandit got into the organization only thanks to his connections. At that moment, the Goggle-eyed and berserkers dragging Brian on their backs rushed to help the young master. After all, without his abilities, he would hardly be able to stand up to the mighty Barak. However, when they reached the hero, an incredible picture opened up before their eyes. The patriarch was completely confused, looking at what was happening with bewilderment. Having engaged the brute in a furious fight, the protagonist successfully parried his blows. As Jason attacked his opponent, he remembered how in his past life, Lorenzia's appearance had made him realize one important thing. If he loses all his money, he can earn more. But if he loses his life, he will lose everything. Without the ability to protect yourself in such a cruel and cold world, even with a lot of money, it is very easy to end up without life. Therefore, unable to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, Jason began to study some martial arts. He specialized in killing people, which he had now clearly demonstrated to Barak. Having easily beaten his opponent, the main character understood that all this was only thanks to the little girl. She was amazed by his strength, and Jason, meanwhile, put his bracelet on his hand. He really hoped that he had helped her take revenge for the harm that bastard had done to her. Suddenly, all the captives looked away in horror, slightly perplexing the hero. Turning around, he noticed that Barak had risen from his seat, barely standing on his feet and holding a pistol in his hand. His whole body was aching from the injuries he had received, and with a shaking hand, he sharply pointed the barrel at Jason. Wanting the hero to go to hell as quickly as possible, Barak pulled the trigger. At the same time, Jason, with a sharp swing, snatched the sword from Lorenzia's hands and threw it at the enemy. Flying at great speed, the sword pinned the brute to the wall, entering his chest up to the hilt. However, the main character was disappointed, because no matter how strong a martial artist is, even a kitchen knife can injure him. After which, having received a bullet in the heart and bleeding out, Jason began to rapidly fall to the ground. Lorenzia watched in horror, not understanding what had happened to him and why he was falling. The goggle-eyed ones froze in place in shock, their eyes wide open at the dying master. All those present began to run to him, hoping to help their savior. While the captives were frantically trying to figure something out, the little girl pressed herself against his body, not believing her eyes. Seeing some red liquid flowing out of his chest, she decided to try to stop it. At that moment, other Red Wolf bandits arrived, but suddenly stopped abruptly, looking at Barak's corpse in bewilderment. Heading towards the weapon, they made to avenge the death of their brother and the master of the 11th Hall. Surprised that all the prisoners had been released, they decided to use anti-aircraft guns and explosives. The goggle-eyed ones decided to stop them, not giving them the opportunity to take weapons of mass destruction. Since Jason's heart was pierced right through, the chances of saving him were 0. Lorenzia didn't understand what she had to do, because if he died, would he give her the food? Barely conscious, the hero smirked at her words, thinking with a smile that she really was heartless. Holding back tears, the little girl cursed all the bandits, thinking that they deserved only death. Looking at her, Jason hoped that this wouldn't be the reason for her to go crazy like in her past life. At this point, the bandits reached the rocket launchers and were already firing volleys at the prisoners. Determined to send them all to hell, the little girl transformed into a girl, attacking her opponents with her furious flames. The goggle-eyed ones opened their mouths in surprise, amazed by her incredible energy and deadly aura. At that very second, Brian decided to cover all the heroes with his massive body, strengthening it with armor. Meanwhile, opening his eyes, the main character saw a beautiful meadow and a beautiful tree near which he was sitting. His father was nearby, with whom he was playing tic-tac-toe to see who would help his mother today. The main character, still very young, listened with interest to the rules of the game from his father. Jason had once heard that just before death, people remember things from their childhood. And now, lying in the middle of an unknown space, he thought that this was probably the end of his life. However, some energy being, with a dial instead of a face, began to shake its head in disagreement. Looking at him carefully, the main character thought that the creature above him was Jesus, but it shook its head again, letting the hero know that he was mistaken, and silently continued to look at him. Then Jason thought that it was some other god who came to visit him before he died, but the mysterious creature shook its head again, completely confusing the hero. Deciding not to waste any time, Jason wanted to directly clarify what this entity was. To his surprise, it turned out that it was his father, which left the protagonist in a stupor. Recognizing his father's voice, Jason immediately jumped up and rushed towards him with lightning speed. He couldn't be mistaken, and was absolutely sure, so he hit the entity in the face with all his strength. Jason continued to punch, shocked that the bastard wasn't dead yet. However, the father could not be sure of this, because what the Duke saw was a piece of his soul. But Jason didn't care, and he wanted to know why this bastard left him and his mother alone. But the part of the father's soul could not answer this question either, continuing to endure the hero's blows. Moreover, the entity did not know where his real father was now. Then Jason became curious. What question could he even answer? The hero discovered that a piece of his father's soul could tell him how to survive. Now, the hero was in a time rift, which meant that he was on the brink of life and death. The only way to survive was to use the Time Bracelet that Jason had. The protagonist remembered the artifact he bought from Emperor Marcus in his past life. It turns out that his father knew what happened to him before the time transition, which confused Jason. But the piece of his father's soul didn't know about this either. So the hero simply decided to find out how he could survive. As the saying goes, time is money and time is life. That is, life is equal to money. In this system, $100 million equaled 1 day of life, which was a pretty good deal. But Jason didn't share his enthusiasm, not understanding how anyone could live on such unfavorable terms. As a part of his father's soul, the entity granted the hero 10 minutes of life, of which 2 passed and 5 remained. The main character thought that perhaps the physical education teacher taught him mathematics. The entity hoped that he could survive and find the remaining pieces of his father's soul, which would answer the remaining questions. The father hoped that his son's wealth would surpass all his wildest dreams. At that moment, the bandits, with their guns, destroyed the entire lair of the Red Wolf. However, with their powers restored, several living shields, including Brian, protected the others. The goggle-eyed ones stared at what was happening, frozen in place in amazement. The bandits peered into the depths of the cave, looking for surviving prisoners and listening to the sounds coming from them. Then, one of them decided to check whether everyone had really died, or if there were any survivors. Seeing a giant shell of a living wall of a big guy at the site of the shell explosion, the opponents decided to repeat the attack. Once again, they launched a hail of missiles, unleashing all their firepower on the dome. At that moment, the baby was unconscious, but came to from the noise of the explosions. Opening her eyes, she heard a familiar voice demanding that the fat man get off his back. She saw Jason alive, trying furiously to get to his feet, but he was being crushed by Brian's body. Not believing her eyes, Lorenzia decided to check what she saw by pulling the hero by the cheeks. Caught between 2 fires, Jason remembered that now he only had 5 minutes left to live. He couldn't understand how the fact that life is money could work in this situation. At that moment, he heard the voice of the entity that a counter was implanted in his hand that could be activated by blood. Dipping his hand in blood, the protagonist saw the timer counting down the last 4 minutes of his life. Deciding not to waste any time, he decided to get out from under the armor, leaving Brian in a stupor because there was a flame blazing outside. Meanwhile, the green bug-eyed creatures desperately resisted the Red Wolf's bandits. But suddenly, one of the enemies snatched the control panel for the explosives and demonstratively waved it in front of the little men. It was a bomb created by the bug-eyed tribe, and as soon as the bandit pressed the button, the timer would start, and then everyone would blow up. However, at that very moment, the thug pressed the button, confusing his opponents and even his comrades. The bandits didn't understand why he did this, because it completely contradicted their original plan. But the thug suddenly shouted that he was just nervous, especially after Barak's death, and all the bandits started to run. At this moment, the main character finally got out of the big guy's human shield. He only had 2 minutes left to live, so he had to act quickly. Gathering all his remaining strength, Jason prepared to attack his opponents. Making a lightning-fast dash, he began to deliver a hail of swift and deadly blows to the bandits. He remembered being under the shield and wondering what his friends would do if they only had 2 minutes to live. After some thought, Lorenzia decided that if she had 2 minutes to live, she would eat her fill of delicious food. However, Brian decided to do it differently, and he would simply find a comfortable place to lie down. At this moment, the main character continued to furiously throw enemies in different directions. His eyes were blazing with rage, and he brutally beat one bandit after another. At that moment, several opponents attacked simultaneously, but Jason only needed one blow to push them all back. The protagonist recalled how, in a past life, Marcus brought him a book that he received during his journey. It was a complete guide to using demonic abilities, with stories of masters from other worlds. The techniques and abilities described in it are locally referred to as demonic abilities. After picking up the book and studying it carefully, Jason wondered if he could learn these techniques too. But unfortunately, this was impossible, because without the ability to use energy, he was just a rich invalid. However, the last time Marcus dined at the Heroes, one chair was rocking wildly and the book could have been used to prop it up. The protagonist was surprised, but still happy with the offer and wanted to know the price. The Emperor wanted $100 million for the book, but Jason instantly bargained it down to $1 million. After that, Jason periodically opened this book, unsuccessfully trying to master the techniques described in it. But now, having experience studying them, the main character managed to use demonic powers. Specifically, he applied an instant burst of all his energy into his body, pushing his abilities to their limits for 5 minutes. And although the side effects would be difficult to bear, the protagonist couldn't just leave these scumbags behind. Grabbing one of them, Jason demanded that he immediately reveal the location of their money. It turned out that all the cash was hidden behind a 30-centimeter thick iron wall with a mirror image of the code. Only Barak, who had long since been pierced by the protagonist's sword, knew the entry code. The bomb was impossible to defuse, and there were only 20 seconds left before the explosion. Jason knew it was too late to run, and even if he didn't blow himself up, he still had less than a minute left. There was no time to think, and the hero decided to bet everything on Brian, greatly perplexing the big guy. But first of all, the protagonist decided to clarify whether Brian could trust him. However, the big guy shook his head vigorously, making it clear that he didn't trust the hero at all. Shocked by his answer, Jason grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him towards the bomb. Without listening to his excuses, the protagonist wanted the fat man to concentrate the energy from the source to the waist and the junction of the legs. Deciding to clarify what specific point of concentration Jason was talking about, Brian discovered to his horror that he was talking about his butt. Having placed him next to the bomb, the big guy now had to release gases while keeping his abilities under control. In the main part of this undertaking, Brian had no equal, and he immediately began to implement it. Stepping aside and holding his nose with his hand, the protagonist gave the order to the big guy to act. Straining hard, Brian released the gas and energy, creating a blinding flash of light. The former captives watched in amazement as a huge, energetic being emerged from the light. At first, the bandits mistook him for a demon, but then they realized with surprise that it was the fat man's energy. Clenching his nose tightly, Jason hoped very much that Brian would be able to control his energy. Luckily for him, the big guy had already taken control of his powers, easily controlling the energy giant. Lorenzia watched Brian's incredible aura with interest, as if wanting to try to do the same. Now, with 4 seconds left before the explosion, the big guy needed to wrap his energy around the explosive. Brian's gigantic energy entity grouped itself together, covering the area around the bomb. Having moved the explosives to the entrance to the storage facility, the big guy covered them with huge shields of aura. At that moment, the bomb's timer expired and the bandits froze in place in horror, preparing to explode. However, nothing happened. There was not even the slightest vibration from the place where the explosive device was located. The bomb was reinforced with explosives specifically designed to combat the human shields of combat masters. So when the bandits saw that the big guy had completely blocked the explosion, they were shocked to the core. However, Brian was a little upset, because the door to the vault remained intact and invisible. This door was a special form of edamanite alloy obtained in another dimension, and could not be opened without a code. But the protagonist calmly nodded to Lorenzia, letting her know that she could act. In front of the surprised bandits, she walked up to the gate and, standing with her back to it, bent over, preparing to pass gas. The enemy looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what she was planning, when suddenly they heard the drawn-out sound of escaping air. At that very second, she turned into a girl, releasing a raging flame in the form of a dragon along with her eyes. The bandits were completely confused and screamed in horror when they saw the door begin to melt under the onslaught of intense heat. Jason knew that this power was a natural ability of Brian, but the baby surprised him. Seeing how she successfully melted the door, the main character decided to definitely feed her a tasty meal today. However, there was one moment in Lorenzia's flame that bothered Jason a little. If she doesn't lower the temperature, she could burn all the money inside the vault, in addition to the door. In addition, the protagonist wanted the big guy to make a container out of his armor and collect the melted doors in it. Liquid edamanite was an excellent material for making shields, and if you could find a blacksmith, you could get a good price for it. Now that all the riches of the Red Wolf bandits were his, Jason decided to see how much longer he had left to live. But to his surprise, time had still not increased, and he had 43 seconds left to live. The hero didn't understand how it worked, and, in confusion, began to call upon his father's spirit, thinking that maybe he should eat the money. Walking over to a large stack of bills, Jason picked up a wad of them, preparing to put them in his mouth, when suddenly he heard someone calling him. All the thugs gathered in a group and fell to their knees, lowering their heads and bowing to their new master. As he brought the money to his mouth, the protagonist suddenly noticed how his life hours had changed dramatically. The time increased to 250 days, with one day costing $100 million. From this, it could be concluded that there were $25 billion hidden in this vault, which left Jason amazed. Meanwhile, the tribe of the Goggle-eyed also bowed their heads, greeting their young master. The main character began to shake his head in confusion, trying to understand who they were talking about. The master came to the world of the animal kingdom 10,000 years ago and created a tribe of little green men. At that time, they swore to serve him until death, and now they are also ready to serve the young master. Jason was still completely confused, not understanding who exactly they were referring to. Hearing about the age of 10,000 years, the protagonist became curious about who exactly was their master back then. The goggle-eyed ones pointed a finger at Barak's corpse, behind which, on the wall, a drawing left by the owner was visible. On the wall was a picture of a tic-tac-toe grid, which Jason often played with his father. Shocked by the thought that flashed through his mind, he stared at the big-eyed creatures, whose whole appearance made it clear that his father was the owner. Jason felt a tear inside him. How could his father have been here for so long? He wanted to get more information from the little people, but as it turned out, they told the protagonist everything they knew. Memories left behind by dozens of generations slowly faded in the head of the new patriarch. However, even time could not wash away the oath of allegiance of the goggle-eyed ones, and they were ready to give their lives for the young master. The protagonist was amazed at how many secrets this bastard who abandoned their family was hiding. At that moment, a small hand grabbed his clothes, persistently attracting his attention. Lorenzia was terribly hungry and wanted to go and eat some delicious noodles with Jason immediately. Meanwhile, remembering the bandits, the patriarch of the Goggle-eyed decided to drag them outside and feed them to the dogs. The thugs tearfully begged for mercy, promising that they would become pawns in the hands of the protagonist. However, according to Jason, no hero who forgives his enemies will live long. Therefore, he decided to hand over the bandits to the will of the little green men, turning to the former prisoners. They were horrified to think that the main character would also give them to be eaten by dogs, so they began to talk about their useful skills. At this moment, the time came for the recoil from using demonic abilities, and Jason's body was pierced by incredible pain. Having fallen to the ground, he almost immediately lost consciousness, and everyone present rushed to his aid. 2 hours later, a squad of goggle-eyed berserkers finished unloading the treasures from the vault. They safely transported all the loot to the otherworldly gates, entering one by one. They carried the snail into its stomach and calmly made their way to the exit hole. The snail's anus was securely tied with chains so that it would not constrict, and the berserkers could pass through it. Meanwhile, the main character, who was in the city, was greedily devouring noodles, along with Lorenzia and Brian. They returned to the battlefield, which was now considered an unknown space, and made a short rest stop. The girl with the healing ability who brought him back to his senses was happy to see him in good health. At this time, having swallowed her 12th serving of noodles, the hungry little girl came to Jason for more. At the same time, a goggle-eyed man approached the main character, intending to report to him on the work done. The money and gold were completely transferred, and the bandits' entire military arsenal was emptied. Delighted by the good news, Jason decided to invite the little man to rest and eat noodles with him, but the goggle-eyed man refused. On top of that, the artificial gate was extracted from the snail's stomach, and the protagonist had to decide what to do with it. Besides, Jason was confused, not knowing what to do with such a huge monster carcass. Therefore, he decided to ask the chained monster directly what was better, to boil him or to stew him. Suddenly, the giant snail began to respond, speaking in an unknown language. As it turned out, the goggle-eyed ones knew this language, and were able to translate that the monster wanted to negotiate with the main character. Jason thought it was convenient to have these little men around, since they were the only kind of orcs that could translate all languages. Then, the hero decided to make the snail the guardian of this city in an unknown space, and it would receive a salary, food, and days off. Or Jason would simply stew it on the coals and eat it, and the choice was up to the monster himself. The snail raised its head and began to say something again, and a semblance of a smile appeared on its slimy face. The little orcs translated that she accepted the hero as her boss, and now his every word was law for the monster. In addition, the Goggle-eyed ones reported that the entire unknown space had been fully explored. The total area of this territory was about 10,000 kilometers, and various buildings were discovered in it. No living people were found, however. They managed to find a certain object, which turned out to be an earpiece for communication with Layla. At that moment, while chewing the remaining noodles in his bowl, Lorenzia began to wonder if the hero wanted to become king here. Jason was shocked by her words, because it was the last century, and the hero's plans were much more grandiose. First of all, he wanted to build a defensive tower, a crystal, and an area with wild animals and traps here. The protagonist pointed his blade into the sky, and from that moment on, this place would be called Brookfield Village. But before Jason could finish speaking, suddenly from behind him, a deafening bang came from the sky. The gaze of all those present turned to the sky, where a portal suddenly opened and a beam of light flew out of it. Looking at him, at some point it became clear that these were two people who were flying along the sky, emitting a strong aura. However, only Jason saw who it was, which left him dumbfounded. Emperor Marcus swung his fist to attack the enemy in the air, seemingly oblivious to the heroes below. At that very second, a new portal opened and he flew into it along with the enemy, instantly dissolving into thin air. Everyone present stood in complete bewilderment, not understanding what had just happened. Thinking that they had simply disappeared from sight, the little orcs decided to go and look for the strangers. However, to their surprise, Jason felt that this was no longer necessary, since they were already in another dimension. The protagonist was shocked by Marcus, who already possessed such incredible power at this time. But Jason was distracted from these thoughts by the desire to know the names of all his new goggle-eyed subordinates. As it turned out, they all had names consisting of only 2 letters, but differing only in the number of times they were repeated. In addition, the hero gave them a choice. Either they build the village themselves, receiving a salary, or Jason will force them to do it. To his surprise, they bowed their heads before him, not wanting to receive wages for their work, since this was payment for the kindness of the master. However, the hero did not like to abuse people, and knew very well that these big-eyed people loved sweet potatoes and precious stones. Therefore, having decided to get them all of this, the main character entrusted them with the construction of his village Brookfield. Inspired by his words, the entire tribe raised their hands and shouted in unison, not wanting to become slaves. Now it was necessary to decide what to do with the freed, awakened martial artists. They had absolutely nowhere to go, and they hoped that the young master would take them in. The 7th team was currently short of people, and if the foremen weren't opposed to working with a small salary, Jason was ready to take them on. The guys were delighted with this offer and accepted it immediately. The protagonist still had to report this to his union, but for now, he wanted to return to the barren lands. Meanwhile, at the White Union, Marshall, Layla, and the others resigned themselves to Jason's obvious fate. At that moment, Layla's phone was ringing off the hook, but since it was on silent mode, no one noticed. Now, the Marshal wanted more than anything to ensure that the main character would definitely receive a medal for bravery. After waiting for all the members of the White Trade Union to gather, Marshall began preparing to greet the guests. The head of the Black Union, accompanied by her people, walked down the corridor of the White Union building to the meeting place. The hasty actions of the White Trade Union resulted in 10,000 kilometers of the continent disappearing into thin air. Having made such a major blunder, the Tsar wanted the court to be headed by a Black Trade Union. At the entrance to the common room, their delegation was met by 2 security guards who humbly opened the doors to the guests. Upon entering, one of the delegation members introduced the head of the Black Trade Union. At this moment, Marshall and his men held a wake for the 7th team, and Captain Jason personally. The entire delegation stood still at this sight, looking at what was happening in bewilderment. Opposite a huge photograph of the main character, decorated with wreaths, everyone, including the old man, bowed their heads in respect before the deceased. Meanwhile, the main character was trying to call Layla's phone and couldn't understand why no one was answering. Before this, the White Union's combat masters had already died in battle more than once, and now many did not understand why such a memorial was given to a newcomer. The Marshal continued to lament, because Jason died for the sake of the people of the entire continent, bringing them peace. The old man believed that this is exactly what a real man should be like, someone who died heroically as a true patriot. Pretending to cry, the marshal continued to languish, believing that the sovereign of the continent would not blame the hero. All those standing, including Alex and Rick, humbly folded their hands, wishing to see the deceased on his final journey. The marshal sincerely hoped that this road would be happy and carefree for the protagonist. At that moment, he was informed that the president of the Black Trade Union had already arrived with her delegation. Turning to her, Marshall wanted to know how he could help his mistress. They were all gathered here to deal with the failure of the mission and the destruction of the barrier border. The old man was sad, hoping that all the guests had already heard about the young hero who bravely gave his life for the country. As soon as Jason heard that his colleagues were in danger, he took his only team member with him. Minister Berkeley, who was also part of the delegation, looked at Master Marshall with bewilderment. Looking down, the old man thought that the hero hadn't even had time to properly get to know everyone. Berkeley took pity on him, but the president of the Black Union cut him off abruptly, as pity was of no use here. In her opinion, due to Jason's malicious actions, many houses ended up inside an unknown space. Because of this, thousands of people were left homeless. So the main character deserved to die. The marshal did not understand how such a beautiful girl could be so harsh in her statements. Since Jason was now dead, his personal punishment was over, which Berkeley also agreed with. Looking at her carefully, the old man's heart ached from every word he heard from her lips. She believed the White Union had been negligent in selecting a new captain, and 4 leaders had banded together to impeach them. Moreover, the Red Union personally wrote to the sovereign about this. And now, the consequences of the incident will certainly hit the marshal's rating. He was shocked, because didn't she know that one should respect one's elders and not offend the younger ones? Besides, the old man had a weak heart. However, the emperor had appointed the head of the Black Union as responsible for all 9 unions, and so she wanted an explanation. Then, Marshall again reminded her of his weak heart, after which his appearance became quite threatening. The golden and silver horns stepped forward, thinking that the old man was about to attack their president. But suddenly Marshall began to fall to the floor, leaving everyone present confused. Fearing that it might be a stroke, Layla ran to her father and picked him up. She looked at the Black Union president in fury, promising that they would definitely give them an explanation. But now it was time for the delegation to get out of here and leave her father alone. Hoping that this promise would be fulfilled, the head of the Black Union, along with everyone else, hurried to the exit. Finally, she decided to tell Marshall that the Red Union would go into the Badlands alone to kill the Red Wolves. President Gerard would personally oversee the operation, which aroused the old man's particular interest. As they left the rest of the White Union members puzzled by what had happened. Layla understood perfectly well that in fact her father was pretending to feel ill. Taking a cigarette from which funeral smoke was emanating, Marshall brought it to his mouth. He was also absolutely sure that the main character was not dead at all and was in good health. At that moment, Jason sneezed loudly, thinking that someone was probably remembering him. The others decided that the main character had caught a cold and hurried to give him their clothes. But Jason just waved it off and decided to now find out what the names of his new team members were. The 2 healers bowed to the hero and introduced themselves as Bridget and Deborah. The other 2 masters were named Austin and Keith, and the master with the power of quick calculation was named Tiffany, and she amazed the hero with her skills. She counted the total number of enemies captured and killed, including the rewards Jason would receive for them. After paying this amount, together with the existing 25 billion, and even taking into account the payment of salaries, his account will be huge. Jason appreciated Tiffany's usefulness, noticing that as his money went away, the time on the clock dropped dramatically. The hero decided that after such a mission, he would take at least 2 weeks off, treating everyone to cold fondue. And at that moment, the captain of the first team of the Red Union, entering the barren lands, heard a strange sound. The captain of the second team thought that in these lands, hearing something strange was a common occurrence. The captain of the third team hoped that everyone would be careful, since there were many high-ranking monsters here. As the last one to pass through the portal, Gerard wanted them to be careful and not do anything unnecessary. The only goal of the Red Trade Union was to destroy the Red Wolves and collect all the weapons and money. The tired guards, who had just let Gerard and his retinue through, were forced to open the portal again to let Jason out. The main character was infinitely grateful to the guards for their incredible work. As a token of his gratitude, he gave them true energy cigarettes, created from the remains of the green bubbles. The workers were very grateful to the hero, who, unlike the representatives of the Red Trade Union, did not behave arrogantly. Surprised by the words about the Red Union, Jason suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. After Fitzgerald received the hero's request for a meeting, he immediately arrived at this place. After accepting a true energy cigarette from him, the gentleman was curious about what had happened to Jason. He and his team caught several criminals during the mission and wanted Fitzgerald to transfer the reward to his account. However, simply taking and transferring money to a personal account was fundamentally not in accordance with the rules. But with the White Union shares, Jason's account could be considered their account, so the questions disappeared by themselves. While enjoying their invigorating cigarettes, the guards, along with Fitzgerald, thought it would be great to buy some more. This time, the hero made only a couple of packs and decided to give them a free try. But then he would have to pay. Having assessed the quality of the goods, the guards agreed to purchase some in the future and joyfully said goodbye to Jason. Fitzgerald was impressed that, even though he was a rookie, he had already managed to catch criminals with a reward. The prisoners were outside and, according to the protagonist, were badly bitten by dogs. This news greatly surprised Fitzgerald, and he hastened to look at them. Seeing dozens and hundreds of bandits in front of him, he was stunned, thinking that Jason had exceeded all his expectations. Meanwhile, the 7th team set off on the return journey and gradually reached the city. Now that they were here, Brian wanted to return to the Red Union and report on his actions. However, Jason didn't understand why he should return to this inhuman snake pit at all. After all, the main branch of the Red Trade Union is all medical institutions on the continent, and the information provided to the Red Wolves was received from them, which left the big guy amazed. Such a union was a plague that had to be gotten rid of, and the hero knew that they would disappear very soon. After Jason takes out the 4 major business alliances, it's Gerard's turn. And now, the main character has led his team into the Yellow Union, greatly surprising its members. Despite the current situation, the heroes were greeted with joyful exclamations. Their president, whom Jason had come to see, was now in the training room. At that moment, she was smashing huge steel slabs with her crushing kicks. Hundreds of tons of pure metal crumbled under her explosive attacks, scattering across different corners of the training ground. After finishing her training, the gravity field was immediately turned off, and she hurried to greet the guests. At this time, the heroes had already entered her, accompanied by one of the Union members. The president of the Yellow Union, named Naomi, was impressed that Jason managed to escape from the unknown space. Grabbing his head, she was also surprised that he managed to fry Gerard's nephew's leg. It was a great job, and Naomi just adored guys like the main character. It was for this reason that she did not join with other unions to impeach the white man. The information about impeachment left Jason confused, and he couldn't understand at all what she was talking about. Letting go of the hero's head, the leader thought that this time it would be difficult for the old man to get out of it. So, President Naomi was wondering if the guy would like to change jobs. Jason was grateful for her kind words, but he was happy in the White Union too. This time, he came to the Yellow Union to talk to their president about some dreams. Naomi was stunned by these words, her eyes wide with confusion as she stared at the main character. Jason wanted her to help him organize a music concert. First of all, Team 7 showed Naomi and her people the song they would have to perform. Later, at the Yellow Union meeting, no one could understand whether they would really work with Jason. However, the president found this proposal attractive, since their main source of income was entertainment. The emergence of otherworldly gates in recent years has led to the closure of many entertainment industries. But the main argument for working with the characters was the songs that Jason wrote. Along with Lorenzia and Brian, he performed the famous commercial line that hasn't yet appeared in this world. And of course, there was no denying that their performance was exceptionally disgusting. But Naomi was sure that if the Yellow Union sisters sang it, it would become a worldwide hit. At this time, the 7th team settled into the guest rooms of the Yellow Union. In one of the rooms, shrouded in the darkness of the night, Lorenzia stood holding some object in her hands. Suddenly, Jason appeared out of nowhere, and the little girl immediately hid something in her clothes. The hero wanted to know what she was doing there, and Lorenzia pretended to have a little something to eat. Jason picked her up and started shaking her, after which a stone with a grid for playing tic-tac-toe fell out of her cape. She cut it out of the wall in the bandit's lair, and the main character was perplexed. What was the reason? Jumping out of his arms, she grabbed the tablet and hugged it to herself, because this thing was in the cave in which the girl appeared. However, Jason still didn't understand why he had to drag this stone with him. It turned out that Lorenzia hoped with all her heart that the tablet would help her return home. Having fallen onto the bed with a large bag, the protagonist wanted to ask Lorenzia a few questions. In response, the little girl wanted to know if Jason had anything edible for her. Then the hero opened the bag, from which various goodies found in the cafeteria poured out. Seeing how she began to devour them with both cheeks, the hero began to wonder if she had always had such an appetite. After all, The incredible hunger that she constantly experienced seemed quite curious to Jason. Every time she transformed, she began to eat a lot, unsuccessfully trying to get full. According to Lorenzia, a certain Aunt Rose believed that it was a magical counterattack. The baby could use abilities far beyond those of wizards of her level, but the energy costs were enormous. Therefore, she always looked like a little child, but in fact, she was already a grown-up girl. Because of this, Lorenzia always stood out in the magic school, where everyone considered her a sinister witch. After she used magic, the baby ate rotten food from the trash because she was poor. Wanting nothing more than to survive, she devoured insects, tree bark, and anything else that could fill her stomach. The protagonist listened to her story in silence, thoughtfully rubbing his nose and sympathizing with the heroine. Aunt Rose said that you couldn't trust anyone, because that was the only way to live longer. She didn't trust Jason either, and Lorenzia couldn't understand why he treated her so well, but the main character agreed with Rose, and in their case, he simply fed her while the girl helped him earn money. Leaving her in the room, he hoped that after eating she would go to bed, because tomorrow he had to ruin the lives of several more people. With sad eyes, Lorenzia wanted to clarify one last time whether she would really be able to return home. Remembering that the otherworldly gates to her world would soon open, the protagonist considered her wish possible. The next day, Team 7, along with Naomi, went to the Green Union. President Dwight was furious at his request, realizing that the days of the White Union were numbered. But Jason continued to insist on cooperation with the Green Union, on extremely favorable terms for himself. However, Dwight knew that since this guy wasn't dead, he would be the biggest culprit in the impeachment. Moreover, looking at Naomi, the head of the Green Union thought that she was with them from the very beginning. Then the girl made it clear that she was collaborating not with the White Union, but directly with the main character. Hearing this, Dwight decided to check with one of his subordinates what the results of the hero's cigarette test were. To his surprise, they had a rich aroma and a pleasant aftertaste, and what's more, they were very healthy. Thanks to these cigarettes, even ordinary people could absorb energy, and the masters absorbed it much faster. What was even more frightening was that they were completely harmless and even had a healing effect, helping people quit smoking regular cigarettes. If they appear on the market, people will immediately stop buying cigarettes from the Green Union and switch to them. Realizing that the protagonist was going to create his own monopoly, Dwight was amazed at his appetite. Meanwhile, Jason was eagerly awaiting the president's response to his proposal for cooperation. After talking with the chief, Jason and his friends were taken to the guest room, where several girls began to serve them. The protagonist didn't understand why they were getting so much attention, since he had simply come for a contract, but they continued to pamper and cherish them. Naomi thought Jason was too shy because Dwight had done all this for him. In any case, such service in the Yellow Union would not be cheap. Besides, what Jason definitely shouldn't have done was be shy around Naomi, because she had seen a lot and could show him a few tricks. The main character was irritated by the fact that the head of the Yellow Ones spoke as if he didn't understand anything about it. He also didn't like the fact that Lorenzia was watching what was happening, because it wasn't for children, while forgetting that she wasn't a child. Seeing Naomi pestering the maids, the protagonist thought he should have known about it before bringing her here. The head of the Yellows was surprised to see how well the protagonist was familiar with the activities of the trade unions. He knew that the Green was the great militant trade union of the continent, as well as the leader of various business systems, especially the 4 business-oriented trade unions, which were blue, brown, yellow, and green itself. It has a monopoly on the legal cigarette market on the continent, while the illegal market was controlled by the Red Wolves. A healthy cigarette that allows you to absorb energy will undoubtedly destroy all competitors of the Green Union. But if Dwight is not interested in cooperation, then Jason is not against talking to the Red Wolves. Naomi was well aware that this knowledge was quite unusual for a simple newcomer. At that moment, the head of the Greens entered the guest room, once again greeting his dear partner. Dwight hoped that the protagonist had time to enjoy the company of his maids. They were all selected by the Green Union, and if Jason wanted, he could take them for himself. The protagonist was grateful for such a generous offer, but his house was too small for them all to fit in there. But Naomi, on the other hand, was not against taking them for herself, and wanted Dwight to send them to the Yellow Union. But the head of the Greens decided to get down to business, because the contract was ready, and now they were the only representatives of the hero's cigarettes. Handing the contract over to Jason, Dwight clarified that, as the hero had requested, 80% of the shares would belong to him. He thought Jason would check everything thoroughly, but suddenly, the main character simply handed everything over to Tiffany. After that, he was going to move on, deciding that Naomi could stay here for now if she liked it. But she immediately jumped up, intending to go with him and head to the Blue Union. Hearing about the Blues, Dwight hesitated, thinking that perhaps the main character had other plans to make a fortune. Seeing his sternness when he handed over the billion-dollar business to Tiffany, the head of the Greens decided that if he followed him, he would not go wrong. So Jason, along with Lorenzia, Tiffany, Naomi, and Dwight, went to the Blue Union. On the way there, the heroes stopped at several stalls to buy the necessary products for the main character's culinary masterpiece. By coming to the Blues and putting a hamburger on the president's table, the hero confused the president of the Blue Union, Shane. Donning a chef's hat, Jason presented him with the perfect combination of a meat delicacy and an invigorating, magical cocktail. The demonic monsters in the barren lands are a great way to boost energy, but will become extinct in the future. In his past life, when Jason lost the ability to use energy, cooking became one of his main hobbies, and he even won the Michelin Consolation Prize, among experts, at the competition of the culinary gods. At that moment, Lorenzia, having seen this work of culinary art, was already flying towards him at full speed. But the protagonist managed to catch her before she reached her destination, frightening Shane's guards in the process. Barely holding the starving witch in his arms, Jason began to shout for the president to start eating without delay. The hero tried to explain to the little girl that he had 2 servings of ingredients, and that the same sandwich was waiting for her at home, but she didn't hear. Then Jason, holding her in his arms with all his might, began to beg Shane to start eating. The president's bodyguard hoped that his master would be extremely careful and try to guard against fraud. Shane slowly picked up the hamburger, under the wary gaze of Naomi and Dwight, and began to bring it to his mouth. Having bitten into it, the first thing he felt was how the juiciest dish sprayed its juices all around, including on the faces of other presidents, which confused them. Unexpectedly, the aroma and taste of the dish revealed itself in all its glory, striking every cell of Shane with its magnificence. Incredible taste, instantly breathtaking and a breakthrough magical effect, shocked the president of the Blue Union. Naomi was furious, not understanding how this man managed to slap her. Wiping the sauce from her face with the tip of her finger, she decided, out of curiosity, to taste it. Her whole body was numb with bliss, which seemed to her the quintessence of gastronomic pleasure. As Dwight cleaned the sauce off his glasses, he couldn't understand why Naomi was shaking so violently. Turning his gaze to the sauce, he picked it up with his finger and tried it too, which immediately left him dumbfounded. At this moment, the main character sighed with relief, because the food was eaten and the girl calmed down. In addition to the hamburger, he had many different delicious dishes to increase energy and strengthen the body. Jason proposed that the Blue Union be responsible for everything except the recipe, which was a pretty good deal. And if they agree to transfer 80% of the shares to the main character, they will become the #1 restaurant chain in the world. Meanwhile, Gerard and his captain searched all the caves, but could not find any trace of the Red Wolves. The president of the Red Union was furious, not understanding where everything could have gone. The crime scene was expertly cleaned up, leaving only a faint scent of blood, barely noticeable to the average person. Therefore, it could be said with certainty that this was not an attack by demonic monsters. At that moment, one of the captains saw a strange cloud of magical energy above. Looking there, the leader of the Reds realized that this was a portal through which the attackers had probably left. Now, the third team had to go there and find all the wealth that belonged to Gerard. Just at that moment, Jason was discussing with the presidents a name for their new joint subsidiary. Taking out a piece of paper, Jason decided that they would draw a circle on it and place their branches on it. Shane was shocked, as were all the leaders, when they saw that the piece of paper turned out to be a map of the entire continent. Dwight immediately decided to open a branch of the Green Union cigarettes in the Red Wolf area of the Northwest, absorbing their market. But Jason thought it would be better to establish sales in the Southeast, and then those illegal traders would smell the news. While explaining the basics of hunger marketing to the presidents, the protagonist fed Lorenzia walnuts. The hero's plan was to have the illegal traders expose themselves under pressure from the Green Union's sales force. Dwight didn't understand much of it yet, but he could already see that the scheme was amazing, and he wanted to study it as soon as possible. While negotiations were underway, Shane prepared and presented Jason with a contract for the continent's food service finance group. At this point, the main character's work here was finished, and now it was time to move on. Naomi and Dwight hurried after him, thanking the head of the Blue Union for his hospitality. Shane stood in stupor as he heard them intend to head to the Brown Union. Deciding that such a chance could not be missed, the president of the Blue Union went with them. At this time, in one of the nearby cities, a group of houses was being destroyed by a gigantic energetic entity. Through the clouds of dust, one could see a huge warrior, whom Brian was easily controlling. With his blows, he calmly destroyed houses, leaving huge craters in their place. The president of the Brown Union, Chester, was shocked to see him complete the street demolition in 2 days. Residents of the destroyed houses stood aside, in horror and tears, watching what was happening. One of the townspeople's children could not stop the tears from flowing from his eyes as he saw their house being razed to the ground. But Chester was adamant that they were just doing their job, and there was nothing wrong with that. The child's mother wanted to know where they would live if only ruins remained of their home. The head planned to build new houses after the demolition and negotiate a small compensation for these residents. However, the woman still did not understand why these unscrupulous landowners would pay them money. But the Brown Union had only signed a contract for demolition, so it didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Seeing how this fat man was successfully destroying houses, Chester wondered if his people could do the same. But the living walls of the Brown Union could not move at all when using their power. Even the strongest of them, having undressed, could not release their energy in the same volume as this big guy. Chester was at a loss. How could a low-ranking master release true energy of such a scale? Moreover, being a human shield, he is able to continue moving and deliver deadly blows. Moreover, his Earth attribute was very strange and greatly puzzled the head of the Browns. Jason, putting his hand on his shoulder, also thought that this was simply incredible strength. Chester, like all his people, was shocked by the sudden appearance of the hero, not understanding who he was. But suddenly, he also noticed the presidents of the yellow, green, and blue trade unions, which further confused the head. Jason introduced himself and, like everyone before him, wanted to offer Chester a joint collaboration. Upon hearing the protagonist's name, the president's expression suddenly changed, realizing that this was the same idiot who had destroyed the barrier's border. Everyone thought he was dead, but now Chester intended to hand him over to the authorities alive. Jason wanted to explain everything, but the little girl accidentally stretched his mouth, not letting him say a word. At this point, Naomi decided to stand up for her business partner and paint Chester's face a little. The head of the Browns gave her a chance to step aside, because this guy was wanted by the government. But the girl was outraged that some match was telling her what to do. Then, Chester activated his fire attribute, hoping that she would not blame him for being rude later. But she was just waiting for the attack, deciding to see what the president of the Brown Union was worth. A second before his attack, the protagonist's hand stopped Naomi with a gesture, slightly confusing her. Chester was also stopped, shocked by Jason's sudden appearance between them. All the members of the Brown Union were confused, their eyes wide open at the protagonist. But Jason understood that if Chester lost, he would end up in the hospital, and if he won, he would go to jail. At this time, Gerard and his men found a mole-hole from which a strong aura of barren land emanated. It all looked rather creepy, and the disgusting, pulsating bubbles were downright disgusting. There were eggs everywhere, which made the captain of the first team of the Red Union feel uneasy. Suddenly, Gerard felt a strange sensation and looked at his hand in amazement. The Blood Soul Stone pulsed in his palm, reacting to this place. Inside the eggs, the bodies of monsters were visible, their bodies similar to human ones. Now, the body of the first team captain was completely overcome with trembling, which made him want to leave. Judging by the fact that the stone in Gerard's hand felt the call, but there was no feedback, one could conclude that the monsters were dead. This stone was taken from the body of a creature from another dimension, and it looks like it was his relatives. Placing his hand on the giant egg, the leader of the Reds poured some of his energy into it, after which he felt a push. Thinking that the corpses had come back to life, the captain of the first team instantly created several magical blades, preparing to attack. However, Gerard did not want him to fuss, continuing to observe the metamorphoses inside the egg. These fluctuations were caused by the power of the president, so there was no need to go crazy. Then the captain began to scream in horror, hoping that the ruler would not frighten him like that again. Deciding that this could be left to other unions, Gerard gestured for everyone to leave. Meanwhile, assault rockets and explosive shells continued to rain down on the third team of the Red Union. The pensioners who were part of this team tried unsuccessfully to fight them off. The strength of the Goggle-eyed tribe, using the most advanced weapons, was comparable to high-ranking martial artists. The captain of the third team, who was also a pensioner, watched in horror as the little green men easily repelled their attacks. The other captains were also shocked, not understanding where these orcs got such first-class weapons from. Moreover, it seemed as if their ammunition never ran out. And just as importantly, who taught them how to handle such high-quality weapons? The captain of the third team found out that the president was currently exploring a huge wormhole and could not get close. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gates, in the village of Brookfield, life went on as usual. The giant snail was ordered to block the entrance, as the enemy had decided to launch some strange attacks. Besides this, having dug up a tank among the ammunition, the goggle-eyed ones were already dreaming of taking it out for a walk. At this time, The girls from the 7th team were enjoying the hot springs in the village. Watching the goggle-eyed people, they realized that some bad guys were trying to break through the gate. A tower was being built above them, and after it was built, even if a high-ranking master came here, a hole would appear through his body. The girls were curious to know how the young master's plan was progressing. They were quite happy to meet him, although some thought Jason was a bad guy. However, most considered him to be very kind at heart, and were very proud of their new commander. One of the girls was entrusted with the responsibility of interrogating the prisoners, or convincing the monsters to be good. She and the other heroines continued to frolic in the springs, filling the entire area with laughter. At this time, the engineer finally finished building the energy tower they had been talking about. Despite his excellent carpentry skills, it would not have been possible to build it so quickly if Jason had not left behind his plans. And although the young gentleman claimed that he had been involved in construction for decades, he looked like he hadn't even lived for 2 decades. Now, in order to test the tower, it was necessary to let one of the enemies through here. Meanwhile, the Goggle-eyed continued to successfully repel the attacks of the Red Union, not letting them through to the gates. In despair, the captain of the 3rd team considered this his personal shame. Deciding to take charge of the matter personally, he moved towards his opponents with lightning speed, preparing to attack. While in the air, he enlarged his leg to gigantic proportions, attacking the small orcs with it. But suddenly, the goggle-eyed ones began to run away into the portal, as if escaping from the captain. Confused by their flight, the old man landed next to the gate and watched them for a few seconds. Deciding that the bunch of useless orcs had run away in fear of him, the captain smiled proudly. Wanting to destroy the nest of the goggle-eyed ones once and for all, the captain of the 3rd team prepared to enter the gate, and at that moment, little green men ran out of the portal, signaling to others that the suicide bomber was already approaching. The engineer explained to the master that he simply needed to enter the tower and activate his own attribute energy. After this, the tower will automatically increase the attack power of the attribute, countless times. Other workers, along with the goggle-eyed ones, found the last iPhones in the warehouse, and decided to film the events for the young gentleman. As soon as the victim entered, the fighters intended to kill him with just one shot. Meanwhile, at the construction site, the surprised glances of those around were directed at the main character. Chester couldn't understand how this guy standing in front of his brown, fiery body remained unharmed. The president suggested that he also had a fire attribute, only of a much higher rank. However, Jason was not afraid of this, because on his shoulders sat a witch, whose fire was many times more dangerous. In a past life, she instantly wiped the Brown Union off the face of the earth. Noticing the hero, Brian, Austin, and Keith hurried towards him at full speed, joyfully greeting their commander. Chester was confused when he realized that the big man and the other craftsmen were his employees. In his opinion, with such a captain, the strong man could quickly ruin his incredible talent. Jason sincerely thanked Brian for the excellent work he had done during his absence. In addition, Tiffany announced that the territorial acquisition was successfully completed. The heroes managed to acquire all the slums in the southeast of the continent, which made Jason very happy. This cost 12 billion, which meant the loss of 87 days of life for the hero. Besides this, there were several more lands in the northwest of the continent, and Tiffany didn't know whether it was worth taking. If this continues, the main character might die, so it wasn't worth taking any risks right now. Chester was furious that this brat wasn't even reacting to his words. But at that moment, Jason gave orders to Tiffany to return all the exiled poor to their lands. Amazed at his audacity, Chester suddenly heard his subordinate's phone ringing furiously. It turned out to be a call from the boss, who wanted to speak to the president of the Brown Union. When Chester picked up the phone, he found out that they had handed over the entire demolition project to another financial agency. The head became furious, not understanding what would now happen to the compensation for the poor that they had agreed on. Wanting to know the name of the new real estate agent, he was confused when he heard it was Jason. In a great rage, he squeezed his hand so hard that he broke the phone and walked menacingly towards the main character. Chester didn't care how he achieved it, but the poor had to get their compensation. Seeing how the president grabbed the hero by the scruff of the neck and began to show his strength, his subordinates were horrified. Even though Jason was their new boss, Chester couldn't let the 6 months he'd spent negotiating go to waste. The leader believed that Jason would clearly want to change the terms of the agreement, so he was ready to kill him right then and there. Under the previous terms, affected families were supposed to receive noodles and a bun for every day of the year. Seeing that the president was talking about this in all seriousness, the protagonist thought that he was probably an idiot. However, these conditions were unshakable, and if they were not met, Chester threatened to destroy Jason. After these words, Lorenzia, sitting on the hero's neck, could not stand it and looked menacingly at the president. A fiery dragon emerged from it, the power and size of which made Chester cower in fear. His whole body was permeated with fear before this fire, as if sent by the devil himself. In a past life, Jason was the initiator of a demolition racket, which subsequently led to the emergence of many scammers. Regretting this, he thought that Chester was taking on too much, because all people should have the opportunity to earn money. The hero would agree to the offer to build houses in exchange for noodles, but this would only be a temporary solution. In the houses built by the hero's people, everyone will be able to take advantage of a zero down payment and interest-free loans. They can also help while the demolition is going on, as the Blue Union needs a few workers to take over. The Green Union needed a group of smart people to develop the market, so those interested could turn to Dwight. And if there are talented people with extraordinary appearance, then they can try their luck in Naomi's future show. Those who are physically healthy can help with construction, so that everyone can live in their new homes as quickly as possible. Jason wondered if Chester was comfortable with this proposal, to which the president nodded silently. At this time, the captains and members of the Red Union stood in front of the laptop monitor, contacting the head. Gerard wanted to hear news as soon as possible about the successful completion of the assault on the gate. But upon learning that the captain of the third team had died just after stepping into the portal, the president was confused. The dead captain's force was among the top 10 in the south, so the rest needed to retreat immediately. The head also rushed to inform the captain of the first team of this terrible news, but he only grinned, because the old man was already at that age when death ceases to be something surprising. Gerard wanted him to live to that age first and then judge. As he left the molehill, the president felt uneasy and remembered the monster in the huge egg. Suddenly his nephew called him with the good news that the captain of the 7th team of the White Union had been found. The Black Trade Union and Minister Berkeley had already been informed of the emergency. Once the White Union disintegrates, the Red Union will dominate the Southern Union, and then they will absorb the rest of the militant unions, until the Red one is the only union left in the South. Meanwhile, Layla burst into her father's office, bringing him good news. Someone saw a man who looked like Jason with a little girl around his neck in the area of the Brown Union construction site. Having slammed the magazine shut, Marshall was absolutely sure that this was indeed the main character. Layla intended to go and immediately return Jason to the White Union. However, the old man understood that since the hero was in no hurry to return, it meant he probably had some kind of plan. But the girl understood that the Red Union was most likely on his trail as well, and if Jason was caught, there would be problems. But the father was sure that even if the unknown space and that big snail did not kill him, then he could rest assured. At this moment, Gerard's nephew, accompanied by Minister Berkeley and soldiers, came to the marshal for an explanation. After all, if they are sheltering the captain of the 7th team, then this threatens the White Union with serious consequences. 5 unions impeached a white man for negligence and the destruction of the barrier border. At that moment, the soldiers aimed their machine guns at the old man, leaving Layla stunned. Berkeley was very keen for Marshall to follow them voluntarily for further investigation. At this moment, work on the construction site was progressing at full speed, under the sensitive guidance of the main character. Thanks to him, Chester's men learned to move the armor by wrapping it around a small support point and using a secret technique. The effect exceeded all expectations, and the craftsmen carried out the necessary work with ease. At this time, Chester looked with interest at the book given to him by the hero, which described a secret technique. He was surprised that Jason decided to simply give him such a precious thing. After hundreds of years of research, a friend of the hero's ancestor was able to compile it, and now Jason simply decided to give it as a gift. And while it's not comparable to Brian's natural energy output, a little control is still possible. The most important thing is that this will speed up the process of demolishing old houses and building new ones. The head of the Brown Union was impressed by the protagonist's generosity and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, all the union presidents received a phone call at the same time, and the main character received a video message from the village of Brookfield, which was filmed by his friends. Jason's nose started bleeding as he watched the half-naked girls try to figure out how to use the iPhone. At this moment, the head of the Green Union could not believe what he had just been told on the phone. Everyone received a message about the arrest of a wanted person of the 1st degree, who was the main character. Having finally figured out the technique, the girls in the video began shouting that the target was entering the gate. The captain of the 3rd team wanted the Red Wolves to hand over the Red Union's money to him, and then he would spare their lives. After years of cooperation between their organizations, he didn't understand why the Red Wolves did this to them. When the Red Union destroys the White one, then unification will take place, and the whole South will belong to them. Seeing that no one showed up after his words, the old man jumped up, increasing his leg to gigantic proportions. At that very second, a beam shot out from the energy tower, which split the captain's body, leaving only a giant leg. The hero saw on video how the girls were trying to throw his leg away as quickly as possible before it splattered blood all over the place. At that moment, Jason realized that something had clearly gone wrong, and perhaps something had slipped his mind. Suddenly, Naomi felt that he needed to go on the run immediately to save his life. Dwight thought that he and the heads could take care of everything for now, and the main character could rest a little. Chester has already booked him a ticket for today's ferry, where his men will meet Jason. The main character was completely confused, not understanding what they were even talking about. Then Shane took out his phone and opened a wanted poster of a hero with a $50 million bounty on his head. Jason looked closely at the phone screen and was horrified by what he saw. After all, how could these bastards put such a small reward on his head? They could have started with 100 million. The presidents were shocked to hear him denigrate the sovereign, who clearly looked down on him. Naomi realized that he did not realize the seriousness of the situation, because by destroying the border, he destroyed an entire city. It then dawned on the protagonist that they didn't want to arrest him, despite the reward, which was surprising. Although they were all in collusion with the Red Trade Union, it was only a relationship of interest. From this, Jason concluded that he had simply become much more profitable for them than the Red Union. Hearing the accusatory words that weighed on their conscience, the heads of the trade unions were confused. Dwight was offended by the main character's words, because they were not that kind of people at all, and besides, Jason was a real speculator. But the protagonist didn't understand what was wrong with speculation, since even dishonest people need to make a living. Extending his hands to them, he demanded that they give him half of the reward they had received. The presidents did not understand what he was trying to do, because simply giving up could end in death for him. But the hero understood that he couldn't escape, and if they didn't arrest him, the Northern Trade Union would. Jason hoped that when he died, his new partners would take care of his people. And his gluttonous little sister will behave well if she is fed every day. People around did not understand how it was possible to arrest such a good man who provided them with work and housing. But the presidents reassured them, deciding to at least try to intercede for him. Taking the baby into her arms and holding her tenderly, Naomi decided to take good care of her. A little later, the delegation, along with Gerard's nephew, Layla and Marshall, began to enter the gate. The old man understood perfectly well that this road was not the one that led to the government. Instead, all those gathered headed straight to the barren lands. Layla wondered why the impeachment of a white union had to take place in no man's land. As it turned out, the head of the Black Union, Florence, decided that this place would be the most convenient for the execution. When they finally arrived at the execution site, Florence decided to double-check that everyone was there. Jason and the other union presidents were still on their way, but were expected to arrive soon. Gerard's nephew was glad to see the last meeting of the White Union, looking at the old man with mockery. Layla understood that even if the impeachment of the White Union was successful, there was no need for beheadings. The main character, who at that very moment was already approaching everyone, completely agreed with her. He walked, accompanied by other leaders, handcuffed and looking at those gathered with a smile. Fitzgerald was also there and was incredibly happy to see Jason. The president of the Black Union immediately gave the order to arrest the culprit. Layla immediately stood in front of Jason, intending to explain his mistake. Moreover, according to Naomi, the three major unions decided to call off the impeachment and were ready to cover the damages. Gerard's nephew was horrified by such a statement, not understanding what the protagonist could have put into their heads. Jason was grateful to Layla for her assistance, but everything had already been decided. He just wanted to know how long Florence would continue this performance, because the hero had a lot to do. After this, the head of the Black Union ordered Fitzgerald to read the verdict. He began by saying that the Red Trade Union had entered into a conspiracy with the Red Wolves to commit criminal activity. The group of Red Wolf prisoners that Jason brought in confessed to everything, and the evidence was irrefutable. All those who have entered into collusion with the Red Union are now enemies of the people of the entire continent. Jason, by bravely killing enemies, captured hundreds of them. Therefore, he deserves worldwide recognition as a great hero and a worthy man. After this, on Fitzgerald's orders, the soldiers brought in the remnants of the Red Union. Dwight realized with horror that when the Ori impeached the White Union, they were in collusion with the Reds. Other presidents also acknowledged that the main character turned out to be their savior. Some soldiers were perplexed, as they thought that today would be the day of the trial of the White Trade Union. However, the true goal was to pull together as many forces as possible who were colluding with the Red Trade Union. Mrs. Florence had long suspected these people, but she had no substantial evidence. but the captured members of the Red Wolf, whom the protagonist brought, completely filled the gap in evidence. Gerard took with him the strongest teams of martial artists in the Union, thus dividing the overall force. And now, the time has come to take their lives, at the moment when they were at their weakest. The Marshal was furious with Jason, who had appropriated all the government money for himself. After all, not a cent was added to the White Union's account, although all the bandits' money disappeared without a trace. Deciding to have a little fun before their death, the captains of the Red Union teams suddenly activated their attributes. If they managed to survive, they intended to find the president and go north to join the Red Wolves. Gerard's nephew believed that he was saved because they were high-ranking martial artists. While the guards were in shock, the enemies began to attack their opponents with lightning speed and deadly blows. The captains understood that a handful of simple soldiers could never match the strength of masters of their level. They decided to grab Florence, but suddenly a stranger appeared next to them. With a slight movement of his hand, he instantly tore off half the body of one of the Red captains. The stranger was puzzled as to how such a weakling could achieve such a high rank. Gerard's nephew recognized him. He was a martial arts master from the far north. The protagonist did not understand why the northern masters came here, having come all this way. The remaining captain began to attack the other master from the north, dealing multiple blows to his body. However, the master stood calmly, looking disappointedly at the enemy, who could not even scratch him. As it turned out, it was just a clone, and the real master considered the captain of the Red Union rather boring. After which, with one wave of his hand, he instantly cut the enemy's body into many pieces. The president of the Black Union ordered the two to kill all the members of the Red Union except Gerard's nephew. At that moment, he was just calling his uncle, looking at what was happening with horror. Looking at his phone, the head of the Red Union could not understand why his nephew's face was distorted with fear. But while he was trying to tell his uncle that they had been exposed, the cries of the goggle-eyed ones came from the phone that the master would avenge them. Seeing their negotiations, Jason reacted with lightning speed, and with one movement of his sword, cut off the scoundrel's hand. After this, the hero suddenly grabbed the hand that was holding the phone tightly, and directed it so that Gerard could see his nephew. The president of the Red Trade Union was horrified at the sight of his crippled relative. The nephew held his hand, screaming hysterically in pain as his whole body convulsed. Gerard didn't understand who did it, and wanted the scoundrel to show himself immediately. Florence was shocked by the hero's actions, and immediately gave the order to the northern masters to stop him, because the villain was needed alive. Jason heard and felt a powerful, explosive impulse go off right behind him. The destructive fist of one of the northern masters slammed into Brian's indestructible body, tickling him slightly. The big guy wanted the master to understand him correctly and not be offended if anything happened. At this moment, another master using clones took out his sword and made a sharp swing through the air. The impact created a burst of energy that shot straight at Jason. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, it turned out that the energy was a clone that the master had launched at the enemy. This only meant that the time had come for Lorenzia to appear on the battlefield. Seeing her stand in the way of the flying clone, Fitzgerald screamed, thinking she was still a child. But suddenly she turned into a girl, covered in streams of furious flames. Approaching her, the clone pointed his sword at the enemy, intending to deliver a fatal blow. But using her flames, Lorenzia created a gigantic fiery explosion that instantly incinerated her opponent. The presidents were shocked, and Chester could not believe that such a deadly flame existed. The soldiers watched the situation in horror, realizing that the Battlemaster of the South had destroyed the Battlemaster of the North. Naomi was surprised, and at the same time delighted by the incredible strength of Jason's team. However, the Northern Master remained alive, having lost only the clone he had created. He was shocked by Lorenzia's strength, meeting an equal opponent for the first time in a long time. The big guy wasn't weak either, so the masters became curious about their captain's strength. At this moment, the protagonist continued to show Gerard the mutilated body of his relative. The president screamed helplessly, realizing that this bastard could kill him at any moment. But Jason only wanted to convey to him that if Gerard touched his people again, the hero would cut down his illegitimate son. At this point, the president of the Red Union became confused. The hero knew where they were and wanted the scoundrels to prepare a ransom for his son, $5 billion. After this, the connection was broken, and at this time the goggle-eyed ones again began to shout that they would not be slaves. Then, the Red Union martial arts master finally decided to cut off the head of one of these orcs. But at that very moment, his body exploded, leaving the other masters stunned. Now everything has changed, and if anyone touches these goggle-eyed creatures, Gerard will personally blow up their body with his magic. The leader could not understand how Jason found out that his nephew was actually his illegitimate son, because it was their secret. Florence was furious, demanding that Jason immediately release the enemy, because they needed him alive to capture Gerard. However, the main character knew the limits of his actions, and was even ready to help the scoundrel. At that moment, Lorenzia fried the log on the hand of the false nephew Gerard with her fire, thus stopping the bleeding. Berkeley was enraged by such cruelty, and ordered the city's defense forces to move out immediately. At that very moment, the fighters began their assault, aiming numerous firearms towards the main character. Another man in armor, the commander of the army of knights, gave the order to stand in battle formation. The knights split into flanks and stood in front of the heroes, putting their shields and spears forward. Fitzgerald was confused, not understanding why these people suddenly became so angry. Shane realized that before them was a line of the sovereign's soldiers, consisting of knights from the north. The marshal remembered that the general leading this army was named Tobias, and he was the commander-in-chief of the entire northern army. In addition, he was supposed to be responsible for guarding the otherworldly gates that often appeared in the north. Layla noted that all the weapons these soldiers had were of the highest standard. Because of this, the marshal had the idea that perhaps capturing Gerard was not the only purpose of this meeting. At this time, the 7th team, led by Captain Jason, set out against the northern army. Tobias ordered the knights to raise their spears to block the heroes' path. The sharp tips of the spears rushed towards the opponents, but the heroes continued to walk unperturbed. In order to overcome this obstacle, it was necessary to use Brian's abilities. Using his power, the big guy summoned an energy entity that instantly broke all the spears. By creating several giant shields, he completely blocked his friends from the knights' flanks. Then, the city's defense forces began to go into battle, directing numerous missiles at the heroes. The soldiers began to shower the enemy with volleys of firearms and combat vehicles. But bullets and shells bounced off Brian's shields like peas off a wall. Then, the soldiers decided to use missiles capable of destroying cities. Jason entrusted this to Lorenzia, hoping with all his heart that she wouldn't kill anyone. Lorenzia agreed with him, snorting at his incredible demand. She waved her arms and created a giant wall of fire that blocked the missile's path. After which, they exploded in the air with a terrible roar, drenching everyone present with a strong gust of wind. The northern martial artists stood motionless, watching the army's helpless attempts to resist the heroes. Having agreed to deal with each one separately, they rushed towards their opponents. The protagonist watched as the masters rapidly approached them, swinging their arms to attack. Looking to the side, he discovered that the president of the White Union was calmly picking his nose. Jason was furious, because if Marshall didn't help them now, they might all die. As he began to take off his coat, the old man realized that it was not just about the Red Union. Florence tried to destroy all the southern unions so that the Black Union would be the only one left. However, she miscalculated, because hundreds of knights and armed soldiers would be extremely few to kill him. Seeing the tattoos on his back, Tobias ordered everyone to be extra vigilant and be especially careful. Becoming a mountain of muscle, Marshall used his ability to instantly knock all enemies to the ground. Even the armored vehicles began to crumple, pressing into the ground under the old man's incredible force. The northern masters, lying on their backs, couldn't understand where a martial artist with an imperial will came from. The tattoo on my grandfather's back belonged to a martial arts legend and one of the 4 emperors who went missing. Previously, he was called the White Emperor Marshal, whose will could only be resisted by a being of the same level. The main character was in complete confusion, which turned into rage, and he began to shout at the old man. After all, the leader's ability also affected him and his friends, completely neutralizing them, which promised bad consequences. From the records of the continent, the 5 strongest top martial artists were called the 4 emperors and the 1st emperor. The Black Emperor was named Adam, the white one was Marshall, the red one was Leonard, the purple one was Sylvester, and the first and strongest of them was Marcus. Adam, who was the father of Marcus and Florence, joined the imperial court and created the most powerful state in the world. Master Emperor Marshall, who had lost the love of his life, had disappeared over 10 years ago and was rumored to be dead. Leonard was the ruler of all martial artists, but he died in a battle with monsters, after which the remaining masters created 9 trade unions. The Purple Emperor Sylvester chose the demonic path to conquer the north and founded the Red Wolves. Unlike everyone else, Marcus only left a few words of farewell and decided to set off on a journey through all the worlds. Tobias, who was Adam's general, was able to learn a superior martial art, which he used to protect himself and Florence from the Marshal's will. He hoped that the brilliant newcomer and the White Emperor would join them and serve for the good of the continent, protecting the world from monsters. But his words did not interest Jason, who was supervising the process of tying up the attackers. At this moment, Brian was actively unwinding the city's defense soldiers with ropes, dividing them into small sheaves. The presidents were moving away from the imperial will of the marshal, and Naomi still felt pain in her chest. Shane bound the northern masters with his magical threads, which tightened when they tried to escape. However, the masters did not even try to fight, because their opponent was the legendary White Emperor. One of them was perplexed as to how Jason had been able to stop the old man's crushing will with his own hands. Holding hands with his new friends, the protagonist chalked everything up to the invincible power of friendship. After all, he couldn't tell that in the future, this martial art would cost less than $1. Now, something else was important, because according to Jason, the true purpose of the army's arrival was to clear the south of other unions. Florence was confused by these words, looking with horror at Jason and the outraged presidents. Before this, she had met with the governor, who was furious that other unions had colluded with Gerard. The head of the Black Union was sure that now was the best time to sneak up on his main camp. She proposed to use this to cleanse the entire Southern Trade Union of its filth at once, and hoped that the Tsar would send an army. After Leonard's death, the martial arts unions began to live as in primitive times, ceasing to think about their people. The ruler decided to send not only the Northern Army, but also 2 Northern Masters, and, if necessary, the Black Emperor. However, Florence considered the unions in the south to be mere rabble, and saw no need for such a large armed force. But the sovereign understood that restoring order was a secondary task, and that the true goal would be the destruction of the Zerg. And now, looking at the main character, the head of the Black Union had the unpleasant impression that he saw right through her plans. Jason knew that in the future, all Southern unions, except the White one, would be completely absorbed by the Black ones, so the hero came up with something. Seeing him approaching them, Tobias activated an unbreakable energy barrier, blocking the way to him and the lady. But to his surprise, Jason calmly pulled the magical fabric aside as if it were an ordinary curtain. Having lost his vigilance from shock, the general did not notice how the protagonist's hand had already moved towards Florence's neck. With a sharp movement, Jason lifted the head of the Black ones up, which began to dangle helplessly in his hand. Leaning towards her, he only wanted to talk to her boss, the ruler of the continent. Moreover, grabbing her mask with his other hand, the protagonist became curious about what was hidden underneath it. Jason abruptly ripped the demonic face off her and put the mask on himself, staring at Florence. It turned out to be a beautiful young girl with long blue hair, from whose eyes tears began to roll. In his past life, Jason had never seen her face, and now he was shocked by her beauty. And also, the hero did not understand why she was crying. Having returned the mask to her face and pushed the girl aside, the protagonist wanted Tobias to urgently summon the right person. The general understood that only one person could take control of the White Emperor, and this brilliant newcomer. Suddenly, he took out a scroll, from which came a pillar of bright light, blinding those around him. A screen appeared from the light, on which a huge golden throne was visible, with the sovereign sitting on it, and behind him stood a certain figure. Naomi, Dwight, Shane, and Chester, as well as everyone gathered, bowed their bodies, greeting the ruler of the continent. The emperor began to speak, but suddenly he was stopped by the hand of the Black Emperor, who emerged from the shadow of the throne. Adam's eyes sparkled with rage, and he wanted to ask only who dared to offend his beloved daughter. Everyone was stunned to see how he spoke tenderly to Florence, trying to console and encourage her. Looking at his daughter's tears, the Black Emperor decided to kill the entire family of the one who caused them. Having come to her senses a little, the girl pointed her finger at the culprit, who turned out to be the main character. Adam was completely beside himself, and his eyes blazed with the raging flame of righteous retribution. He suddenly rose into the air, breaking through several floors and the roof of the ruler's palace, heading towards the scene of the incident. Looking at the shining hole in the ceiling, the emperor could not understand how Adam could live with such a hot temper. But, getting back to important matters, he wanted to get a report from Tobias on what exactly had happened here. It turned out that the general's troops had been taken prisoner, and that perhaps only one person had learned about the purge of southern trade unions. Pointing his finger at Jason, the general hoped that the ruler would forgive him, and the hero would join their army to defend the front. However, the main character was in a stupor, realizing that something was wrong, because everything that was happening was painfully familiar to him, as if he had already seen it. Suddenly he remembered that this event would be the first catastrophe, because due to the quarrel between Gerard and the Red Wolves, the Zerg would awaken in these lands. In a past life, the continent sent troops of mass destruction, as well as Tobias's northern army, to fight these enemies. Black Emperor Adam and White Emperor Marshall eventually united in battle against a common enemy. All the southern unions, including the presidents themselves, also joined the fight. As a result, they were all completely destroyed, unable to hold back the onslaught of the Zerg. The Black and White Emperors died in this battle, and the enemies broke through the borders of the barren lands and invaded the continent. A war began between humans and monsters, which lasted for more than a year until Marcus came and destroyed the Zerg and monsters. But the losses during this time were so great that they will go down in history as the first invasion. At this point, Brookfield village wasn't finished yet and wouldn't protect them from these Zerg, so Jason had to come up with something. Deciding that it would be best to simply run away, the protagonist wanted the ruler to give him the difficult task of capturing Gerard. But Adam, who had arrived in time to help them, believed that Jason was still wet behind the ears and was not fit for this mission. Tobias decided to stand up for the main character, considering the Emperor's actions too impulsive, because the guy was a genius. Seeing that Adam was about to attack his captain, Brian stepped between them, wanting to protect his friend. Adam quickly approached the big guy, using the first breakthrough of the Black Lion Soul Destruction technique. Using an armor split strike, the Emperor launched Brian's body high into the sky. The protagonist was shocked by his strength, hearing the multi-ton giant fall to the ground, screaming in horror. It fell next to Lorenzia, creating a small explosion and instantly disabling itself. The little girl understood little, not understanding the language of those around her, and was in shock from Brian's unexpected fall. Seeing her comrade's clouded eyes and the wounds on his body left by the enemy's blow, Lorenzia became furious. In an instant, she became a girl and rushed furiously towards Adam, leading a wave of raging flames behind her. The Black Emperor was impressed by her considerable strength and prepared to use the second breakthrough to attack. But suddenly, the angry witch was stopped by someone's hand, which sharply grabbed her shoulder. Having thrown the heroine aside, the protagonist wanted her to settle down, since Adam could not be burned now. Remembering that his son owed him a lot of money, Jason wanted to negotiate with the Black Emperor. Then, Adam decided to kill the hero for Marcus and attacked him with a crushing blow, which Jason was able to block with his Heavenly Fist. The Black Emperor was shocked, because the Heavenly Fist technique belonged to the Red Emperor, who was dead. But the main character didn't care, and he just wanted Marcus to return his money. Marshall and the other presidents were shocked by Jason's power, while Adam decided to spare his life. However, he intended to destroy the main character's energy source and meridians, making him disabled. The energy essence of the Black Emperor crushed Jason's essence with a powerful blow. Having understood his intentions, and having received a strong blow, the protagonist most of all did not want to become disabled again, as in his past life. At that moment, the Time Bracelet began to take away days of Jason's life, leaving him in a stupor. Adam was confused, not understanding why the hero's true energy began to grow at an incredible speed. At that moment, Jason's energy essence increased in size, and his strength became comparable to the peak of the Red Emperor. Then Adam struck, causing an earthquake that even reached the Emperor's palace. The stunned ruler looked in amazement at the monitor screen, which showed the battlefield. Florence stared at her father in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. Layla suddenly noticed that Marshall, who had been standing next to her, had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Placing his hand on Adam's back, the old man came to the conclusion that after so many years, the Black Emperor had become noticeably weaker. At that moment, Adam experienced a feeling that made his knees tremble, and memories of old times awakened in his mind. He understood that only one person could cause such a surge of adrenaline in him, and that was the White Emperor. At that very moment, the joyful old man pinched his old comrade on the back, causing Adam to gasp. The marshal showed him an old photograph of them, where they were still young and hot. Turning to the joyful old man, the Black Emperor at first did not even recognize him as his best friend, because his appearance was no longer the same. Layla and Florence hurried to their fathers, hoping that the explosion had passed without a trace for them. However, in Adam's opinion, such a brat could not harm him, and he wanted to know how exactly the hero dared to offend his daughter. Looking down sadly and bowing her head, Florence merely pointed to her mask. Realizing that this scoundrel had taken off his mask, encroaching on the honor of his precious Florence, the Black Emperor was shocked. Naomi and the other presidents were perplexed by what they saw, realizing that Jason was clearly hiding a lot from them. To Shane's surprise, the Northern Masters easily severed his strings, marveling at the hero who could stop the Emperor's blow. Meanwhile, looking at Jason, Adam wondered if he was going to die here. The main character stood there, completely exhausted and barely able to stand on his feet, while Lorenzia flew around, wanting to know how he was feeling. As it turns out, the Hand of Time can use the hero's life force to grant him power beyond his own limits. Seeing his own strike from the Red Emperor stop the Black One's attack, Jason was shocked at himself. However, the good times ended there, as he now had less than 3 hours to live. At that moment, the sovereign was incredibly happy that both the White and Black Emperors were on his continent. Plus, a brilliant newcomer had arrived, which altogether was like a godsend. The ruler wanted to know if the protagonist was ready to sacrifice everything to protect the people of the continent from monsters and foreigners. But suddenly Jason interrupted him, wanting first of all to borrow $20 billion from the sovereign. After this, the main character brought his phone to the screen with the ruler, on which the receipt for payment was shown. Without thinking twice, the sovereign immediately confirmed the payment, transferring the required amount to the hero. All the union leaders stared at Jason, not believing what was happening. Adam snorted in bewilderment, since his annual salary was around $70 million. The protagonist looked closely at his time, realizing with horror that one day was now worth $200 million. There were still several years left before Marcus returned to Earth, so Jason might not live to see him. There was also the option of secretly entering another world, but the hero did not know the difference between currencies, and this could also end in death. Jason remembered how, in his past life, Marcus had offered to apply a special membrane bonding technique to his body. During the application, he explained that if the hero ever needed it, Jason should simply stab himself in the chest. And if at that moment the communication membrane breaks, then Marcus will receive his signal. From this, the protagonist concluded that the first emperor received a signal from his father at the moment of his death. This turned out to be true, and besides, Marcus sent a gift on the evening when his little sister married the sovereign. Then Jason realized that at that very moment, 2 moons appeared in the sky, which was his gift. And now, the main character was very happy to remember the secret method of communication in Marcus's family. Realizing that the Zerg invasion was just a matter of time, Jason began to frantically think about how to quickly trigger it. Basically, there were only 2 ways: either break Florence's communication membrane or kill his father, Adam. Only Marcus could defeat the Zerg, but even knowing this, Jason couldn't make a choice. The money that the ruler sent him was an advance payment for the next 70 years that the main character now had to serve. The emperor understood that the trade unions were weakened, the north was overrun with monsters, and the remnants of the Zerg race lived in the desert lands. Once again, without letting him finish, Jason decided that it would be best if the Black Emperor led the Zerg elimination team. Adam and his daughter were stunned by the protagonist's words, staring at him with a puzzled look. Deciding to use both options at once, Jason also wanted Florence to join him in capturing Gerard. At this time, the leader of the Reds, with the help of his stone, was healing the captain of the first team, Sebastian, who had begun to vomit blood frequently. Gerard remembered that when the captain first arrived, he had almost no blood, and only the president's bloodstone was able to save him. Wiping his bloody mouth with his hand, Sebastian was sincerely grateful to his master. Previously, there was a fat man who constantly carried the captain, but he had not been seen for a long time and Gerard was sure that he was dead. After leaving Sebastian's tent, the president received news that contact with the master monitoring the wormhole had been completely lost. Meanwhile, the first team captain received a message from Brian on his phone and found out that he had found good friends. The big guy was interested in Sebastian's health and wanted to come see them in a couple of days. But the first team captain decided that it was a bad idea. Brian spoke very highly of a certain Jason, who greatly interested Sebastian. At that moment, the captain heard the cries of warriors rushing to help their president. Gerard fell to his knees, covered in a red aura, and one of the masters ran to him to help him up. But suddenly, a hand with a bloodstone implanted in it grabbed the face of the warrior who ran up and began to suck the life force out of him. The red blood soul stone was very agitated, and the leader felt like it was being exploded by some kind of force. This power exceeded all conceivable and inconceivable limits, causing Gerard's face to distort, becoming like a demon. Meanwhile, in the mole hole, the previously dormant monsters began to awaken from their sleep. Feeling the call of the blood soul stone, the Zerg began to emerge from their eggs, devouring the Red Union masters located there. Those who woke up first began to quickly wake up the others, because it was urgent to devour all of humanity. However, a certain monster, similar to a huge beetle named Carlos, was sure that not everyone would be able to wake up. After all, the stimulation of long sleep caused irreversible damage to the body of their people, destroying many Zerg. This was because the queen had to urgently put her people into a long sleep in order to save themselves from the humans. After these words, the insect girl Cicada was horrified, thinking that the queen might also be dead. However, according to Carlos, she woke up and already sent several monsters after the Blood Soul Stone. In addition, there was one type of insect that had not yet awakened, and Carlos was eagerly awaiting its appearance. However, the only way to awaken them was to return the relic of the Zerg people. Beetle got tired of talking to the Zerg girl and intended to go and destroy the human city. And although Cicada possessed the power of the highest Zerg insect bloodline, Carlos had one piece of advice to give her. Since her aura was not yet strong enough, there was no need to eat many people, because she herself understood the dangers of this. She risked side effects from using them, and besides, people were already facing a sad fate. At this time, the night expanses of the deserted area were engulfed by a loud sneeze from Master Austin of Jason's 7th team. For some reason, he felt a terrible chill run down his spine, like a premonition of something terrible. Jason and his friends were approaching an unknown area that was now cordoned off by the government. At the hero's request, the presidents brought their people here to wait for supplies, but Shane couldn't understand what he meant. However, the Tsar had stripped them of their Union status, and Chester knew they had no choice but to trust Jason. Fitzgerald had no doubts about the main character, and was confident that if the former leaders joined his team, they would not regret it. At that moment, an announcement sounded that temporary portals would soon appear, so everyone had to choose their own passage. Old Man Fitzgerald hoped that Bridget, Deborah, Austin, Keith, and Tiffany were ready to show them the ropes. Thanking him for his support, Deborah signaled to the others that they could begin. With their hands outstretched, the members of Team 7 began to move them in a circle, creating magical swirls. As they began to spin faster, the vortices began to turn into portals, opening the way into an unknown space. Suddenly, little green men and healthy orcs began to emerge from the gates, dragging huge carts behind them. Now, the presidents needed to start accepting the goods that Jason had prepared especially for them. The orcs needed to hurry, because the main character asked to close the gates immediately after delivery. Dwight began to actively load his trucks with new batches of tobacco, and Shane was delighted with the resulting magical meat. At that moment, Tiffany discovered that all the teleportation runes had been used up for these portals. In total, more than 100 runes were needed to carry such a quantity of cargo. Tiffany was impressed by the young gentleman who had the foresight to deliver these goods to Brookfield. Jason spent 3 days and 3 nights creating the teleportation runes, but now it has become a profitable investment. When Chester saw what the engineer from Brookfield showed him, he was shocked to the core. The engineer managed to design equipment for demolishing houses, based on the drawings provided by the young master. It was a giant robot that needed a little true energy to be injected into it, and it would instantly demolish the desired buildings. Seeing this miracle, Chester began to doubt that Jason was from their continent, because his knowledge was beyond this world. Naomi also received a product, namely clothes for the performance, which made her a childish delight. The bold design simply stunned her, and the girl also decided that the main character was from another planet. One of Jason's subordinates announced to all the presidents that they now needed to go and start making money immediately. Meanwhile, the protagonist trained with Brian, delivering crushing blows to his shields. The hero wanted the big guy to not stand still and to compress his energy, turning it into armor. However, Brian could hardly hold on, unable to fulfill the protagonist's request. Jason's plan was to take Gerard's illegitimate son back and trade him to the Goggle-eyed tribe. But in case the president doesn't play by the rules, the protagonist must become very strong in order to save his life, if anything happens. Jason remembered how Marshall had decided to ask him if the hero knew why Adam didn't want to let Florence go with him. The protagonist assumed that the Emperor was afraid that he was up to something. But that was only the main reason. High-ranking masters can sense people's energy, and the old man didn't know what Jason did to increase his in the battle with Adam. But now, at best, the hero's energy was at an average level, and Brian and Lorenzia had not yet reached a normal release of power. And if this is all they are capable of, then when they meet Gerard, the heroes will be killed in a matter of seconds. With the help of his stone, the leader of the Reds can control the blood of any creature, as well as completely suck it out of a person. Therefore, they needed to train to achieve the power to resist true energy. After 3 days of rigorous training, Jason and Brian collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Looking at the big guy, the main character was shocked that this martial arts master could turn his shields into armor in 3 days. All this time, Lorenzia watched their training, deciding to try it too. Once she appeared above the heroes, she covered her body in fiery armor, further confusing Jason. After all, it took her at most 2 hours to learn this technique, and Brian, in the meantime, having learned the baby's language, praised her in it. At that moment, Lorenzia's energy reserves were exhausted, and returning to the child's body, she began to fall on her friends. Collapsing right on Jason, she began to demand that he immediately get ready and go get food. Watching them, Brian thought of Master Sebastian, thinking that he would be glad to have real friends. Unexpectedly, his gaze fell on the protagonist's cape, in which a telephone was visible. The big guy found the cell phone very familiar and reached for it, right in front of a surprised Jason. Not long ago, the main character noticed that Brian's phone was broken and decided to repair it. However, Jason immediately made it clear that he didn't like looking into people's personal lives, so the big guy could rest easy. Brian was happy to see his phone intact and without chips, and he was also very grateful to the main character for his kindness. But suddenly, Jason became curious about this Sebastian with whom the big guy was texting so often. At that moment, a huge humanoid monster approached the captain of the first team of the Red Union. He was also a captain and wanted Sebastian, like him, to allow the president to fill his body with Zerg blood. The captain of the first team did not understand how this man could become so ugly. This was made possible by the Zerg blood created by Gerard's Blood Soul Stone, which strengthened the bodies of the Battlemasters. The monster didn't know how much longer Sebastian's half-dead body would have to drink normal blood, and if he took the blood of the Zerg, he would immediately be reborn. But the captain of the first team thought that it was better to die as a man than to live like a miserable insect. These words infuriated the monster, because did this cripple really still consider himself the strongest captain in the Red Union? The women who were caring for Sebastian drew their swords and blocked the monster's path. The monster was perplexed at how a bunch of pathetic people dared to stand in his way and wanted to devour them. At that moment, Gerard appeared behind him and ordered the fight to be stopped immediately. The captain of the second team had just consumed Zerg blood and was still unstable, so the leader wanted him to calm down. But the monster rebelled, no longer wanting to tolerate this disabled person, nor to obey the president's orders. Enraged by the insolent man's words, the leader began to suck the Zerg blood out of him, returning the captain to his former human form. Falling to his knees before Gerard, he began to tearfully ask for forgiveness and begged him to return the insect blood. But the president only grinned, wishing this non-entity would disappear from his sight. Turning to Sebastian, the leader decided to tell him that a traitor had appeared in their ranks. It was Fat Brian, with whom the captain of the first team once came to their union. That's why he came to Sebastian to get an explanation from him about this situation. At this time, Jason, Brian, and Lorenzia were sitting next to each other, meditating and absorbing the energy. In his past life, the hero bought tons of powerful techniques from Marcus out of curiosity. But these were martial arts only for geniuses. Using the power of time, the hero can greatly enhance any of his techniques. But the cost was exorbitant, and half a month had already been lost. However, his friends were true geniuses who could quite possibly raise the true energy by 3 notches. Sitting between them, Jason's energy absorption accelerated 30 times, which was very productive. The main character was shocked that these two managed to sleep at the same time. The weather in the Badlands was unpredictable, and suddenly Jason noticed that snow had started falling from the sky. After a while, when the heroes were covered in thick snow, Florence passed by them, accompanied by her people. Remembering the recent events involving Jason, as well as how he removed her mask, the girl considered him to be truly omnipresent. Seeing a strange snowman that looked like the main character, Florence thought that it was made by monsters. Taking out her blade, she decided to take out all the pain and humiliation she had experienced on this snowy copy of Jason. The main character looked at the knife in her hands with horror, not understanding what she was planning. Suddenly, she began to deliver multiple blows to the snowman's back, causing the hero to instantly come out of his trance. Surprised to find blood on the snowman, the girl suddenly heard the voices of men who were very happy about this meeting. These were the masters of the Red Trade Union, who decided to deliver the culprit of their situation straight into the hands of the president. However, the bodyguards of the head of the Black Union decided that there was no cause for concern. They realized that these people were low-ranking masters, and then they rushed towards the enemies. Having transformed into eagles, the bodyguards prepared to attack the unexpected guests. But suddenly, Gerard's men turned into insect monsters, seizing the shocked birds. They were outraged that these birds underestimated them, calling them low-ranking masters. The protagonist was shocked by how easily the insects neutralized the eagles, since they were high-ranking masters. At this moment, one of the bodyguards shouted for the lady to run away from here immediately. At that very moment, the monsters crushed their bodies with their claws, splashing the surroundings with the blood of the masters. The enemies knew that Florence was an ordinary person who had risen to the position of leader thanks to the connections of the Black Emperor. Looking intently at the monsters, the girl was sure that Gerard's destruction was a matter of time. Since these masters had proven their effectiveness, she decided to give them a chance to surrender, and then the sovereign would spare their lives. But the enemies realized that this was a trap, because they already knew about all the insidious machinations of this lady. First of all, they decided to see what was hidden under that terrifying mask on her face. Jason was delighted with these insects, because by attacking Florence, they could destroy her communication membrane. Then, calling Marcus will not be difficult, and the world will be saved much faster than in the past life. But suddenly, the girl pulled out her knife, intending to fight back against the bandits. The hero also could not allow her to die, since this could greatly change the course of events and this entire reality. Seeing the monsters rushing towards her, Florence understood that in any case, there was someone who would take revenge on her. The protagonist understood that he needed her alive until he finished his business. So he abruptly jumped out of the snowdrift. Instantly approaching the girl, he grabbed her knife by the blade and began to pull it away. Putting on a heroic appearance, he hoped that Florence would try to stay alive as long as possible. But at that moment, he accidentally split the blade of the knife, running his fingers along the girl's neck, leaving a deep cut on it. Florence instantly collapsed dead, and a huge pool of blood began to flow from the cut in her neck. The hero became so strong that he instantly jumped several ranks, which required getting used to such a wild jump in strength. The monsters were taken aback, thinking that Jason had decided to go over to their side, which pleased them greatly. However, the protagonist looked at the sky with horror, where clouds appeared, emitting black lightning. 400 kilometers from this place, Adam was horrified to see the sky sparkle in the distance. Tears came to his eyes and he screamed in rage, not understanding who dared to kill his daughter. Tobias was taken aback by what he heard, deciding that it was definitely the Zerg, because no one else could have dealt with her bodyguards. The general decided to gather an army and go there immediately, but suddenly the Black Emperor stopped him. After all, Florence was killed, but she wasn't dead, which left Tobias completely confused. Like her brother, death allows her to release her essence, returning to life but becoming more wild. Wiping away his tears, Adam understood that the one who killed his daughter was now destined for a terrible fate. The general needed to send someone for Florence within an hour, because her essence had a certain time limit. Seeing the sadness on the face of the Black Emperor, the marshal was puzzled that his daughter had managed to die again. Meanwhile, the two Zerg also watched from afar as a bright black flash pierced the sky. One of them was shocked by such power, not understanding what could be its source. The second one knew that it was a living creature, and he wondered if it could be eaten. There was one on the continent who could rival the power of the Zerg Queen. At this moment, the main character did not understand who was in front of them and where Florence had disappeared. Looking at the devil in bewilderment, the monsters decided to use their secret technique. It was the first time they had used this technique in public, so they hoped their new brother would be watching closely. Merging into a single body, the three insects rushed towards their opponent. At that moment, the entity hovering in the air extended its hand forward, spreading its fingers. After which, the devil sharply clenched her fist, attacking her opponents. At that very second, the triple body of the enemies instantly compressed, scattering their remains everywhere. After which, they fell to the ground with a crash, right in front of the main character. Jason was very puzzled, not understanding what kind of technology was capable of killing them like that, in the air. Besides, he had never heard in this life or in a past life that Florence had such power. Suddenly, the devil suddenly approached the main character, instantly hovering in front of him. Seeing her reaching out to him, Jason began to ask for forgiveness, because he did not want to kill her. But she only pressed her palms to his face, looking intently into the hero's eyes, completely disconcerting him. At that moment, Brian and Lorenzia woke up from their sleep, joyfully jumping out of their snowdrifts. To Jason's horror, Florence began to turn away from him, looking at his friends. Raising her hand up, the devil began to gather deadly energy in her palm, intending to strike the heroes. Brian and Lorenzia raised their hands, looking at the sudden enemy with fear. In a state of semi-shock, Jason screamed for them to dodge immediately, feeling a cold sweat run down his back. Hearing a rumble in the distance, Marshall thought that Adam's daughter was indeed making a loud noise. But the Black Emperor knew that in this state, Florence would attack unconsciously, and at that moment, even her brother would be forced to retreat. After all, as the saying goes, a tiger cannot give birth to cubs, and in their case, the children inherited their father's strength. At that moment, the emperors were fighting against those same Zerg, who also saw a flash of black lightning. Seeing one of the monsters trying to escape, Adam became furious and immediately caught up with him. Using the third breakthrough of the Black Lion destruction technique, he split the insect's body in half in an instant. The monsters turned out to be incredibly weak, and the Black Emperor became very bored in the fight with them. As he passed the prone monster, he thought that he and Marshall didn't need to fight together, as he alone would be more than enough. The moment Adam lost his guard, the White Emperor noticed the enemy's attack and flew to his friend's aid. It was too late to dodge, and the huge tentacle rushed straight at the Black Emperor. Adam didn't even have time to understand what happened before the tentacle completely swallowed his body. The marshal attempted to free his friend with a crushing blow from his fist, but his attack was blocked by another monster. When Marshall saw it, he was shocked, because it was a Zerg that had recently been torn in two by the Black Emperor. But now, his body was rapidly recovering, which spoke of the insect's incredible regeneration. This was one of the two unique abilities of the higher Zerg bloodlines, body restructuring. Suddenly, the old man saw how the body of the monster that had swallowed Adam began to transform, significantly increasing its strength. Becoming even more ferocious, the Zerg used his second unique ability, fusion, merging with the body of the Black Emperor. The monster was surprised because compared to other masters, this one was incomparably more powerful. As he began to turn into a mountain of muscle, Marshall thought that Adam didn't like taking showers, so the Zerg was at risk of getting diarrhea. Looking menacingly at his enemy, the enraged White Emperor gave him one last chance to spit out his friend. However, after examining him closely, the Zerg came to the conclusion that the old man must be even tastier than that one. Taking a fighting stance, the Marshal thought that old bones should not be gnawed and prepared for battle. But the Zerg that ate the Black Emperor decided to try it anyway, also getting into a combat position. The opponents rushed at each other with lightning speed, leaving behind explosions of energy. At the same moment, 400 kilometers away from them, a powerful explosion was also heard, from the attack of the Devil Florence. Having barely managed to hold back her blow, Brian didn't understand what was wrong with this girl. Having managed to react to Jason's warning, he covered himself and the space around him with energy armor. At that very second, a giant firestorm was already flying in the direction of the enemy. Covering her body in fiery armor and extending her arms forward, Lorenzia turned herself into a deadly missile. However, Florence only needed one look, and the witch felt her body begin to change direction. Shifting course slightly, the whirlwind of Lorenzia's fiery rocket headed straight for the shocked big guy. Using the true energy defense network, he was able to block his comrade's attack, and the baby plopped down on Brian's stomach. Watching what was happening, the protagonist thought that in the north of the continent, his friends would have already received high-ranking status. But the devil was insanely strong, and Jason felt like she was using some kind of mental attack. If the true energy armor is strong enough, it will be able to withstand a certain amount of damage from her mental abilities. At least she wouldn't be able to crush anyone into puree. However, there was one more strange thing that was bothering the hero. At that moment, Florence again attacked the big guy with the witch, but Jason simply stood between them, and the devil suddenly stopped the blow. The strange thing was that she did not harm the main character, and, in front of his surprised friends, he began to expose himself to her blows. But not wanting to play with this crazy woman all day, Jason abruptly grabbed her hands, stunning his opponent. Having knocked her down onto the snow, the protagonist was puzzled as to why she was making such a fuss, since he had only lightly cut her neck. At that moment, Tobias and the knight stood behind the rock, watching as Jason pinned Florence down on the ground and tried to calm her down. The general was shocked, deciding that this brilliant newcomer was able to cope with the miss who could move mountains with her finger. At that very second, he received a report from his people that dozens of people were approaching them at a distance of 2 kilometers. To his horror, Tobias realized that the only people other than them in these lands could only be the people of the Red Union. At this time, the enemies were heading towards the place where the Black Lightning was spotted, hoping that their 3 masters had already captured the target. The Red President knew that the Black Lightning revealed the location of Florence, who was the daughter of the Black Emperor. She had a special status, and if you take the girl hostage, it will become a very strong trump card and will help control Adam. On the way there, the captain of the second team, who had received the blood of the Zerg, hoped that Sebastian would not dare to take away his merits. At that moment, Florence suddenly began to scream frantically, greatly frightening the protagonist. Seeing the she-devil begin to transform into energy and fly into the air, Jason urgently called Brian for help. The main character didn't know how exactly, but the big guy shouldn't have let her fly away. Then, Brian clapped his hands hard, releasing true energy in colossal quantities. Rising upward, the energy turned into several shields, which rushed like a whirlwind towards the hero and the devil. Having reached their goal, they began to build a fortress around the heroes like bricks, preventing Florence from leaving this area. Having made a giant heart on the top of the fortress, Brian and Lorenzia stared in awe at the love nest. At this moment, the captain of the second team was glad that they had finally managed to find the traitor who had previously been Sebastian's porter. He wondered if Brian would take his own life or if the captain needed to help him. Brian stared at them in confusion, not expecting such a sudden appearance of his old comrades. Sebastian also greeted him, waving his hand and looking at the big guy with a smile. The captain of the second team decided to personally help Sebastian deal with this fat guy. However, as he rose from his wheelchair, the first team captain decided he didn't need help when it came to his brothers. Feeling that after so much time, Brian had become much stronger, Sebastian was glad that he could now defend himself. The first team captain, piercing him with a penetrating gaze, was sure that it was Jason who had helped him develop so much. But going against the Red Union was still not wise, and if the big guy gave up his friends, Sebastian promised to spare him. Brian already knew about all the atrocities of the Red Union president, so he decided to be with Captain Jason. Hearing him call him Captain, Sebastian realized that the big guy had already jumped off the ship, which meant there was no need to hold back. Having finally decided to get down to business, the captain of the first team extended his hand forward, creating numerous magical blades in the air. Brian waved his arms in panic, not wanting to fight his friend and trying to appeal to his reason. However, Sebastian only smirked in response, suggesting that his former comrade think of it as normal practice. But only in their case, if the big guy loses, he will lose his life. And after these words, the captain of the first team began to attack. Dozens of magical blades rushed at the big guy, but the hero instantly created energy shields and was able to block the attack. Sebastian was delighted with what he saw, and with all his heart wanted Brian to show him everything he had learned. However, the big guy had a different opinion, not wanting to continue this fight against his friend. The captain's furious blows rained down on the enemy, unable to overcome his indestructible barrier. Sebastian's retinue was shocked and watched in bewilderment as the fat man's shields calmly withstood Sebastian's swords. The captain of the second team decided that he was simply giving in to his former comrade and decided to deal with him later. But for now, to deal with the little ones. At that moment, Lorenzia was sitting opposite him, with a sad, downcast look from incredible hunger. She remembered with longing Jason's words that the more disgusting the food looked, the better it tasted. After which her gaze fell on the enemy. Using the blood of the Zerg, the captain of the second team began to transform into an insect-like monster, burning the baby with a furious gaze. Meanwhile, members of the White Trade Union came to Mrs. Layla with interesting news. Body temperature detectors tracked the range of the Zerg's advance, thereby indicating their location. Everyone was amazed by Layla's insight, not understanding how she was able to predict that the insects would come to the city. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that this was predicted by Jason, whom everyone thought was long dead. Alex and Rick decided that now would be the best time to attack the monsters and volunteered to lead the squad. However, having thrown them and everyone else into a stupor, Layla ordered them to take all the materials and leave the headquarters, heading to the ruins. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers from the Imperial City, at the Palace of Culture, the show's participants were presented with new stage outfits. This was the last model of clothing designed by the world-famous designer, Jason. Seeing the overly revealing necklines, the dancers wondered if they could really wear this on the street. However, they had nothing to worry about, because even the hottest contestant on The Voice King had already worn clothes in a similar style. Having decided to immediately go to the fitting room, the girls suddenly heard a strange noise and felt the building begin to shake. A few seconds later, the entire community center began to crack and slowly fall apart. From under the rubble of the building, beetle-like monsters began to crawl out, furiously clicking their claws. They were all doubles of Carlos, who couldn't understand whether his clones really had topographical cretinism. After all, instead of the Imperial Palace, they found themselves in an unknown place, but at least it was within the city limits. The people around did not understand from what otherworldly gates these monsters came and hastened to call the guards. Deciding that at least they could eat, the monsters began to actively attack those around them. At this time, the sovereign entered the chambers of the crown prince, where his son's servants greeted him with a bow. The ruler wanted to take a little walk with him, because the prince had not gotten out of bed for 3 years and had not left his house for 6 years. However, Prince Herbert didn't understand why he should worry about anything when they had Adam, Marcus, and Florence around them. The prince was the strongest from birth, 1 in a billion, born to be at the top of the food chain. So what else can he do with life without a fight except lie down and die? His servants were distressed by the misfortune of the young master, who had such aspirations at such a young age. Suddenly, a guard burst in and reported the presence of a large number of Zerg less than 100 kilometers from the palace. Everyone was shocked because the report said that the monster nests in the Badlands were full of dead bugs. And since the Black Emperor was not around now, the probability of being eaten was approaching 100% at a terrifying speed. Luckily, it turned out that the monsters changed direction, as if they had gotten lost, and ran in the opposite direction from the palace. Hearing this, Herbert began to get up, thinking that there was no need for him to die lying on his back if he could die standing on his feet. The young prince demanded that the sovereign immediately send him to war to repel the attack of the monsters. The ruler was touched by his words and desire for life, deciding that if his son wanted to find his death, then as a father, he should help him. At that very moment, everyone received orders to return the Zerg, and for the Eastern Guard to go with Herbert as support. Meanwhile, the Marshal continued to fight in a furious battle with the insect that had swallowed the Black Emperor. The old man was perplexed. Did these monsters really come to the continent just to eat people? However, the monster did not want Marshal to think too much of herself, because among 1,000 other worlds, the continent was a drop in the ocean. Humans once killed the Zerg king and took the red blood soul stone, so now it's time for revenge. After these words, the Zerg delivered a crushing blow with his fist, knocking the White Emperor aside. The Marshal managed to stay on his feet, but the second enemy was already approaching from behind, intending to devour him. Meeting the insect with his fist, the White Emperor instantly exploded the monster's body. Seeing that the monster's regenerative abilities had weakened, the old man realized that he would only need 2 more blows to finish it off completely. The Zerg that had consumed Adam was impressed by Marshal's powers of observation, but still, age limited many of his bodily functions. Otherwise, the White Emperor would not have missed the 3 needles that were now sticking out of his shoulder. Feeling his body begin to weaken, Marshal punched himself hard, knocking the needles out of his system. Making a dash towards him, the Zerg understood that the needles only had a soporific effect, since in order to merge, the old man had to remain alive. At that moment, the monster noticed an unexpected enemy approaching him from the side. It turned out to be one of the Northern Masters, and turning sharply, the monster tore his body apart with its blow. But it turned out to be just a clone, who was holding a bottle filled with a greenish liquid in his hand. At this moment, the 2 Northern Masters simultaneously swung their arms to strike. Seeing the trajectory of their attack, the monster thought they had missed, but their target was the bottle in the clone's hands. Exploding on impact, it released a huge clot of green mass that instantly incapacitated the Zerg. The monster's entire body shuddered and it began to scream deafeningly in pain, spitting out bloody masses onto the snow. The Northern Masters rushed to check on the Marshal's condition and find out where the Black Emperor is now. At the same time, having partially restored his body, the second Zerg grabbed his comrade and pulling him out of the green mass, rushed away. One of the Northern Masters wanted to chase after the opponents, but the old man stopped him, because it would be suicide. After looking closely at the exploded bottle, Marshal realized that it was the acacia bomb that Jason had told them about. The White Emperor wondered if the city the protagonist called Brookfield really existed. The Northern Masters found a portal to it, according to the map drawn by Jason, and also saw Gerard next to it, as the hero said. Then Marshal decided that perhaps they had been able to kill the president of the Red Union. However, at the moment when the Masters saw him, Gerard was practicing some kind of art, being very passionate about something. His aura was not inferior to the imperial aura of the Marshal, and the Northern Masters knew for sure that they could not defeat him. So, they quietly made their way through the portal leading to Brookfield and then back. From their words, Marshal concluded that the stone in Gerard's hand had increased his strength, meaning Jason's village could be in danger. However, when it came to this issue, the Northern Masters believed that there was absolutely no reason for concern. After all, judging by what they saw there, if Gerard entered Brookfield, he would never leave. Meanwhile, the main character was glad that this devil had finally calmed down. Sneezing loudly, he quickly began to get dressed, not wanting to catch a cold. He began to pound hard on the inside of the barrier, wanting the big guy to let him out as quickly as possible. But at that moment, Brian was bleeding, pinned to his own shield by Sebastian's magical swords. At that very second, the big guy suddenly activated his energy, throwing the swords away from himself in an instant, and completely healing himself. The big guy's body was engulfed in a powerful aura that nearly knocked everyone around him off their feet. And a moment later, in front of the bewildered Sebastian, in Brian's place stood a huge warrior in armor, who looked furiously at the enemy. The captain of the first team was shocked that his best friend was able to block 8 out of 9 lone swords, but due to lack of practice, Brian was only able to maintain this state for a few seconds, after which the technique wore off. The armor Jason had forced him to practice had completely drained the big man's strength, leaving his body racked with pain. As he approached him, Sebastian thought that he was probably underestimating the main character, who seemed to be a good person. After all, he passed on such a profound technique to Brian, and if the big guy can maintain it, he won't have any problems escaping. At this moment, the ugly girls who were taking care of Sebastian cried bitter tears, begging him to stop fighting. Seeing the blood on the captain's lips, Brian realized to his horror that Gerard had apparently stopped giving him blood to drink. Sebastian remembered how they trained together as children and fought wolves in the valley, shoulder to shoulder. They could have continued living as they did if Cupid hadn't played a joke on Sebastian, making 4 sisters from their clan fall in love with him. These were 4 ugly girls accompanying the captain, who in the past were pretty beauties. At that time, Sebastian struck them with his beauty, and they all decided to become his concubines. But these girls were considered the four flowers of the clan, and were the pride of their mother, who headed the clan. She was furious at this request, and decided that Sebastian would get the girls if he passed the bloodworm test. Sebastian immediately agreed, greatly underestimating the worm, which ultimately led to the hero's body being infected. The worm became a part of him, and began to slowly suck all the blood from his body until the host died. Then, the four girls began to beg the lady to spare Sebastian, and in exchange, they were ready to bear punishment for him. Thinking that the hero only desired their beauty, she gave the girls 4 disfiguring parasites in exchange for his life. After this, they, along with Sebastian, were expelled from the clan, and together with Brian, rushed south. Carrying the exhausted and bleeding hero, the big man knew that the south had the best medicine, which could certainly save him. Moreover, Brian also hoped that the girls would also be able to regain their former, unearthly beauty. And now, realizing that good people don't always get their due reward, Sebastian created a giant 9th sword behind him. A second before, the starving Lorenzia, remembering the words about unsightly food, sank her teeth into the enemy's shoulder. Howling in pain and shock, the insect-like captain of the second team tore the baby away from himself, leaving a piece of his flesh in her teeth. Grabbing the witch by the hair on her head, he threw her forward several meters with all his strength. While he was indignant at her unexpected actions, Lorenzia began to slowly rise from the ground. She was outraged that Jason had deceived her, because this ugly monster turned out to be absolutely disgusting to taste. At that very second, the enraged captain of the second team suddenly soared into the air, after which, with a meteorite strike, he smashed the little girl into the ground. This was the first time that someone, not he, had bitten someone, and since that was the case, he did not intend to hold back any longer. Just as he was about to devour the girl, the monster captain suddenly felt his body split into 2 parts. Looking back, he saw Sebastian attack him with lightning speed, with his giant energy sword. Brian was completely confused, looking with fear at his friend, whose strength was running out. After which, the big guy suddenly approached Lorenzia and began to dig her out of the thick snow. Taking the heroine in his arms, he suddenly heard 4 girls start screaming in horror as they saw Sebastian vomiting blood. Turning around, he saw them bending over the hero sitting in the snow, who had no intention of dying. At this point, the second team decided to avenge their captain by starting to transform into monsters. But at that very second, Tobias gave the order and several hundred knights instantly surrounded the battlefield, throwing the enemy into confusion. The 7 Red Union fighters watched in horror as an army of highly skilled warriors pointed their spears at them. The enemy was shocked that this army managed to completely hide its presence in the snow. Seeing them, Brian sighed with relief, not noticing how the monster, having gathered its last strength, attacked him from behind. At that moment, Sebastian abruptly pushed the big guy away, allowing the monster's claws to pierce his body through and through. A few minutes later, the main character received a notification on his phone that $50 million had been credited to his account. Immediately after this, money began to fill his balance at an incredible speed, leaving Jason completely perplexed. The protagonist decided that while he had free time, he could quickly destroy Florence's communication membrane. Jason took out his high-class sword and thought that it was not worth using in this situation. After all, if he inflicted significant injury on Florence, then after that he would have to pay for her treatment, which was unprofitable. Finding a tree branch to the side, Jason thought that it would be the opposite, too fragile and would not be able to pierce the girl's body. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a rustling sound and Florence's voice, which sent goosebumps down his spine. When she woke up, the girl was confused, not understanding where she was now. She was also taken aback by the fact that she was completely naked. Jason managed to use invisibility, and Florence, at that moment, was relieved to discover that her secret technique was in order. The last thing she remembered was the appearance of strange monsters, after which that scoundrel Jason jumped out of the snowdrift. Hearing the girl's conclusion that the monsters had dragged her into their lair, the protagonist sighed with relief, rejoicing in her ignorance. At that moment, he accidentally stepped on a discarded branch, making a loud crunch and greatly frightening Florence. The hero hid, and the girl, seeing a branch behind her, began to slowly approach the place where Jason stood. But the main character didn't notice this, looking away and rejoicing in the fact that this unfinished Sherlock Holmes didn't understand anything. But suddenly, her palm touched the barrier, a few centimeters from Jason's head, horrifying the hero. Florence realized that she was inside a wall of shields, thinking that the main character was probably in the same position, somewhere nearby. Without knowing it, she brought her lips to his ear, thinking out loud that if he saw her in her current state, it would be better for her to die. Jason stood like a statue, trying not to breathe and silently praying that she would not die next to him again. At this time, the huge claw of the giant insect destroyed the large egg of the mutant chicken. Standing on the monster's head, several Zerg ordered the chickens to calm down immediately. The mutant mantis was furious at these mindless, inferior creatures that the queen had ordered them to train. Then, a slug standing nearby reminded him that these monsters from the barren land were supposed to help in the fight against the army of people. After all, the awakening of just a few Zerg was not enough to destroy the human race. Then the mantis began to snap back, while the third Zerg, consisting of several bugs and bubbles, began to calm its comrades. At that moment, they saw their relatives approaching, who had been defeated in battle with the emperors and northern masters. All three Zerg were shocked, because these fighters were of the highest bloodline, and could not lose in a battle with simple masters. But barely remaining conscious, the Zerg that had consumed Adam was enraged by their words, as they had not been beaten by any master. They had to urgently convey to the Zerg queen that the humans suddenly had a biological weapon against them. At this time, the marshal and the northern masters approached the molehole, dragging special equipment on themselves. According to the location on their map, it was nothing more than an insect lair. Putting on masks over their faces, attached via a hose to a huge mechanism on their backs, the heroes hoped that it would work. However, they had no choice but to try, because in any case, if a large number of Zerg came to life, the entire continent would come to an end. Meanwhile, near the barrier, the knights continued to fight furiously against enemies strengthened by the blood of the Zerg. The soldiers could barely hold back their onslaught, and understood that in this way, their line would soon be broken. Tobias, tearing the bodies of his enemies to pieces with his explosive blows, also understood that the knights' strength was running out. However, as long as Jason and Florence were inside the barrier, they could not retreat, and with these thoughts, the soldiers continued the fight. Meanwhile, seeing Sebastian pierced by the monster's claws, Brian was overcome with insane rage. The captain's 4 companions rushed to attack the enemy, wanting to protect their master. Looking at Sebastian with a smile, the insect-like captain wanted to turn his body into a wasp's nest. Suddenly he noticed how the big man had once again created a powerful warrior, and he rushed at him furiously. Having blocked his blow, the monster went into a rage, intending to kill the insolent man who dared to attack him. As he dealt a crushing blow to Brian, he wondered if this meat shield really thought he was a warrior. The blow sent the big guy flying, but suddenly, someone's hand stopped him in midair, praising Brian for his excellent work. At that very moment, Sebastian, white as snow, moved towards the enemy, thanks to whom he once again found himself on the brink of life and death. While dealing deadly blows with his blades to the monster, the hero felt a little sorry that he would not be able to pass on this technique to others. At the moment of his attack, the monster managed to notice how 4 girls were bending over Sebastian's body, which was bleeding. The enemy was shocked to realize that the hero's soul, which had left his body, was able to materialize and continue the battle. However, according to Sebastian's soul, this was merely the intent of his sword, after which he prepared for another attack. While creating new blades, he recalled how he learned this martial art when he once found himself on the brink of life and death. The enemy went berserk, not understanding who this puppy, who already had 1 foot in the grave, thought he was. Deciding to show him his true power, he combined his tiger ability with the blood of the Zerg insects that filled him. After this, the body of the former captain of the second team began to partially resemble a man, a tiger, and a spider. Suddenly he heard an explosion and Tobias's loud shout for all the knights to take defensive formation. At that very moment, Brian's barrier, behind which Jason and Florence were located, began to crack, emitting rays of light. After which, it exploded, dousing everyone with a powerful wave of energy and freeing the heroes trapped within it. At that moment, Florence felt her body being wrapped in a cloak, after which she looked at Jason in amazement. The protagonist, who appeared literally out of thin air, dressed her in his cloak, apologizing for the inconvenience. The girl was completely confused, not understanding whether he really had just come to save her, or he was here before, but left temporarily to bring reinforcements to repel the enemy attack. Jason would agree to any of her versions, as long as she didn't remember what really happened. Seeing their appearance, a joyful general ran up to them, explaining to the protagonist the purpose of his arrival. After learning that Adam had sent him, Jason decided that if Tobias didn't keep his mouth shut, the hero wouldn't join his army. The general immediately agreed, and suddenly the main character saw how the monsters were cutting down the knights, one after another. Not understanding what was happening, he began to look around in confusion, and a terrible picture opened up before his eyes, leaving him in a stupor. A battered Brian held the injured Lorenzia in his arms, pressing the baby to his chest. Now, Jason just wanted General Tobias to take Florence away from here, and the hero would take care of the rest himself. The general had never seen such rage in the protagonist's eyes and immediately agreed to fulfill his request. Florence began to shout that this was too dangerous, and that presumptuous heroism could cost Jason dearly. But seeing his gaze, she immediately fell silent, after which the main character repeated his order. Tobias was shocked to see his mistress bow her head humbly, nodding obediently. And even though she was calm on the outside, inside the girl was furious, not understanding why she wanted to do what he said. Approaching his friends, Jason intended to find out who dared to do this to them. The little girl looked at him with a heavy gaze, after which she slowly raised her hand in the direction of her opponents. Her soul ached because of the main character's lies, because this monster turned out to be not tasty at all. But Jason was shocked, because didn't she know that food should be washed before eating? Suddenly, Sebastian's soul appeared next to him, happy to finally meet Jason. The spirit expected that from this moment on, the hero would take good care of Brian, and, if possible, his 4 protectors as well. However, Jason thought that he should be more careful when using the 10th sword of separation of soul and body, because it was dangerous. Sebastian was shocked that the protagonist knew about the 10th sword, because he himself had just figured out how to use this technique. As it turned out, Jason had merely read about it in a manual that would be written a few years later by Sebastian himself. At that moment, the main character approached his body, which had almost stopped breathing. Sitting down next to him, Jason thought that since the blood was almost dry, there was no need to wash his hands. Suddenly, he thrust his hand into Sebastian's chest, under the stunned gaze of the girls, and also his soul. While the protagonist was picking around in his insides, the hero's soul began to slowly dissolve into thin air. The girls tried to stop Jason, when suddenly Sebastian opened his eyes and looked at him. The protagonist pulled his hand out sharply and pulled a bloody worm out of his body, and the girls, thinking that he had killed their captain, decided to attack him. They attacked with their swords at the same time, when suddenly, magical blades appeared out of thin air and knocked the swords out of their hands. All the Red Union's human monsters stared at them in bewilderment, thinking that the heroes had started fighting each other. The captain of the second team considered this an excellent opportunity to wait until they fought among themselves, after which he would finish them off. And if they managed to catch Jason and save the leader's nephew, then Gerard will definitely reward them by giving them some more Zerg blood. Realizing that the main character used their master's sword technique, the girls were shocked. How did he know it? At that moment, Jason stared at the snake-like worm that was writhing in his fist, after which he sharply squeezed his hand, instantly flattening this vile monster. This parasite sucks blood from the body until the host is close to death, after which it crawls out and returns to the host. However, the blood of the worm itself had a regenerative effect, so now the protagonist was squeezing it onto Sebastian's body. Jason got rid of the parasite and healed his wounds. But if the swordsman got into a fight again and died, then the responsibility would be his. Sebastian agreed wholeheartedly, feeling much better and thanking Jason wholeheartedly. The flesh of this parasite had a tonic effect, and the protagonist hastened to feed it to himself and his friends. After eating the remains of the worm, their wounds were instantly healed, and each felt their strength increase many times over. Looking at them, the enemies were perplexed. Why did the heroes suddenly become stronger? Looking at the captain of the second team of the Red Union who beat up Lorenzia, Jason intended to kill him. And although the hero didn't like using people for his own interests, since he saved Sebastian, he decided to show him the full version of his attack. At first, Sebastian took his words as a joke, since he himself had created this technique, and besides, he had not yet fully understood it. But in any case, he wanted to pass on to his savior the 9 swords and 10 swords of solitude. As Jason began using the technique, he became covered in a powerful aura, and created numerous magical blades around himself. At that moment, Sebastian heard a strange squeak from the protagonist's mouth, which confused him. At the same time, the same squeak came from the virtual game that Herbert brought to play on his console. After another victory, the servants congratulated His Imperial Highness on his successful game. At that moment, a servant handed him a game tape, which was synchronized with the real battle, as ordered by the prince. In addition, forces and formations of the Imperial Army, as well as the Zerg Army, were brought in. Having thanked his servant Herbert, standing on the wing of his palace, prepared to give the order to the army. First of all the fighters were strictly ordered to have a proper dinner before the battle. As Jason prepared to attack, he knew that there were 49 swords that could be used, each requiring a soul that required energy. By using 49 swords simultaneously, it was possible to overcome any blockage, but the energy expenditure required to do so was lethal. However, With the power of the Time Bracelet, each soul was worth less than $10,000, so the hero didn't need any energy at all. In his past life, Sebastian died using this technique, but Jason solved the problem with his money. And now, the moment was about to arrive when one could become a witness to history. The monsters looked at what was happening in horror, not understanding how the spirit of the sword could take on human forms. Using the highest level of this technique, Jason combined 49 swords and 49 souls into one. Sensing the aura of death, the captain of the second team and all the people of the Red Union rushed to run away. The main character became curious about who could catch his energy sword. At this time, Gerard was finally able to find Jason's tent, where he discovered his injured relative. The illegitimate son wondered how his father managed to find him. Maybe he even killed Jason. Using Zerg blood, Gerard instantly restored his lost limbs, greatly strengthening his body. It turned out that the father was helped in his search by the captain of the second team of the Red Trade Union, whose sense of smell was sharper than that of any dog. It's just a pity that he didn't meet the main character along the way, because then Gerard would have shown him what it's like to be a mummy. Having regained his lost limbs, the bandit began to jump for joy, realizing that he could once again touch beauty. Gerard was touched, looking at his innocent, childish happiness, and thinking at the same time that his family would now shine again. At that moment, a huge energy blade flew past them, cutting the headman's son in half right in the air. Meanwhile, the Zerg queen arrived to her brethren, who were near a flock of mutant chickens. A monster made of bubbles with bugs hastened to report to her that one of the higher Zerg was in a coma due to the human biological weapon. The mutant praying mantis decided that the best solution now would be to move the queen's larvae inside the burrow. Meanwhile, the slug was happy to report that the chicken squad of monsters had been assembled and was awaiting further instructions. The queen was sure that the first thing to do was to return the bloody soul stone, because the monsters would not be under their control for long. During the insect's long sleep, humanity had once again fortified the border, but the queen intended to break it in one blow. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong and turned around to see her squad cutting through the energy blade. Shocked by the suddenness of the moment, the queen did not have time to dodge and caught the magical blade with her hands. However, to her surprise, the force of the energy was so great that the Zerg queen could not hold back this onslaught. Gathering all her strength, she managed to slightly adjust the trajectory of the attack, after which the energy blade rushed towards the barrier. At that very moment, the barrier was cut through like a sheet of paper, thus revealing a wall behind which the continent began. This energy belonged to a person, and Mantis was shocked, not understanding where such powerful creatures came from among people. The queen was also confused, thinking that the people might have figured out their strategy of luring the monsters into the city. Looking at the cut, she realized that given the biochemical weapon and whoever was able to cut the border, they were clearly ready to attack. Seeing how the border that protected them from the monsters was destroyed, the king and his servants were confused. But seeing that the magical blade that had cut through the barrier continued beyond the wall, the servants thought that the ruler should flee. The queen and the rest of the Zerg were stunned by the force that cut not only the border, but the heavens themselves. Sebastian looked at Jason in horror, not understanding who he was and how he managed to cut through the boundary created by Marcus himself. However, the main character was more interested in the fact that his money continued to be written off more and more quickly. Perhaps in his past life, Sebastian died after using it because the sword was unstoppable. And at that moment, the energy blade left the human planet and went into the black hole, rushing to other worlds. Passing through space, it flew towards a small planetary system. In this system, on one of the planets, there was only one person who could resist this power. An energy blade rushed towards him, but the man calmly caught it with one hand. What surprised Marcus most about this situation was that the sword's energy belonged to a man from the continent, on planet Earth. A certain monster, looking at the Emperor from another planet, also realized that this energy was from the hero's homeland. As the monster began to fly towards Marcus, he wondered if the hero wanted to return there to take one last look at his home. The Emperor killed the King of Destruction, thanks to which this monster was able to obtain 5 soul stones, not counting the Blood Soul Stone. As a token of gratitude for the help he had provided, he wanted to burn Marcus's astral body to ashes. A hurricane-like column of fire, of cosmic proportions, rushed towards the first Emperor, preparing to crush his body. However, Marcus fundamentally disagreed, because there were people on Earth who were of the greatest importance to the Emperor. After these words, the first Emperor repelled the enemy's attack, tearing the planet into pieces. At that moment, advertisements for various companies, from cigarettes to catering, founded by Jason, were playing on all channels on the ground. Furthermore, the news stated that under the prince's command, the army was able to suppress the insect attack with minimal losses. While in Brookfield, sitting in a huge airship, Jason and his friends watched the latest events on television. Seeing the chaos going on outside, the protagonist was glad that he had his own small town. Also, Sebastian was there with them, who was completely healed and put back on his feet by the 7th team's healer, Deborah. The swordsman understood that although he could not comprehend the path of the 49 swords, nevertheless, this path was originally laid out by him. So, he fell on his knees before Jason, considering him the best swordsman and begging the protagonist to become his teacher. At that moment, Sebastian's 4 companions were taking selfies and looking out the windows at the views of the futuristic metropolis of Brookfield. After hearing his offer, Jason wanted to refuse, because that technology almost killed him, sucking out $20 billion. But upon hearing that Sebastian was ready to give him his savings of $10 billion in exchange, the protagonist immediately agreed. The joyful swordsman immediately handed Jason his bank card, telling him the password. Taking it reverently from the hands of the new student, the protagonist decided to give him the nickname he had in his past life, the Holy Sword. However, Jason's instincts told him that Sebastian wanted to get closer to him so that the protagonist could heal his concubines. But unfortunately, their parasite was different from the bloodworm, and only the one who cursed them could cure the girls. In any case, the new Holy Sword teacher knew one way that could alleviate their deformity. To do this, it was necessary to take away some of their energy and then calmly restore their faces. Since their faces were lost because of Sebastian, his energy could be used to temporarily rid them of the parasite's poison. It was important to take into account that in such a case, the body of the Holy Sword might not be able to withstand such a load. At this time, Marshall and his northern masters entered the Brookfield area, amazed by the scale of the place. Meanwhile, the battle between humans and Carlos's clones continued, and the knights gradually gained the upper hand. The Beetle's doubles were in shock and couldn't understand how people managed to destroy them so quickly, no matter where they went. At this point, Prince Herbert was informed of the good news that the Zerg population was no longer growing. He understood that this insect clearly could not coordinate its actions with the clones, and when separated, their intelligence dropped significantly. The only problem was that the Zerg were so physically advanced that even the strongest human couldn't stand next to the weakest of them. Tired of the boring battle, the prince decided to write a strategy to Tobias and headed to his bed. He had only just moved away a little when suddenly a breathless soldier ran up to Herbert with a report. As it turned out, a large number of monsters rushed through the destroyed barrier border, straight to the continent. At that moment, Layla, accompanied by several martial artists, was heading towards Brookfield. However, seeing all those monsters fleeing from the barren lands, the masters thought it would be better to quietly return back. Layla thought they should trust Jason and continue on their way, when suddenly one of the masters saw something strange in the air. A huge monster of colossal proportions hovered in the sky, and several creatures proudly towered on it. Standing on the very edge of the giant insect's head, the Zerg Queen looked down haughtily on the surroundings of the entire continent. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed the appearance of the president and his craftsmen, and hurried to help them board the airship. While in a stupor, the guests suddenly saw a bright beam of energy that rushed towards them, teleporting them to the hero's apartment. Jason was already standing in the hall at that moment, greeting the dear guests in his luxury apartment inside the airship. The marshal and the others were shocked by what they saw, and the main character joyfully greeted everyone, wanting to treat his friends with some tasty treats. At that moment, one of the northern masters threw the Zerg girl Cicada, captured in their lair, in front of him. The enemy's nest was completely destroyed by the intoxicant, so the masters decided to return north. Jason nodded back with a smile, hoping that they would continue to keep the peace throughout the continent. At that very moment, Marshall heard the television broadcast about the violation of the Barren Lands border and the attack of monsters. To the old man's horror, terrifying footage of a furious battle with Zerg monsters appeared on the screen, in which he saw his daughter. Then the White Emperor realized that Jason had somehow foreseen these events, so he ordered the Union to be moved here. But the hero pretended that it was all an accident. But in any case, this was a safe place where Marshall could safely hide Layla. The old man understood that although this place was a first-class shelter, there were still many people left on the mainland. However, he also understood that there might not be enough space for everyone, which Jason, who had not invited anyone else, agreed with. They just had to wait here until someone destroyed these monsters. Realizing his intentions, the president of the White Union decided to return to Earth and save his daughter. After listening to their dialogue, the Northern Masters looked at the protagonist with disdain and followed the marshal. Jason hoped they would all take into account the fact that the gates to Brookfield could close at any moment, and the heroes risked not returning here. Thinking that he had lost his nerve and decided to sit out the battle in a safe place, the Northern Masters decided that they had nothing to talk about with him. But Marshall knew that both the Masters and Jason were right in their own way. For even Adam had been eaten by the Zerg, and the cities were already exhausted from the battles. Hearing that the Black Emperor had been killed, the protagonist was taken aback, because why hadn't Marcus arrived yet? As he jumped from the airship and flew into the distance, the old man thought that it would be great if Jason would take care of his daughter in the future. At this time, Alex and his weapon masters took the crushing blow of the Zerg Queen. Having flown several dozen meters, he crashed into the rocks with an explosion next to Layla. The knights tried to help them, attacking the enemy from different sides, but the Zerg were too strong. Walking at a leisurely pace, the queen and her retinue slowly approached the fallen heroes. She decided to spare the lives of these people if they gave her the Blood Soul Stone right now. Layla was stunned, realizing that they had nothing of the sort, and the monsters had clearly gotten to the wrong address. Then, concluding that these heroes had only been exposed to the faint scent of the stone, the Zerg decided to devour them. At that moment, an angry marshal appeared, furious that they had decided to eat his daughter without asking her father's permission. The Zerg that had consumed Adam was surprised by his arrival, realizing that now the queen needed to be especially careful. The old man hadn't used his martial arts techniques since Layla's mother died. Having removed the magical glasses that were holding back his true power, Marshall was instantly transformed, looking decades younger. He thought Jason was a good investment in the future and hoped his daughter would consider him. Moving his hand to the side, Marshall gathered divine energy in his hand, the power of which distorted space and time. With a sharp blow to the air, he released a deadly beam of divine energy straight at his opponents. The Zerg from the Bug Bubbles was considered one of the toughest members of their race, so he proudly decided to take the hit himself. But the beam instantly passed through him, splitting the monster's body into atoms, which left the others confused. The queen understood that the Zerg had made a mistake that humans often make, underestimating the enemy. Taking advantage of their stupor, Marshall ordered Alex and his team to immediately take his daughter to a safe place. Hoping that they would hurry, the old man prepared to fight the queen. After some time, the third team with Layla reached the place that Jason spoke of, but there was nothing there. They started looking around in shock, wondering if the main character had really deceived them. At that very moment, a crowd of monsters from the barren lands noticed the heroes and furiously rushed towards them. After asking the girl to run, Alex and his team decided to take on these monsters themselves, giving her time to hide. At that moment, Layla suddenly heard a whisper from the void that wanted her to leave it to the masters. Having used invisibility, Jason wanted nothing more than for the girl to follow him now. Meanwhile, Florence returned to the Black Union and, to the surprise of her comrades, washed the main character's cloak with her own hands. Realizing that the clothes had a restorative function, the girl became curious about how this villain was doing. At that moment, she heard the voice of a woman from the guild, who was perplexed by the sight of half a person's body on the TV. It was a half-manifested Jason, who also didn't understand why the journalist was following them. Layla was shocked by their escape, because the rest of the Union members were now fighting the Zerg and needed help. But Jason insisted that they had to run, because they would be of no help against these monstrously strong monsters. Having decided that from now on he would take care of Layla, the protagonist rushed towards the portal. The girl continued to insist on returning, but there was no way back, and suddenly a Zerg appeared in front of them, absorbing Adam. He used the Black Lion soul destruction technique that belonged to the Black Emperor, which greatly surprised Jason. Having managed to react, the main character instantly parried the blow with his crushing energetic fist. At that moment, he noticed to his horror that another Zerg had entered the portal leading to Brookfield. At that very moment, Rick suddenly arrived at their side and, at great speed, struck the monster that had swallowed Adam. He had already lost to this Zerg last time, underestimating his opponent. But this time it was different. Losing his guard due to overconfidence, Rick didn't notice how the monster's tailpipe instantly sucked him in and devoured him. Thanking the hero for his sacrifice, Jason grabbed Layla's hand and ran with her to the portal. At this time, the Zerg was pleasantly surprised, because although the strength of this master was much lower than Adam's, his speed was impressive. He rushed sharply towards the fleeing ones, when suddenly the monster was sharply attacked from the side by a powerful blow from Alex's armored wolf. The captain of the third team already knew about all the deeds of the main character, and considered it an honor to work with him. With a sharp wave of his hand, the Zerg instantly struck Alex, which greatly shocked Layla, but Jason continued to calmly drag her into the portal. Everywhere one could see various martial arts masters, who were fighting the monsters without sparing their lives. Jason didn't understand why there were so many of these guys around them who were even able to play on their emotions. After all the masters and even ordinary villagers unanimously shouted for the hero to run away quickly and leave everything else to them. At that moment, the Zerg that had absorbed Adam and Rick tried to attack the heroes again, but his attack was repelled by the arriving marshal. Turning and looking towards Jason, the White Emperor wanted to leave his daughter and everything else to him. The girl began to scream frantically, wanting to return to her father, but the main character forcibly pushed her into the portal. As soon as they moved to Brookfield, one of the bug-eyed ones immediately rushed to give a report on the successful completion of the defensive tower. The Northern Masters were shocked that Jason asked for grains to be brought here just to test this tower. Thanks to her, not only the captives, but also the monster that had recently run in were caught and completely neutralized. All the people here were members of Team 7, and Jason hoped that the Union would pay him on his card. After hearing agreement from a confused Layla, the Goggle-eyed ones began to drag out electric arrows and 6 liters of weed killer. His entire team gathered around and the main character gave a loud order to kill all the creatures. At this time, Lorenzia stood in front of one of the captured Zerg, clicking her scissors and wanting to play a little. But upon hearing the hero's order, she immediately ran to the exit, throwing the scissors next to the prisoner. Meanwhile, the marshal continued to deal divine blows of utter destruction to the Zerg that had devoured Adam. The monster was shocked by his strength, which was several times higher than when he was in the form of an old man. Due to the hail of his deadly attacks, the Zerg even managed to spit out such a nourishing person as Rick. Since he doesn't have the ability to resynthesize what he's already spat out, the monster urgently needed to digest someone else. The marshal decided to interrupt his untimely thoughts, lightning fast crushing the Zerg's body with a divine blow to the chest. At that very second, the hand of the Black Emperor appeared from the monster's mouth, which the crazed Zerg began to frantically push back. But it was too late, and the enraged Adam tore the insect's body apart from the inside. Not understanding whether it was really that tasty, the old man was glad to greet his resurrected comrade, but the Black Emperor did not even recognize him in his true form at first. Realizing that it was the White Emperor, Adam was outraged, because he had long been told that wearing masking glasses could make you age. Seeing their comrades defeated, the other Zerg were horrified and began to beg the Queen for her blood. The Queen's highest blood can awaken the genes of all Zerg in the world, and the number of insects on Earth alone is in the billions. If the Queen had decided to breed her own bloodline, the human world would have been destroyed several hundred times over. Therefore now, their main goal was to obtain the Blood Soul Stone, which could produce an unlimited amount of blood. Having created new insects from her blood, among which was the one who ate Adam, the Queen sent them to attack. At this point, the Black Emperor decided to ask the marshal how much time had passed since they last fought together. Realizing that this had never happened before, they decided that this would be their first battle together. At that very moment, electric arrows flew past them, stunning the emperors and heading towards the equally puzzled insects. The monsters did not dodge, saying that such an attack would not work on them, when suddenly the Zerg, capable of eating Adam, was instantly killed. As Jason exited the portal with his armed army, he hoped that Marshall wouldn't be too angry, since Layla had promised extra pay. Armed orcs, giant robots, and high-class fighters began to emerge from the energy wall. All of this was broadcast to all corners of the Earth, and many were sure that the battle was approaching its end. Prince Herbert was impressed by the main character, about whom he had previously heard a lot. However, despite the cries of victory all around, he ordered the rear to be immediately reinforced, and a group of craftsmen to be sent to help. The prince had a gut feeling that something was wrong, as the Zerg Queen was too calm and in no hurry to give orders. Jason also did not try to attack, but only carried all the wounded fighters to his place in Brookfield. The protagonist remembered that in his past life, the Zerg attack was much larger than this one. One of the keys to the rise of the Zerg was the Blood Soul Stone, and Jason was sure that the Queen was waiting for it. At that moment, a stream of fire flew through the air, which made the insect leader very happy. It was Gerard, who had become a monster, holding in his arms his equally monstrous son, who was glad to finally see a hero. A little earlier, when his relative was cut down, Gerard decided to restore his body with the help of Zerg blood. Moreover, he decided to give his illegitimate son the strongest body in the whole world. And now he intended, together with his relative, to destroy Jason, and then the one who released that energy sword. The protagonist immediately gave the order to concentrate all fire on the president of the Red Trade Union. As Gerard enveloped his son in a giant ball of blood, Jason's missiles rushed towards the enemy. Creating a colossal wall of blood, he immediately blocked all the projectiles in midair. The power of the Blood Soul Stone allowed him to suck blood, create blood, and use blood as a conductor for defense and attack. The more blood there was around, the stronger he was. So Gerard considered the dead and wounded soldiers on the battlefield a gift from fate. In a past life, the hero heard from Marcus that the higher Zerg can turn the blood of dead creatures into the blood of insects. Then, the dead become Zergs. And if everyone who died in this place were to be turned into them, then things would definitely be bad for the people. The queen was very sensitive to smells and understood that it was Jason who created that energy sword. Hearing about this, Gerard became furious and decided to kill this scoundrel together with his son. But suddenly, his body was pierced by a golden blade of an insect that was once his relative. The queen was perplexed by this idiot who still thought that after becoming Zerg, people remain the same. At the same time, she was impressed that he had created from his son the most powerful Zerg, 1 in a million. The insect leader decided that this giant in golden scales would be the commander of the army of golden beetles. Thinking that this sounded pretty cool and powerful, Jason immediately gave the order to retreat, deciding to get out of here as quickly as possible. At that moment, putting his hand on his shoulder, the Black Emperor did not want his daughter's offender to leave them so quickly. Placing his hand on Jason's other shoulder, the White Emperor also wanted him to stay, for an additional fee. After all, it has been a long time since the emperors had such fun and wanted to fight their enemies together. However, the main character understood that this golden beetle was very dangerous, and if they wanted to die so much, then he himself could finish them off. Then, Marshall pointed his finger at Jason's younger sister, who clearly had a bigger inner core than he did. Lorenzia calmly approached the queen and the golden beetle, greatly puzzling the insects. Speaking in her own language, she thought that these monsters could help her return home. Realizing that the person in front of her was a resident of the magical world, the queen immediately directed her hand towards her. Covering himself in alpha beetle armor, the protagonist instantly repelled the queen's blow, throwing her aside. The golden beetle was confused, thinking that Jason was really like him. In a past life, the protagonist was with Marcus on one of the planets where the first emperor burned the Zerg. However, Jason was greatly confused by his method, because with his fire attack, Marcus managed to pierce the planet through and through. But the emperor did not hold back, for this was a golden king beetle, born 1 in a trillion, capable of devouring galaxies. After killing him, Marcus pulled a piece of his body out and offered it to Jason to eat. After absorbing it, the protagonist will receive armor that is only 100 times worse than Marcus's own armor. True, this will only be possible if Jason can use the energy. But otherwise, he will just satisfy his hunger a little. The queen was completely confused, not understanding why his dazzling armor looked so familiar. Jason didn't care what she thought about it. But since she dared to attack his people, the hero would make her pay. His scaly armor shimmered golden in the sun, and he and his team wanted to help the monster finally disappear. But suddenly he turned around and began to shout furiously at the little girl, who was apparently tired of living. As it turned out from her words, the Zerg were a Rama from a magical world, whom the inhabitants there called a race of the weak. The queen remembered how they had been driven away from there in humiliation, out of fear of the Bloodstone and the hunter who might come for it. Unwilling to tolerate these cowardly humans any longer, the leader used telekinesis, lifting the Bloodstone into the air. Horrified and realizing that she could not be allowed to seize the stone, Jason and the emperors rushed towards their adversary. The golden beetle decided to help his new mistress and flew furiously towards the enemies. The Black Emperor decided to take on this monster himself, letting the marshal and the main character go ahead. Adam delivered his explosive punch to the golden beetle's blade, causing his arm to be instantly severed from his body. The White Emperor wanted to help him, but Adam decided to deal with it on his own. Hoping that he would remain alive, Marshall created a giant sphere of divine energy in the air and directed it at the queen. But it was already too late, and at that moment, the leader of the Zerg marked the stone in her hand, merging with it. At that very moment, the old man's body was pierced by dozens of bloody spears, completely blocking his attack. But this sacrifice was not in vain, and the protagonist was able to approach the queen, swinging his sword. Using the Golden Dragon Saint's slashing technique, Jason slashed his sword blade across the monster's arm with one swing. Having cut the stone into 2 parts, he snatched half of it from the queen's palm, and using holy speed, made a sharp jerk to the side. The queen looked at her hand in horror and bewilderment, in which only half of the Blood Soul Stone remained. Jason couldn't get enough of his armor, which increased his speed, strength, and durability, as well as the shard he had taken, and decided to bargain. But suddenly, to his horror, he discovered that the stone had disappeared from his hand, leaving the hero completely confused. Taking advantage of his lapse in vigilance, the golden beetle snuck up behind the protagonist and began to attack him furiously. At that very moment, the queen appeared before him, already pointing bloody spears at Jason, demanding the return of the stolen stone. With a lightning-fast dash, the Black Emperor sharply pushed the insect leader away, catching her off guard. Without wasting any time, he launched a swift attack on the golden beetle, smashing the monster's body into pieces. Seeing Adam's missing arm, Jason was happy, because if he died, Marcus would definitely come. But to his regret, the Black Emperor had no intention of dying, knowing full well about the powerful healers in the protagonist's team. He was told about this by Marshall, who at that moment used an explosive technique of divine energy, attacking the Zerg Queen. The leader found herself caught in a never-ending explosive pulse, screaming in unbearable pain. Jason thought that after this she would surely die, but Adam seriously doubted it. And although she remained alive, only the head, neck, and a small part of the chest remained from the Queen's body. Mad with anger, she decided to use the Blood Soul Stone at full power, even if it meant calling on the Stone Hunter. A single stone could cause any person to die and become a source of power for the Queen. But now that only half the stone remains, she can only use the random life to restore her body. The protagonist was stunned, seeing her body actively regenerating and not understanding who would be so unlucky as to become a random victim. At this time, the servants in the sovereign's palace were taken aback to see how their ruler literally crumbled into thin air. At that very moment, the Zerg leader completely restored her body and began to absorb the lives of other people. She was shocked by the life force of one of the absorbed, which in other worlds was found only once in a million. Then, she decided to suck out all the human nutrients from the entire Earth. Jason, Marshall, and Adam rushed to attack at the same time, not wanting to see innocent people die. In a past life, Marcus predicted that the hero's destiny was to be struck by the Star of the Gods, experiencing all the troubles. At that moment, people all over the land began to die, giving their life force to the Queen, which left even the prince in a stupor. The servants were surprised by his grief, which was even greater than when he learned of his father's death. However, Herbert believed that all beings are equal, and everyone should be equally subject to responsibility. It made no difference whether it was his father or someone else's father. They were both dead, and therefore equally deserving of grief. The prince decided that all the families of the killed and wounded would be provided for 3 generations to come. The soldiers were touched by his words, but were still horrified by the fact that every second, one of them suddenly disappeared. Fitzgerald thought that at this rate they would soon have to move up to 5th grade, but Herbert thought it was already time for 1st. One of the officials decided to object to the young prince, since the otherworldly gates had not yet opened. But at that very moment, one soldier reported to the master that such gates had opened in the north and released a whole armada of monsters. Herbert understood that they were all just cannon fodder now, and the wisest decision was to simply wait for death. It was unpleasant, but one could only hope that some powerful force would suddenly appear on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jason's golden armor disappeared, absorbing much of his lifespan in the process. Adam wondered why the guy suddenly put his gold thing away at such an inopportune moment. The marshal decided that if the hero had a powerful trump card, it should be used now, otherwise everything could be lost. Jason, in turn, was in despair, realizing that, as in his past life, they would all be destroyed. The emperors decided to delay the Zerg Queen a little, giving the boy the opportunity to use his remaining trump cards. However, all of the protagonist's ideas had been exhausted, and there was only enough money left on the balance to last for a few days. The queen continued to suck the blood of all the wounded, the dead, and even the living, intending to devour the entire Earth. It suddenly dawned on Jason that Brookfield was a separate space, meaning that the stone's power could be avoided there. He then ordered his team members to immediately contact those in Brookfield and open a portal. But unfortunately, Brian forgot his phone, and Sebastian didn't have any numbers there at all. In this case, there was no other way out, and the hero decided to use Lorenzia's secret ability. After its activation, Keith and Austin in Brookfield immediately felt its energy through space. Realizing that this was a signal, they immediately rushed to open the errata and found themselves next to Jason. Immediately after this, the hero ordered that all the wounded be taken to Brookfield, and that the reporter immediately approach him. Having told her all the words, he sent the girl to the cameras to broadcast to the whole world what she had heard. Every person on Earth had to draw the teleportation rune shown on the screen, after which they would be transported to Brookfield. The message immediately reached everyone, and everyone began actively drawing runes, wanting to save themselves and their families. Prince Herbert also received the message, but Fitzgerald believed that all those present were unshakable men. However, the prince himself was convinced that in difficult times, the difference between a man and a woman is instantly erased. At this time, Florence was confused, and her servants began to actively draw runes for their mistress. But the girl herself watched in a stupor through the television screen as her father and the White Emperor flew to the side from the Queen's blow. Although their bodies were completely wounded, their fighting spirit remained unshaken, and they wanted to continue the fight. Brookfield's engineer informed the hero that there were too many people for their city, and also that they had already lost several fighters. Then Jason gave the order to stop the rescue in the rear, close the gates, and try to reduce the number of casualties. The protagonist understood that his goodness also had its limits, and he wanted to leave the rest to Marcus. At that moment, the Emperors ran past him, wanting to recuperate in Brookfield and then rush back into battle. The main character became curious about what Adam would choose if he had to decide between the life of one person or the sacrifice of an entire city. The Black Emperor didn't even think about it, deciding that he would certainly kill that man in order to save everyone else. The answer was correct, and, having decided to kill him, Jason began to swing his sword with lightning speed. At that moment, something struck the protagonist, causing his body to glow and slowly dissolve into thin air. Realizing that he had only a few seconds left to live, Jason ordered the gate to be closed immediately. His team froze in amazement, and Marshall and his daughter looked at the hero in despair. Florence was shocked, covering her mouth with her hand, and not noticing how a portal to Brookfield had already opened next to her. Realizing that the guy was about to disappear, the Black Emperor wanted to hear his last words. The protagonist hoped that Adam would finally bring his son to his senses and ensure that he would return to Earth as soon as possible. Suddenly, Jason heard a familiar voice, wondering how many times the hero had already died. Jason opened his eyes and saw his father's soul in front of him and was confused. Noticing a shard of the Blood Soul Stone in his hand, the protagonist sharply kicked his father in the face, returning the stone to himself. The soul was perplexed that Jason had hit his own father. Besides, soul stones were the Time Bracelet's favorite snack. At one time, the father used them to feed his bracelet, which greatly puzzled the hero. Jason came to the conclusion that if the bracelet ate the stone, it could summon his father's soul. However, this was not at all the case. It was simply into this stone that the father poured part of his own soul. Many years ago, he met an interesting insect and gave him this stone. Later, he became the ancestor of the Zerg, and the Blood Soul Stone was passed down to his descendants. This time, Jason died not because of the stone, but because he spent his money and, consequently, his lifespan. The hero remembered how he subconsciously used the life transformation skill without noticing its depletion. However, the hero was lucky, because now the power of this stone could grant him as many as 9 lives. Since he only had a fragment of the stone, the power also decreased accordingly. So out of 9 lives, Jason only had 3, which was also good. These 3 lives, the protagonist could use on himself or bring back to life someone other than the highest life form. True, the days of his life will still remain paid, which puzzled the main character. Having opened a portal to Earth, the father showed his son that Adam was already at the limit and would soon die. Adam decided that the guy died ugly and decided to avenge his death, hoping that Jason was looking down on him from heaven. Using the Black Lion's final form of destruction, he created a gigantic explosion that dealt colossal damage to the enemies. Meanwhile, watching the events from Brookfield, Marshall and the others mourned the loss of their hero. Florence sat there, shedding tears over the death of her father, and also Jason. After the explosion, a giant crater remained, above which the Queen hovered, amazed by the power she saw. However, this technique turned out to be sacrificial, and the Black Emperor turned to stone, crumbling into pieces. The Zerg Queen looked with respect at the corpse of the human being who deserved her admiration. At the same time, a nearby golden beetle was turned to dust by his attack and desperately tried to regenerate. The Queen understood that since the power of the Bloodstone had been used, a stone hunter would soon appear. Looking at this, the father wondered if his son wanted to go back there to save the world, but the hero wanted to leave that to a professional. Meanwhile, the stone hunter saw falling stars above the earth, realizing that one of the emperors had died. After impaling Marcus with his stakes, he smirked, thinking that this was probably all because of him. At that moment, the first emperor waved his hand, breaking all the stakes, realizing that his father had died. Having opened a portal from the black hole, Marcus decided to leave the stone hunter to play with himself for now. Watching him go, the hunter was shocked by his haste, considering this immortal guy a real psycho. Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling emanating from the world that was Marcus's home. Realizing that it was a blood soul stone, the hunter laughed, deciding to dispel the myth of the immortal emperor's invincibility. At that very second, someone rushed past behind him, stunning the hunter with his sudden appearance. It was Marcus, who had simply forgotten his house keys, which left the hunter confused. At this time on Earth, the Zerg began to rapidly grow in size, terrifying all people. Having begun to mutate en masse, They destroyed cities in droves, heading towards the center of the war zone. The queen called his people to him, wanting to give every insect the blood of the Zerg. The world was full of insects, from which she wanted to create an army in order to go to war with the magical world and reclaim her possessions. Suddenly she heard a loud roar behind her and felt an energy of incredible power. Teleported to the scene of the battle, Marcus leaned over the petrified fragments of his father, grieving with all his heart. Enraged by him, the golden beetle furiously rushed at the sudden enemy. Turning his head in his direction, the first emperor, in a calm voice, ordered them to kneel. Taking this as a joke, the insects suddenly began to bend their bodies, and even the golden beetle fell face down on the ground. Not understanding how a man could be so strong, the queen also knelt down, feeling his contempt and strength. The pressure of his energy was so great that she could do nothing but submit to his will. To her horror, she realized that whether she would live or die could be decided by just one wave of his hand. Having received a new order to bow, all the insects began to beat their heads on the ground. Holding his father's head in his hands, Marcus wanted them to continue bowing until they died. The people in the prince's palace were puzzled to learn of the Zerg mass suicide that had begun. Some of the insects, which could not bend their bodies, simply broke them in half, and those that were in the air simply fell to the ground, flying into pieces. Looking at the game console, Herbert was extremely pleased with the appearance of another figure on the battlefield. At this time, Jason thought that if he had known everything in advance, he would have already torn Florence's membrane. Seeing how his father's soul was preparing food for him, the hero was perplexed, because last time he could only answer questions. As it turned out, the more remains he found, the more he would fill in the gaps in his father's consciousness and get answers to other questions. Moreover, the father's soul was amazed at Marcus, who was so young, but already grasped everything on the fly, restraining himself in such a state. Jason was puzzled, not understanding what exactly his father meant when he said this. However, looking at the first emperor, the soul understood that this child was about to go crazy. The protagonist was shocked to hear for the first time that the eternally calm Marcus could start acting up. However, the father's soul understood that anyone would be disappointed by the death of a loved one, except of course his son. He wondered if Jason knew the secret to the first emperor's ever-increasing power. The protagonist knew that when Marcus met an opponent who was stronger than him, he would break the laws of nature and become even stronger. In his past life, in exchange for this information, Jason was willing to forgive the emperor's debt from last month. He discovered that by overcoming challenges, Marcus increases his strength and improves his skills. Jason's father studied this ability, and in simple terms, it was an aura that could be improved infinitely. The disadvantage of this technique was that when increasing strength, if the mood is bad, you can go into a frenzy, and if the emperor is not stopped now, he could become the greatest evil this world has ever seen. The protagonist understood that he couldn't let this guy go crazy, because he owed him a lot of money. So Jason hurried back to Earth after hearing his father wish him luck. At this time, the queen decided to use the blood of thousands of dead relatives to strengthen her body. Creating a giant bloody blade above herself, she attacked Marcus with full force. The impact caused an earthquake that traveled for tens of kilometers around. However, the emperor did not receive even a scratch, which greatly frightened the ruler of the Zerg. Suddenly, the father's stone head began to crack, right in his hands, leaving the emperor stunned. After which, his appearance began to resemble the devil, and he became enraged. At that moment, from the wave of energy alone emanating from him, blood began to spurt out from all the holes on the queen's body. In addition, on the other side of the globe, a giant tsunami arose, devastating everything around. At the same time, huge tornadoes, accompanied by peals of thunder, began to appear all over the earth. Large-scale earthquakes occurred in the cities, and everyone thought that the end of the world had begun. Barely able to stand from the gusts of wind and the violent shaking, Fitzgerald knew that the planet would not last much longer. The only one who was calm was Herbert, who was glad to witness the apocalypse. The servant managed to re-establish video communication with the battlefield, and they were already carrying the tablet to the prince. Seeing Marcus there, everyone was amazed, thinking that they were now definitely saved. But suddenly, they realized that in addition to the first emperor, the deceased Jason had also unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield. The protagonist decided to stop the rampage of Marcus, who, due to the death of his parents, did not care about the lives of other people. At the same time, he understood his pain and wanted the emperor to pour out his soul in tears. Holding Marcus close, Jason hoped his best friend hadn't forgotten about his money debt. However, the emperor knew nothing of this, and with a light wave of his hand, he cut the main character's body in half. At that moment, communication with the prince's palace was suddenly interrupted, and they lost video from the scene. But at the last moment, it was possible to see Jason killed by Marcus, which was hard to believe. Returning to his father's soul, the protagonist was enraged by this bastard, but his father tried to calm him down. After all, Marcus had no memories of Jason's past life, so he simply couldn't have known about the debts. Then the hero became interested in what could be done in such a situation, to which his father smiled mysteriously. After all, the power of the remaining soul is depleted, the space is destroyed, and besides, it is impossible to resurrect the dead here. Realizing he needed to retrieve the other half of the blood soul stone that the queen had left behind, Jason peered into the portal. At this time, the stone hunter who arrived after the emperor held the queen in his hand. The hunter was shocked that this low-level worm did this to the planet where Marcus was born. He offered his assistance to the emperor, but in response to this, Marcus began to attack the uninvited guest. Then the hunter realized that Marcus himself had created all these disasters in this world, considering it an excellent joke. Moving with the last of her strength, half of the queen's body crawled towards the portal to the magical world, wanting to close it as quickly as possible. But the hunter caught up with her in an instant, not understanding where she was going with his stone. Having split it into atoms, he joyfully watched as the blood soul stone flew into the air. Now he was closer than ever to the power of the gods, and could even destroy the galaxy with a wave of his hand. But suddenly, he discovered that only half of the stone remained, leaving him completely perplexed. Jason tried to take the stone from him in flight, but immediately received a crushing blow to the body. Having grabbed the attacker and realizing that he had the other half of the stone, the hunter became curious about how many lives the hero had left. At that very second, he looked at his hand, from which all the soul stones he had ever found had disappeared. The monster became enraged, threatening to kill this vile thief. But this was just what the protagonist was waiting for. The hunter was confused, not smelling the stones from him, and realizing that something was wrong with this child. At that moment, the first emperor struck them both with a deadly beam of energy pulse. The bodies of the hunter and Jason were charred, covered with a burnt crust, and the monster immediately released the hero. The enemy was completely taken aback by the incredible cruelty of Marcus, who did not even heal his own people. However, the first emperor believed that all insects belonged to him, and how could a hunter dare to kill anyone here? Since Marcus had already killed him twice that day, Jason knew he would pay dearly for it. Using the technique of merging planets, the hunter decided to offer the emperor to kill himself, and then this world would remain intact. But Marcus had no intention of retreating, concentrating his energy for the attack. The hunter continued to be amazed by the ruthlessness of the emperor, who decided to destroy this world with his own hands. Then he began to bargain, deciding that if Marcus returned the stolen gems to him, the hunter would spare the planet. He also approached Jason, offering him his own planet as a reward for returning the stones. The protagonist was surprised that, unlike half of the Blood Soul Stone, the rest were not absorbed by the Time Bracelet. A weirdo in his past life told the hero how to synthesize the energy of all the Soul Stones at once. Seeing the gesture on his hand, the hunter was horrified, realizing that this was a secret technique that an ordinary person could not withstand. By using this technique, Jason activated the divine power of all the stones, calling down a universal death ray onto the Earth. In every corner of the planet, one could feel how space itself was shaking from an incredible force of cosmic proportions. Even Brookfield was affected by the attack as the healers worked diligently to heal Marshall's wounds. Many masters felt how the energy engulfed everything around and completely exhausted all living things. Meanwhile, standing on the balcony of one of the heroes' penthouses, Layla and Florence looked in awe at his giant statue. Both girls were curious about this young man, who inspired confidence even in those who saw him for the first time. Finally able to get going after the shaking, Brookfield's engineer used his tablet to revisit the battlefield. After using this technique, the protagonist's body began to disintegrate, causing him unbearable pain. Enraged that all the energy from the stones had been lost, the hunter charged furiously at Jason. At that moment, a voice rang out, ordering everyone to stop, after which the hunter froze in the air. Appearing next to his dying son, the father's soul did not understand. Could this worm really have decided that it could kill him? The father's soul was delighted with the soul gems that his son had managed to obtain. However, he clearly had been watching too many heroic films to decide to use that technique, as it was suicide. But the father blamed himself for this, since he did not tell his son that in order to absorb the stones, he needed to call upon the power of the bracelet. As compensation for this omission, he returned to Jason the body he had had an hour earlier. Waking up and seeing his father's soul in front of him, the protagonist became confused, realizing that he was still on Earth. It turned out to be just a temporarily materialized remnant of the soul, which did not have long to stay here. He stopped time on this planet, and upon hearing this, Jason walked towards the frozen hunter. Having begun to vent his anger on the frozen enemy, the protagonist became deeply indignant at his father, who always kept something from him. By summoning his bracelet and allowing it to absorb the soul stones he had received, the protagonist gained 337 lives. The father suspected that his son had planned this from the very beginning, when he first saw the hunter covered in stones. Indeed, almost everything went according to Jason's plan, but he could not even imagine that he would be killed at the hands of Marcus. The protagonist did not like gambling with a sure loss, so he hoped that Adam's resurrection would bring his son back to his senses. Moreover, the biggest variable in the hero's plan was not the first emperor, but his father, along with the soul stones. The father was shocked by these words, realizing that he and the stones were the hero's trump cards that could kill enemies or save his life. However, the father's soul was perplexed. Why should she listen to Jason at all? But the main character was sure that he did not leave for fun, but only the remains of his soul. And if his father doesn't help him, then they will have a conflict, and he will have to implement his plan on his own. The father was shocked to hear threats from his own son, who really wanted him to finally come out in his own body. After listening carefully to their dialogue, Marcus thought that, by and large, Jason was more right. The father's soul did not understand how he could move, and the hero hoped that the emperor had returned to his senses. All he remembered was someone asking for his money back, after which Marcus started killing everyone. The emperor saw and heard their conversations in the circle from which the hero observed what was happening, from the afterlife. The father felt that he had clearly underestimated the boy, and Jason suggested that he had had a divine vision. After this, the father's soul decided to leave them alone, hoping that soon the son would be able to find the remaining pieces of his father's soul. Seeing Marcus waving goodbye, Jason decided not to give him too much information. After shaking the hero's hand, the emperor introduced himself, causing the protagonist to feel a sense of déjà vu. Time returned to normal, and, under the hunter's surprised gaze, Marcus was impressed that the hero was able to resurrect Adam. Realizing that not only his hand, but also the stones from his entire body had disappeared, the hunter was furious. But Jason promised to get him more. Meanwhile, in the town of Brookfield, Brian and Lorenzia were peacefully emptying dozens of bowls of noodles. Suddenly, the spirit of the protagonist's father appeared and offered to heat up some more noodles to the immortal, fiery phoenix. Meanwhile, in the magical world, it became known that a portal had been opened, activated by the Zerg queen. While opening a chest filled with soul stones, someone received news that this happened in the place where Lorenzia was exiled. Enraged by the information he received, someone decided to go to Earth and wanted to figure everything out on his own. The first emperor hoped that now the protagonist would use his powers to revive all the dead people. In exchange, he even offered to take Jason on a gem hunt and give him money. The hunter continued to scream with unbearable anger and resentment at the two heroes who had taken such precious stones from him. Having finally decided to finish them off, the monster made a sharp dash and rushed into the attack with lightning speed. At that moment, an unknown force clasped the hands of Marcus and Jason, who began to frantically block the hunter's blows. Using his speed advantage, the emperor threw the hero up with a swing of his hand, deflecting him from the trajectory of the blow. The monster continued to attack with a hail of blows, but the heroes successfully dodged each one that fell. The hunter felt that without the soul stones, his strength was significantly reduced, so he needed to finish this fight quickly. And at that moment, having stopped time in Brookfield, the father's soul remembered that by absorbing the stones, the bracelet gradually opens 12 hours. Each hour corresponds to an ability. The 8th stops time, and by opening 10 of the 12, the father at one time angered the gods. However, the 8th hour had no effect on the magically gifted, such as Lorenzia, who was one of the chosen ones. While she continued to devour the noodles, Jason's father's soul decided to show her his past life. Seeing her devilish image, the little girl fell into a stupor, staring at the magic screen in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed that the first hour on his bracelet began to glow, beginning to absorb Marcus's power. The emperor even found it pleasant, feeling so weak for the first time in a long time. Seeing that normal attacks weren't working on them, the hunter decided to use planetary fusion again to finish off the heroes in one blow. By gathering cosmic energy in his hand, he created an energy giant larger than the planet. The impact of his fist was like a colossal energetic meteorite, and the force was comparable to the explosion of a star. But Jason, in response, decided to demonstrate to him the combined blow of the emperor, with the power of the strongest man in the universe. Gathering Marcus's power in his fist, the hero released it at the enemy, piercing the heavens and outer space with a deadly beam of energy. The hunter was instantly defeated and fell flat on his face right into the sovereign's palace. The prince and his servants watched in shock as the monster's wounded body destroyed part of the palace with its fall. Having overcome the shock of what he saw, Herbert immediately gave the order to rescue people immediately. At the same time, an exhausted Marcus collapsed to the ground, wishing that his new friend would certainly protect this land. At first, Jason was afraid, but when he realized that the Emperor had simply decided to take a nap, his fear turned to anger. Having decided to take advantage of this moment and look under Marcus's mask, the hero suddenly heard a strange noise behind him. The soul of his father opened a portal leading to a magical world, where the little girl, who had already packed her things, was going to go. Jason looked at what was happening in complete bewilderment, not understanding at all what was happening. Lorenzia looked at him with eyes full of tears, which puzzled the protagonist even more. Not wanting to talk about anything, the little girl rushed towards the portal with lightning speed, instantly transporting herself to her home world. 2 weeks later, life in Brookfield was going on peacefully, and Adam and Marshall stood by the bed where Marcus had been sleeping all this time. Having found himself on the brink of life and death, the Black Emperor, upon his return, increased his strength many times over. Judging by the strength of the Zerg, as well as the Queen's story about other worlds, they have always been a frog at the bottom of the well, calling themselves emperors. Wanting to go together to the training ground Jason had created, Marshall and Adam decided to get a bite to eat first. At this time, the 7th and 3rd teams were having lunch in the canteen, admiring the culinary masterpieces of the main character. Also here was Rick, who was already flying away for the 5th portion, admiring the fact that after the resurrection, he seemed to have become even stronger. Suddenly, jumping up from their place, the 7th team ran rapidly to the training ground. Looking at them, the other masters remembered that Captain Jason was always on the mountain, coming down from there only to cook. At the same time, every time the captain of the 7th team has something broken, but fortunately, his team has excellent healers. Just at this time, Layla found out that the main character had gone up the mountain again, taking lunch with him. At this time, Gerard's energy copy furiously attacked Jason with crushing blows. Covered in golden armor, the protagonist successfully blocked his attacks with his sword. While enjoying his lunch, the father's soul admired the growth of his son's strength, which was simply magnificent. They were in a space where time moved differently, and 9 days here were equal to 1 day in the outside world. Despite the hero's growth through training, he understood that his strength was still insufficient to defeat Gerard. Then, Jason used the 2nd hour to absorb his own power to transform. The resulting power lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to secure victory and completely exhaust the protagonist. The 1st hour absorbed the power of others, the 2nd hour took away the user's power, causing damage to both him and the enemy. His father didn't understand why he had to train so hard when Jason could simply use the money for an instant boost in strength. But this was a bad idea, because the more money is spent, the more the relationship between money and life changes. 1 day used to cost $100 million, but now it's 500, and with inflation like this, soon days will be worth billions. However, the father was worried that with such training, his son would become too strong, and then even immortality would not save him. After all, a life form of a higher order cannot be saved if it specializes in a certain area. In addition, different levels of power have different costs. So, for example, resurrecting Adam cost Jason 38 lives. But what was much more mysterious was that in order to resurrect the Sovereign, it was necessary to spend 10,000 lives. The hero didn't understand why he cost so much, but his father decided it was because of their position in society. Before the soul disappeared, Jason wanted to clarify with his father what exactly he told Lorenzia that time, but he simply showed her a picture of her head hanging on the city wall, and the father was also sure that his son would meet the little girl again. The magical world was not as peaceful as the hero knew it then, so he needed to continue to evolve. At this time, the engineer, together with the pop-eyed ones, was able to lift part of the city into the air, using Jason's technology. Seeing this, the father's fading soul wondered what exactly his son had in mind. Realizing that the hero's plans were moving forward at a rapid pace, the father once again decided to remind Jason to be careful. The protagonist thanked his father for his guidance, recalling that in his past life, even after becoming disabled, he lived quite well. Nothing depended on his father, and Jason only wanted his life to belong to him alone. Besides, he now had a half-sister, about whom his father probably already knew. A little later, Fitzgerald arrived in Brookfield with his men, to whom Jason hastened to give a batch of cigarettes. After the battle with the Zerg, the old man was promoted, and after the remaining destruction, almost all the shops closed. The main character became practically the only major taxpayer whose business Jean always gave the green light to. Jason was very happy about this news, and wanted to know what exactly Fitzgerald was doing here. But the hero was distracted by a guard who urgently needed to hand him a phone to contact Prince Herbert. Remembering that this prince, in a past life, died at a young age, the hero answered the call and heard a request to save the sovereign. However, now there was no such opportunity, which, however, did not particularly annoy the prince. Then Herbert decided to discuss with him the new game he had created, but to his surprise, Jason had already played it. While they were talking about the game, the guards were in a stupor, seeing the gentleman in such an inspired state for the first time. After hanging up, Herbert suddenly realized that he hadn't had time to ask Jason about the most important part of the conversation. At this point, he was informed of the safe return to the palace of Minister Berkeley and General Tobias. They also reported to the prince about the arrival of fighters from the north who had captured that very man. One of them was the president of the Northern Blue Union, who had lost many of his people and was counting on compensation. The second was the president of the Northern Orange Trade Union, who wanted to take control of the post-war situation. Moreover, they defeated and captured the leader of the Red Wolves, the former Red Emperor, bringing him as a demonstration of their power. Herbert chuckled and immediately realized that they had decided to rebel and go against him. However, the presidents were convinced that, like the sovereign, Adam was also dead, and leaving everything to the spineless prince was a stupid decision. But Herbert was calm, believing that to save the world, it was simply necessary to change the game mechanics, since there were a lot of players. This only made the presidents laugh, who decided to leave only the Northern Masters alive if they left right now. However, the Masters were in no hurry, as they were already convinced of the prince's abilities and were ready to give their lives in battle for him. Suddenly, the prince turned to the captured Red Emperor, whom he believed they had never been able to capture. Instantly breaking his shackles, he looked with a grin at Herbert, who had so cleverly figured him out. Realizing they had underestimated him, the presidents prepared for a joint attack, activating their abilities. But at that very second, Leonard materialized his true energy, instantly crushing the bodies of his opponents. Approaching the prince, he greeted his younger brother, who was also incredibly happy about this meeting. After some time, the Red Emperor practiced his blows, furiously beating the Stone Hunter. Meanwhile, having captured Lorenzia and eating her supplies, a member of the Magic Academy Committee named Ignat decided to torture her a little. Having crucified the baby on the cross, the magicians took turns hitting her with their spells. After a brutal beating, the huge pig in armor carried the heroine back to her room. Throwing her inside, he ordered the sorceresses there to do everything possible to prevent her from dying. One of them, named Evelina, was the first to run up to the baby, hoping that she was okay. However, despite her injuries, Lorenzia felt just fine and looked at her friend with a smile. The other girls did not dare to help her, thinking that they would also get it from Ignat. Suddenly, the little girl took out one of the boxes, which again contained forbidden food, which discouraged the sorceresses. But Lorenzia was sure that it was better to be beaten to death than to die of hunger. She offered the others a snack too, but the girls were afraid that they would be punished too. But still, they couldn't resist and pounced on the offered food, and Evelina sat down next to her friend. She didn't understand why Lorenzia had to return. Because was it really true that in that world they treated her worse than here? But the little girl made this decision after she saw her severed head hanging on the wall. At the same time, she wouldn't mind if that hero did it. The main thing was that he fed her properly before he died. If one day he comes to the magical world, then all the girls will have a chance to be saved. Having learned about this from Evelina, Ignat was overcome with a fit of wild laughter from this nonsense. After all, the human world, with its backward, basic civilization, could be frightened even by a few simple magicians. Having decided to go there immediately, the hero ordered the girl to give him the ice armor. There were only 2 months left until the next witch trial between schools, and he had no worthy candidates except Lorenzia. Because of this, his father was very angry and did not allow him to join the magical order, even as a mentor. Apart from the baby, Evelina was the most promising, so he hoped for her assistance. After some time, using a crane, the Goggle-eyed people lifted the statue of the god of wealth, wanting to install it on the bow of the cruiser. At that moment, the main character was sitting in his room, clutching his head in his hands and looking at a photograph of Lorenzia. She took with her a bank card containing all of Jason's funds. His apathy about this was interrupted by an engineer who brought important news from the outside world. Watching the broadcast of events on the tablet, the hero saw that their world was visited by guests from another dimension. Reporters vied with each other to interview the aliens from the magical world. The guests introduced themselves, pretending that it was a great honor for them to visit the human world. By showing Lorenzia's torture in the magical realm, they thus made it clear that such a fate awaits all who go against them. At that very second, Jason gave the order to his team of 5,000 goggle-eyed men and craftsmen to prepare for the journey. With the nuclear power plant operational, Brookfield became a floating island, heading forward. At this time, Ignat, Evelina, and the magical beast in armor were walking along one of the cities, watching the Earthlings. Looking at the wooden houses, Ignat snorted dismissively, amazed at the weakness of these worthless things. But what irritated him most was a certain journalist who followed them like a tail. Suddenly, behind her, a portal unexpectedly opened, from which a young man in a white cloak emerged. Snatching the sphere from the hands of the puzzled magician, Jason thanked the journalist for her excellent work. Realizing that in front of them was the very hero that Lorenzia had told them about, Ignat thought that he wanted to negotiate. At that very second, gates began to appear everywhere, from which people and goggle-eyed people began to emerge, evacuating the city's inhabitants. Jason offered him 100 bags of delicious chips in exchange for the girl who appeared in the magic ball. Enraged by his arrogant tone, Ignat ordered the armored beast to seize the scoundrel. It turned out to be one of the most powerful magical beasts, who was also the head teacher at the magic school. The beast grabbed the hero by the scruff of the neck, while Ignat opened the gates to the magical world to summon the mythical monster. A school security guard, who turned out to be a giant demonic dragon, flew out of the gate that appeared. Ignat couldn't help but laugh, because this monster could destroy an entire city just by breathing on it. Suddenly, he saw the Zerg girl Cicada standing off to the side, helping to keep the portals active. Ignat was stunned, because before this he had been absolutely sure that all the insects were already dead. At that very moment, right in front of the dragon, a giant portal opened in the sky, from which the city cruiser Brookfield flew out. Shocked by what he saw, the magician ordered the dragon to use his breath, because without good technique, this thing was useless. Having flown higher, the monster opened its mouth wide, beginning to collect powerful demonic energy in it. The engineer ordered the particle cannon to be activated at minimum power, fearing that maximum power could harm the planet. Just at that moment, Marcus woke up and suddenly soared into the air, shaking the entire city with an explosive wave of his energy. After which, he pounced on Ignat's helpless little beast, slamming the dragon into the ground and instantly killing him with one blow. Evelina and the magician had no words to describe what they saw, and their eyes simply bulged and their mouths opened. The first emperor decided that now was the time to go in search of the precious stones and finally save all the people. Quite frightened, Ignat gave the order to the beast to finish with the boy as quickly as possible, and return to the magical world as quickly as possible. Suddenly he saw the headmaster's head dangling in the hero's hand, who had used the second hour of his bracelet. Sometime later, in the magical world, near the academy, witches on brooms patiently awaited the return of the dragon, as well as Ignat's group. However, quite a lot of time had already passed, and the portal still had not closed, which was very strange. Suddenly, a dragon's head appeared from the portal, followed by one of its paws. After this, chopped pieces of the dragon's carcass began to rain down from all the portals, leaving the magicians in a stupor. In addition, the head of the magical beast headmaster also fell out from there, which completely horrified the witches. Finally, they saw the main hero in the sky, who was scattering the remains of their relatives. Furiously rushing into battle, he began to actively destroy the ranks of the witch defense. However, using the second hour for too long was dangerous, as it could result in strong repercussions for the body. But Marcus, who appeared immediately, offered to entrust the task of destroying the enemies to a professional for a reasonable fee. Watching from the sidelines for now, the first emperor was extremely interested in getting to know this unknown world. Meanwhile, the mages and magic knights decided to direct all their attacks at him. A few seconds later, the Brookfield cruiser also flew into the portal, where the main character immediately headed. Sitting on a soft sofa and nibbling on some chips, he watched Marcus's fight with interest. Next to him, chained to iron chairs, sat Ignat and Evelina, whom Jason decided to interrogate. But the magician believed that the sooner they surrendered, the greater their chances of not dying without suffering. Then the hero pressed the button, and after that, a powerful charge of electricity pierced the magician's body. Next in line was Evelina, and Jason hoped that she would be more cooperative and immediately tell him the baby's location. At this time, the witches were shocked by the power of the unknown warrior, who easily dealt with their strongest fighters. Having found out where Lorenzia was being held, the hero went to her in a fighter, taking Brian with him. Having received information about the upcoming invasion, the Captain Pig, who leads the prison guard, prepared to repel the attack. But suddenly, a fighter jet crashed through the wall and instantly tore the head off the unlucky boar's shoulders. Using the ball from the big guy's barrier, the heroes went straight to the place where the criminals were being held. Having broken through another wall, Jason began to furiously search with his eyes for Lorenzia, who had stolen his bank card. But suddenly he noticed a gigantic fiery squall flying towards him at great speed. Having managed to dodge at the last moment, the hero was extremely surprised, because the power of this fire was not inferior to the flame of Lorenzia. As it turned out, it was used by a professional fire mage, who was also the little girl's teacher. Having learned about this, the protagonist also decided to find out how to get to the place where Lorenzia was imprisoned. However, the magician had no intention of saying anything like that, intending to finish off the hero with flames at a temperature of 10,000 degrees. He also combined this fire with wind magic, showering Jason with a hail of blows, which he successfully dodged. Then, the protagonist decided to use the big guy's newly developed shield, ordering Brian to come to him. This armor not only completely protected them from the flames, but also redirected the fire to other enemies. After which, the heroes safely ran into the academy building, intending to continue the search. The mage was impressed by their defense, but now they had to overcome a much more serious opponent. Running through the vast halls of the massive magical college, Jason and Brian became completely lost. Suddenly, they heard a squad of magicians approaching from around the corner, wanting to capture the uninvited guests. Using invisibility, the protagonist lifted the big guy up, making it look like he was part of the painting. The squad ran past them, but suddenly, one of the sorceresses looked at Brian suspiciously, deciding that this was Jason. After this, the hero emerged from his state of invisibility, barely able to stand on his feet from the weight of the big guy. The girl wanted them to save the baby, so she showed them the direction to her, which is where the heroes headed. Having burst into one of the rooms, they saw several warriors dragging some boxes into the portals. Leaving Brian to guard the door, Jason used the 9 Swords of Solitude technique to attack the opponents. However, his sword did not reach the enemies, teleporting and piercing the big guy's butt. The spatial mage teleported away Brian's body parts, ordering the hero to surrender immediately. Meanwhile, Marcus was already frankly bored with destroying crowds of witches who had despaired of trying to resist him. One of the mages climbed onto Brookfield's hull, not understanding how these worthless creatures dared to attack the magical world. It was the director of the admissions committee of the Magic College, who decided to show them the secret weapon of the academy. Having created a pentagram in the sky, he used the most powerful technique of magically summoning the king. A giant robot head emerged from the pentagram and prepared to attack the enemies. A powerful magical beam emerged from his forehead and shot towards the floating island of Brookfield. At the same moment, the engineer was informed of minor damage to the city's protective hull. Realizing that this was the very call, Ignat began to beg to let him go, not wanting to die with the heroes. But the engineer shocked him with electricity while continuing to interrogate him about the hostage's location. Suddenly, the magician disappeared, along with the electric chair, leaving the goggle-eyed people and the engineer confused. Having teleported him to himself, the spatial mage almost forgot that Ignat was in their captivity. In addition, he also wanted to give Jason a small gift, after which he used his magic again. A small box appeared out of thin air, fell at the hero's feet, and opened, after which Jason saw Lorenzia's head inside. Frozen in place, the protagonist suddenly fell to his knees, realizing that the baby's fate was similar to the one in his past life. Activating his bracelet, he used his sword technique on his friend, furiously attacking his girlfriend's attackers. The spatial mage wanted to redirect his blow again, but suddenly the portal he had created split in the air. At that moment, the little girl's head decided to check if Jason had brought some food with him. Frightened that it was a ghost, the hero sharply kicked the box to the side, stunning everyone, including Lorenzia herself. The magician then rushed to explain that he had merely teleported her head, while praising Jason for his excellent performance. Pointing the knife into the portal he had created, the magician hoped that now the hero would not do anything rash. The blade of his knife appeared from 4 portals in the box at once, burying itself in the baby's head. Jason was in a stupor, and one of the warriors took the box and began to slowly move towards the portal. As it turned out, the baby's body was scattered across different classrooms of the magical college. The hero was furious, because he still didn't know where his bank card was, and today was already payday. Ignat decided that he could forgive Jason if he agreed to strengthen his friend in the same way he strengthened Lorenzia. The protagonist remembered from a past life that the magical academies of this time were created to ensure the power of the order. In addition, there were magical stones donated by the order, similar to soul stones. Besides the fact that they increase the mage's level, these stones also have a decent value on the market. Ignat offered him one of the stones as a reward for his agreement, but Jason knew that they had found an entire magical mine. Before the magicians could marvel at his incredible knowledge, a huge robot head broke through the roof above their heads. They couldn't believe that the strongest summoning had been defeated. And at that moment, Marcus's figure stood on top of them. He wanted to get his payment, but Jason decided to first kill all these bastards and find Lorenzia's body. Meanwhile, it turned out that Brian's head was teleported underwater, but he could hear what was happening near his body. Ignat warned the first emperor to stop the fight, otherwise the magician would personally finish off the fat man. The protagonist didn't worry about it much, ordering Brian to use his protective life energy. At that moment, the fire mage arrived, holding a box in his hand, from which the baby's palm was sticking out. Chasing after him, Jason left everything else to Marcus, who at that moment was fighting with the spatial mage. However, the enemy once again used portals to redirect the first emperor's attacks. Seeing Brian's situation, Marcus decided that if the big guy couldn't get his head out of the portal, then he should put his body in. To everyone's surprise, it worked, and the big guy began to crawl through the portal. And Ignat, seeing this, became disillusioned with the laws of physics. Having finally managed to surface, Brian found himself in a women's sauna, in one of the pools where the witches were relaxing. Having found out from the lovely ladies how to get to the building of the Magic Academy, the big guy immediately ran there. Meanwhile, the first emperor was very puzzled, not understanding where his right hand had gone. In this world, strong magicians were rare, and his opponent was one of them, and he decided to kill Marcus, who dared to hit him. Meanwhile, the main character continued to move along the corridors and climb the stairs, losing sight of the fire mage. Suddenly, he was met by Evelina, who decided to help Jason save Lorenzia. She couldn't let others know that she was helping the baby, otherwise the witch would also be in danger. Showing him the way to the legal lab, it turned out to be the place where another part of Lorenzia was located. Suddenly, a powerful fiery barrage flew past them, which the hero and the witch were able to dodge. Jason realized it was the baby's fire, but when he turned around, he was stunned with shock. Having used her power through Lorenzia's hand, the fire mage was extremely delighted. Jason flew into a rage and furiously rushed at the enemy who decided to mock his comrade. Once again using the power of the ancient witch, the fire mage sent 10,000 fire arrows at the protagonist. He was confident that if he could use this, he would certainly unite the entire world of magic. Evelina used ice magic to shield Jason, earning him sincere gratitude. Having started eating magic stones to strengthen himself, the fire mage understood that with Lorenzia's power, it would soon be useless. Jason quickly attacked him with a swing of his sword, but the opponent stopped the blade with his hand, after which he immediately created a fiery whirlwind that threw Jason back. The magician couldn't help but laugh, deciding that the life force of the hero's world couldn't be compared to magic at all. Jason knew that this was true, but he was ready to use the captured hand of the baby against the enemy. Having activated the first hour on the Time Bracelet, he immediately absorbed all of the baby's power. The enemy was confused, not understanding how the protagonist managed to absorb ancient magic. Jason knew for sure that first of all, to do this, you had to be very rich. The magician directed a barrage of his most powerful fire spells at him, deciding to finally destroy the impudent fellow. But this did not cause any damage to the main character, and he calmly burned the enemy's body, turning it into coal. Until the last second, the fire mage did not believe that Jason could save Lorenzia, but the hero already had her hand. Remembering the magician's words about the ancient witch, Jason thought that perhaps this was where Lorenzia's secret lay. As it turned out, Evelina knew the baby before she arrived here, and that was a time no one wanted to remember. It was a secret laboratory where they were both test subjects, injected with different types of blood every day. Deciding that Lorenzia had great potential, the scientists decided to use special blood on her. Being subjected to painful injections along with her, Evelina understood that one day her friend would also get used to the pain. The protagonist wanted to know what exactly they ended up doing to Lorenzia. As it turned out, scientists gave her an injection of the blood of an ancient witch, capable of destroying the magical world. At this moment, the spatial mage continued to laugh, thinking that he could cut off Marcus's legs or arms at any moment. No matter how strong the inhabitants of the earth were, the magician considered them nothing more than muscular primates. From everywhere, screams of people were heard as they were destroyed by the teleported body parts of the first emperor. The magician decided to cut them all off, but suddenly, to his horror, he realized that he could not do this. Meanwhile, Marcus calmly pulled all his limbs out of the portals. The fact that he could only teleport to nearby areas seemed like a great inconvenience to the first emperor. Therefore, Marcus decided to help him a little and abruptly moved right behind his opponent. Having opened a portal from the black hole, the emperor instantly transferred the body of the spatial mage to another dimension. At that moment, Ignat was speechless from shock. seeing outer space opening up before him. When Marcus returned, he took the baby's leg with him, wondering whether he should charge for it or not. Ignat began to threaten the Emperor, because his spatial magic was considered the strongest in the magical world. However, as it turned out, Marcus transported the magician several 100,000 light-years away, to a completely different space. Realizing that they were talking about teleportation in the multiverse, Ignat was horrified, because in their world, this was only at the stage of study and theory. Meanwhile, Jason and Evelina continued to fight their way through crowds of warrior mages on their way to the heroine's body parts. Ahead was an alchemy room, where, according to the witch, one of them should certainly be located. The hero understood that these guys were capable of all sorts of nasty things in order to achieve success in magic. At that moment, next to them, a huge metal hand emerged from the ground and rushed towards Jason. Immediately after this, several more metal hands began to appear from everywhere, attacking the heroes. After which, a huge metal cage wrapped itself around the main character from all sides, locking him inside itself. A metal-wielding mage named Darwin believed that his fellow wizards had greatly overestimated Jason's strength. His body was half metal, and a flask with Lorenzia's floating leg was inserted into his shoulder. Instantly cutting the cage with his sword, the protagonist demanded that the baby's body part be given to him immediately. Meanwhile, the big guy was already approaching the academy building, which finally appeared on the horizon. Suddenly he saw two people flying out of the roof of the magic college, locked in a fierce fight. Using steel spears, the metal mage Darwin fiercely attacked his opponent. Jason dodged his blows without any difficulty, not understanding where all the sand around him came from. Having bound his body again, Darwin rushed towards the enemy, realizing that Jason's weak body would not be able to withstand this attack. This enraged the hero, because ever since he regained his energy, he had been training every day. Having broken free from the shackles and attacking the enemy with a huge stone column, he did not understand where his body was weak. Using an equivalent synthesis spell, Darwin became transparent and began to pass through the boulder. But at that moment, Brian suddenly appeared and knocked down both opponents with his shield. Luckily, Jason was unharmed, but his enemy was slammed into the wall by the big guy's massive bulk. Darwin was furious because these fools had no idea what they were doing. Throwing Brian back, he realized they were only trying to save Lorenzia. The main character did not understand how he dared to tell such a stupid lie, because each of them used the baby only as a weapon. However, Jason himself made her magical powers grow, not knowing that the little girl herself was afraid of becoming possessed. The hero was surprised, thinking that after a sharp increase in power, the magician simply went crazy. She returned to get help from the school medic, but Ignat was the first to know about the baby's arrival. At that time, Lorenzia was tied to a cross and brutally pierced by Ignat and other witches. But suddenly her magic flared up, and she almost killed everyone in that cell. It was necessary to divide her body into parts in order to control her growing magical power. Perhaps Jason would have believed him if he hadn't seen how the fire mage wanted to absorb the baby's power. Darwin was very surprised to hear about this, when suddenly a portal opened next to them, from which Marcus came out. The first emperor decided that since there was an arm and a leg, then only a head was missing to connect the child. Hearing this, the main character became furious, thinking that Marcus was taught anatomy by a literature teacher. At that very moment, the building began to collapse, and the heroes began to fall, finding themselves on the street. In front of them stood the school medic Abram, as well as the magical defense teacher Beatrice. They looked intently at the heroes, and in Abaram's hands was a small tray on which lay something covered with a handkerchief. It turned out to be Lorenzia's head, and the little girl wanted her friends to stop the mayhem immediately. Moreover, she wanted Jason to return her body parts to them, which left the protagonist amazed. Abram understood that if they connected her now, the magic in the baby's body would exceed the body's capabilities. She couldn't tell about it earlier, because Ignat and his people were there, because there was a real confrontation of forces in their college. However, the medic and Beatrice did not wish Lorenzia any harm, and, having connected her head with her legs and arms, sent the baby to her friends. Darwin also returned her second leg, clarifying for the hero that the girl was not in any pain at all. Lorenzia hoped that if Jason didn't believe them, he would at least believe her. However, the main character was only interested in where his bank card was now. A little later, having successfully completed the mission, Jason and his friends returned to the Brookfield cruiser. The hero wanted to return to Earth as soon as possible, but Abram understood that the baby could only be helped in the magical world. Besides, he wanted Marcus to stay with them for a little while and help with her healing. Just at that moment, a huge magical projectile rushed straight towards Brookfield's body. When it hit him, it created a huge explosion that shook the entire cruiser. Ignat was incredibly happy to see his father's fleet approaching. deciding that the end had definitely come for the heroes. Standing in front of his army, the general of the magical order, named Sheldon, wondered if they were really going to escape.